Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finals weekend now of the MSI Valorant Invitational. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the cast for this weekend's action is going to be Stokes. And Stokes, what a weekend we have lined up here. $10,000 in prizing for these teams, as well as a heck of a lot of Valorant fun. Pleasure to have you here with me once again. How you feeling today, man?
Oh man, I'm feeling great. Excited for the weekend, my friend. A lot of Valorant action, as you said, especially today. I'm just ready to get into it.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and get the day's schedule up in front of us here and see rather, let's go ahead and get the bracket up in front of us here and see where exactly our teams have landed. For those who missed last weekend, we had 4 groups of teams duking it out in GSL style groups. The top 2 from each group made it through to this phase, where they now have a standard double elimination bracket to fight between the 8 of them. We can see our 8 teams that have made it through. It's Third Impact, Spectrum, Swing, Kawaretta, TLP, Ancients, who now have a different name, which we'll be updating you on a little bit later, N4D, as well as Serenity Black and Godset. Those will be your 8 teams battling it out between today and tomorrow to make it to the end and try to claim the lion's share of the prize pool we have available this weekend.
Yeah, and first things first, we will be handling Kawaretta versus TLP, John. This one's going to be pretty fun. Here's a schedule for the day, obviously. Some TBD slots in here, as we have to have some games play through. But as I was talking about, Kawaretta versus TLP, and these are 2 teams that we've already touched on here on the broadcast last weekend.
We will also, just in case if you're wondering what those 2 other games are going to be, we'll be covering one match from the initial round of the lower bracket play, as well as our upper finals. And then tomorrow we'll finish things off with the lower finals and semifinals, as well as the grand finals. That'll all come tomorrow, though. Like we said, we have that initial lower bracket matchup, as well as the upper finals, aside from this first one that we already have decided. Let's go and get the rosters for these 2 teams up in front of us. We have had some slight changes from last weekend for those who might have been watching those teams, and we can see those in front of us now. Kawaretta, I believe, bringing Alkua back in, where they were not present the previous weekend. Meanwhile, for TLP, Zombie on that is going to be jumping in for them today. But everybody else, I believe, already made an appearance last weekend.
Yeah, some interesting name choices here. Zombies especially. You know, I thought we'd just sit with the zombie, but zombie on that, I don't know what it really means, John, but it could mean something positive for TLP, and that's what we're here to find out.
I'm sure there's a very lengthy story as to how that name was eventually created. So we'll have to see if we can question the TLP members at some point about how exactly that happened. But either way, should lead to a fairly good matchup. The players are going to be wanting to pay attention to, at least for me, based on what we saw last weekend. But from the TLP side, pay close attention to Papa Smurf. He brought some incredibly crazy clutch potential. A lot of experience coming out from him. So when everybody else on his team falls, might not be over for his team just as of yet, as he himself might still be able to bring out some incredible clutch capability. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table for Kawaretta, Yoshi's probably going to be the one you look to towards the most, is probably the most aggressive player on the Jet, and similar roles depending on the map, of course. But the rest of the team actually fairly even in terms of statistical input and overall contribution for impact frags and things of a similar nature. So no huge standout based on what we saw in the previous week coming from that side of the table. But that ultimately is probably a good thing, seeing every single member evenly contribute. Ultimately, it's probably going to lead to a stronger package, in my opinion, compared to the opposite, where you have a top-heavy frag leader and not much sitting directly behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's going to be the biggest differences in between these 2 teams. And really, what can TLP do across the board? As you said, Papa Smurf has had a lot of influence for this team, but with Kawaretta's team play style, as well as Yoshi being able to pop off every once in a while and really have those rounds that pull it fully into their favor, is something that TLPs might struggle to deal with.
We can go ahead and bring the map vetoes on screen now, as we are getting a bit closer to match time, folks. We do have some bans this week as well, now that we have moved to our playoff phase, which means we're going to see Bind as well as Breeze removed. Those were bans from Kawaretta and TLP, respectively, meaning that we end up with the choices being Ascent coming in from TLP, Icebox coming out from Kawaretta, as well as Split, also being the final choice picked by TLP.
Yeah, and, you know, for win rate wise, you know, Ascent especially not the greatest for either of these teams. Quite a few plays here for Kawaretta especially, but, you know, some roster changes coming in that could possibly change this up. And with such a low map pool, something's got to give. They don't obviously want to give up, you know, Breeze here. So instead, going with Ascent and just moving on through this, I think overall this is going to be decently positive for both of these teams, especially looking into Split here.
We do have a pretty drastic change in terms of playstyle that's going to happen, in my opinion, though, when and if we get to that third and final map here. Ascent and Icebox, much more open maps, a lot more big areas to try and control. Split, obviously, a stark difference. You've got a very claustrophobic playstyle coming in for that one, with only the sites and to some extent, mid there being the largely played out area that you're going to see teams trying to fight for control of between a large majority of them. So we'll see if that sudden change up in play style affects either of our teams if we get to that point. But that is the penultimate point I'm trying to get to here, is ultimately one of these teams could still shut things down in 2-0 fashion, given that we're going to be going to two very brutal maps if teams are not prepared to go on with them between Ascent and Icebox. As we saw many of our teams back in the group stage last weekend, they kind of shut down on them if they weren't prepared.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it came to the Icebox play, I would say. We saw some pretty good games on Ascent, but Icebox was just a brutal land to try and play in general. And that's what we've seen inside of pro play overall inside of Valorant. So be looking to Icebox to be the real big switch up as to which one of these teams can duke it out better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start the match, so let's get into it. Our very first map of the day. Quick reminder, these are all going to be played out as best of 3, so it's first to 2 to win it and move forward. In this case, not to be eliminated if you're the loser either. Only going to head down into that lower bracket. Either way, we got some of the agent picks coming in now. Let's see what exactly is going to get locked in between these players here, as we don't have a whole lot yet. I think we're actually frozen for just a second here, folks. There we go. It took a second, but we got it up to snuff, and I think it's catching up to us now. We're probably going to get this in a bit of a slideshow, so stick with us here while we work on fixing that. But we can already see some of the semblance of what's going to be locked in. Nothing too surprising coming off of the initial peeps here. Everything looking fairly standard for what we expect, at least for an Ascent map. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say especially for TLP, this is the very similar position we saw Papa Smurf in last week. So, we really expected him to come out on the controller here yet again. We'll see if he can possibly try and get something done here up against Calretta. But as we take you guys in through Ascent, we'll be getting the game set up in the background, folks. We'll be ready here in just a split second. We'll have all of those locked in agents for you guys. We'll be able to get into these lineups, really get into the nitty gritty of this match.
Yeah, we'll have a more particular discussion so far, though, with what was peeping out there. Not too much of a surprise, mainly seeing Astra's come out for both sides of that. Astra's still an incredibly important piece of how teams are able to control utility and just generally the overall map here on Ascent. So it's not going to be too surprising.
Placing sentry.
Smurf as well as Chansey. Either way, though, the teams are in here. Aside from that, we've got mirrored Killjoys, Sovas, a whole lot more. Jets as well. In fact, I believe it is full mirror compositions for both teams.
Pulling them
Same
in.
exact thing on both sides. Are you going to see a couple stars get immediately popped off the spawn here for TLP? Not a whole lot of follow-up action coming from that. Might have been a setup over at the Arches, but won't ever know that, unfortunately, as no one from TLP tries to peek out to take advantage upon that. TLP actually taking a very passive stance for a pistol.
Yeah, they do have the spike also at the top of mid right now, but Sova not very detected, only an alarm bot there, but obviously KJ starts to rotate away. That will end up going out of range, so it does look like a B commit here, though, for Calretta, and as you said, mirror compositions for these two. Really the only change in the Sky getting swapped out here for same thing.
Concealment.
Pistol rounds finally going to start popping off here, folks, and it's going to be 2 quick kills.
Oh, come on.
They're going to shut down the flank as well as one inside.
One enemy
not
remaining.
Give too much information, but this has so far been a very straightforward pistol round. Calretta
planted.
worse for wear. It's down to just Sacred with the classic. Be able to get one, but not before the refrag comes through for redo, and that's going to be a simple round for TLP.
It's slow but fairly direct from TLP as they wait out this first 30 to 40 seconds of the round to see if Calretta were going to try and do anything aggressive, and they do catch some of it in mid to their credit. It's a nice read coming out of the TLP side. They're able to get themselves an early advantage in the round, and from that point forward, it's a pretty straightforward affair of moving the remaining 5 players just directly into the site through B main. Not too much of an issue for them to be able to claim that one and take the early lead over Calretta. Let's see how they'll build on that, though. As you might expect, not going to see too much of an aggressive buy-in on the second round here from Calretta, as they just simply don't have the money to do so. A couple sheriffs, but that is pretty much it. Everybody else is going to stick with the classics across the board there, as he actually sells that ghost in the final seconds of the 5 phase. TLP now will feel the confidence to move in. They themselves also not going to overinvest, as we can see Zombie still working with his ghost from the previous round, but making quick work to clear things out. Of course, they're going to try and look at that Killjoy, which they're going to find now, but that's a tough fight, unfortunately, for Zombie, having only a ghost. The Secret's going to win it. Redo does trade out the overall numbers here, and now TLP tries to take advantage for himself, but Yoshi's holding on, and of course, still goes down to Tilo, and now Tilo and the rest of TLP quickly taking control here as Akua comes in. Is going to be the last to fall from Calretta, giving TLP their second.
Hey, not a bad round there for Calretta at all. To be able to deal some damage to 2 TLP members, and somewhat damaged the economy, but outside of that, TLP just would a pretty easy round. Simply walk things down on A. I'm surprised we didn't get any shorty buys coming out there to play the closer angles, but didn't necessarily need it. They played very controlled on the A site, and as we saw, TLP want to try and get in their face, especially Zombie, but it simply doesn't work out early. Almost ended up giving up a very important weapon there at the end, but obviously didn't have too much to give up. Only had that ghost and didn't really amount to much at the end of the day. But that's going to be 2 rounds for TLP as we finally have our gun round.
Powell coming in here trying to suss out some information over towards mid, since the recon dart unfortunately is not going to find a whole lot of actionable intel. Very easily possible, however, that some of the members of Calretta dodged the dart, so want to be cautious of that, and he's correct to check it with his drone as well, as he will find a hard corner hold from Chansey, although I believe it has changed its shape slightly from what was peeped upon by TLP a couple seconds ago here. Zombie trying to account for that, as the entire team remains very cautious in this opening 30 to 40 seconds to try and guarantee themselves the best capability of getting the opening pick. We're going to continue to see aggression from Calretta. So far, that strategy has been panning out, but it also seems like Calretta is starting to learn their lesson, not over-aggressing themselves, as we can see what's happening going on Cat right now. Ultimately, Zombie tries to push in, though, on the Jet. Will quickly dash out of there just before he overcommits himself and loses his life in that uneven fight. For the rest of TLP, though, it's looking like they're going to take an adventure down B main and see if they can make a push from here. But once again, Calretta is right in their face trying to stop this. That won't work out too well, though. He flashed away. That'll happen once again over here on Speedway.
Calretta 30 seconds waiting here, especially inside of Hut. They'll be able to get one, but Smurf will trade it out. And as the fights begin to break down, Calretta will overpower TLP. Powell, though, has made it to lane. Eventually gotten his hands on a Phantom. It's an opportunity here, but Yoshi with a beautiful shot from Market will take him down, and the defense will win for the very first time.
Calretta take a very, very straightforward stance there as well. Very much in the face of TLP, but not to the point where they're taking early fights against them. It's TLP that had to force the issue and unfortunately lose quite a few of their players' lives in order to get into those quadrants of the map. And Calretta very much ready to take those fights because of the gun balance being in their favor in that specific round. It's going to change up a little bit as we head into the fourth, though. Obviously, we get past the very weak bonus buy from TLP. They still take it ultimately, but now we're going to go into this next one with a full arsenal. For the most part, Calretta will have that as well. I believe one player on Calretta had to downgrade toward an Ares, but that's a fairly small consequence in the overall team arsenal that they're going to be bringing to the table here for the fourth round. TLP still taking that very slow stance. The exception is going to be here in middle, however. Zombie creeps forward in his zone and is going to carry that forward for a potential duel versus Mar. Catch Mar. Yes, indeed, he does. Zombie with the opening pick here. That'll go untraded. Zombie falls all the way back to mid after picking it up.
That's going to separate Calretta here. B and A players, but they found their own pick as well, and it's going to be Astra on Astra action. Big pickup for them. They're going to swing this towards B. To make things a little bit easier, they've joined in this area, so might as well just try and go for something as they know that the player split is in their favor. Working things towards the staircase. Sacred trying to hold on to things, so it's actually Aqua to hit things off first. They'll be able to take down Zombie. Taking control of lane here. Sacred with one down. Defense. Make it 3 now. Sacred will take one down. Redo will be able to fire back. Yoshi going down, but now it's just Redo alone here on Market. And Calretta, especially these site players here on B, standing tall. Thought TLP had a serious chance there on the entry, but simply didn't have any insight as to where these defensive members were.
Took a couple rounds to do so, but it seems Calretta are certainly getting their feet on the ground here ever since the buys started kicking up for them. And things are only going to continue to improve as TLP now needs to spend at least one round, realistically though, a few, trying to rebuild their economy back up to full strength here, making sure they're going to be able to viably compete. That's what Calretta is now bringing to the table. We'll see, of course, just Sheriff's bought up into this round, and overall, probably going to end up with a much more direct play from TLP at the end of the day, looking like they're going for a big stack towards A. But we also do have a tech pause coming out here for one of the teams, so just give us a moment, folks, and we'll be resuming the match right here on round 5.
So, for TLP, it's been a pretty patient game thus far, I would say. They've been doing a pretty good job of keeping their options open, especially around mid. But, you know, obviously doing a very good job of finding these picks as well. And Zombie, especially inside of that last round, being a big part of that, especially with his, you know, push up mid and eventually able to find the sky. Outside of that, though, you know, it just really seems like Calretta's defensive style as of right now is really paying off. they're really not finding the insight that they want to right now for TLP that's really affecting them. And that's sad to say, especially with the Sky choice coming in, because those guiding lights are so impactful. We're just not really getting to see them used on that execute, all except for what we saw inside of that previous round on B.
Not a whole lot of successful follow-up on these types of pushes as well, because Calred is simply right for them most of the time. They have a stack at areas like
Last player standing.
Making these pushes a lot harder for the members of TLP to pull off successfully, because they have to try and get the intel, hope it doesn't change if, say, they use the Trailblazer to go in and gather it, and then on top of that, actually successfully find these picks as well. So there's a lot of things that TLP is having to do to get into the site. And while obviously things started out well for them, that's changed pretty drastically since some real guns got into the hands of our players on the defense here. And now I think TLP is having to sit back and think to themselves, okay, maybe it's time for us to try and start doing something more direct, which I think is what we were about to get, although it's about to happen on an eco round, so not necessarily going to be a whole lot behind that. But we're starting to see changes come in from TLP already. If that big stack towards A main was anything to judge it off of, at least before we went into the pause there.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's just all going to centralize around what they can get done with Zombie, really. I mean, the early picks right now that we're starting to see come out from him already can have some serious influence inside these later rounds where they're able to actually buy in, like you're saying. You know, especially on this round, they're going to be looking to just deal that damage and maybe get some gun upgrades if they possibly can. I highly doubt that they're able to overwhelm the site, just because it seems like these site setups right now are kind of difficult for them to bust. But, you know, it could change up in this next round. You never know with Valorant. It's always one headshot away from being a completely different round.
All right, we're heading back a game. We are not resuming the pause just yet, folks, but that should be happening in just a moment here as we're just taking a quick peek at the scoreboard and whatnot. But here we go. Yeah, we actually have resumed it. We can see the scores fairly close for the most part. No one standing out in a huge way. Sacred, of course, having himself a good time over there on the defense, but not shooting away too heavily. We've only played out 4 rounds here. Still early days in that department. Trailblazer are going to try to work its way out through A main, but it's actually going to get blocked. And I saw coming there from Chansey. However, he's still going to have a lot of pressure coming out against him here. Wraparound generator does not work. Chansey holds the line, sneaks another headshot off in the process through the Nebula against Power, and Mar will get another one also against Redo. TLP fall apart at the seams as they try to go for that direct take, and now Chansey going to be able to leverage a third one. The fourth might be around the corner, but never mind. Mar is going to take it for himself there. 3-2 scoreline set up and a flawless behind that third round.
Well, outside of the 2 rounds up at the beginning, TLP is just lost on all of these rounds. Very straightforward for Calretta at the end of the day. And again, it comes down to these site defenses. Chansey inside of that last round, though, obviously having a huge impact. Able to play out the Nebula extremely well, and also had a good read onto what Zombie's positioning was as well after that tailwind. So either way, into the next round now, we're actually gonna have some guns on deck for the offense. Zombie should be using his ult here, though. That's exactly what we're going to get. Blade Storm out. Round 6 will be starting.
Yoshi patiently waiting for something to come out from the Sova over on top mid. He has other teammates supporting him from hacks, but it's going to be okay to tunnel vision in this particular situation. Quickly forced back, however, after a missed shot rings true. That's going to allow for Zombie to make a push forward. Can't line up the shots, however, against the enemy Jet. We are going to see a 1-for-1 exchange between the Sovas on either side. That brings us down to a 4v4. That fight went down on Cat. I believe Zombie is going to try to fall back and assist, but no one's got his Cat covered, apparently. Chansey swings out, I'm going to assume from Tree, and picks up a free kill against one of the attacking members of TLP here.
And the communication just not working out for TLP right now, and mid giving up in that situation. Zombie could not back up, fortunately enough for him, and now TLP they're trying to deal with the site once again, and walking right into the KJ of Sacred. Has been so influential throughout this so far. End up using their wall here to try and divide the B site, but Calretta prepared for anything here. Already sending Chansey back on rotation as well. Yoshi
30 seconds
peek
left.
Out mid. Going to be able to catch anything before the wall closes, though. End up splitting their position here. They'll actually keep the Astra round on the B site, but obviously the spike going towards A. They're going to be able to get decently deep here as well, and this could get pretty scary here. They're able to take down Chansey. Tillo right on the other side of the window. He'll pop in, but Chansey, he's ready for it. Obviously knowing this plant's going down as well. Doesn't exactly know which side of Jen it's going to be or where the arrow's going. Oh, he knows where he is. What a shot from Chansey. We'll be able to take down Powa. Looking for the third on the round. Make it a fourth for him, actually, but no. It's Mar to step up. A triple for the round on Chansey yet again here. And that'll be back-to-back rounds as well.
A little bit scary seeing Papa Smurfy, the last one alive there for TLP in the clutch, but fortunately, Calretta are able to manage him with a simple 1-for-1 trade. And the early rotate over there from Astra works out as well to try and curtail the aggression coming out from TLP and nearly shut down the round.
Spike planted.
Falling one of the last members alive there.
One enemy remaining.
That flick right there from Chansey, so impressive, and continues to show why it's a fairly one-sided game at the moment, save for those first 2 rounds for Caloretta here. They are on point. More importantly, great reads across the board strategically here, constantly getting directly in the face of whatever the primary strategy from TLP is going to be. And that's keeping them in the cycle here in the dumps, unfortunately, economically, as they're going to have to go on to another eco round coming up right here.
It has been fairly straightforward from TLP, though, hasn't it, so far? I mean the guiding, the Cosmic Divide going down on B with the rotation into A, that was decently easy to see. They didn't really have to give up too much there because they knew TLP was down, and they didn't see the spike just yet, so knew that the full commitment wasn't there. And just a great read from Chansey. And as you've been saying, it's been the big difficulty. Oh, Zombie, actually, he's going to get super deep here. Is he going to be able to get him behind Chansey? Chansey has no idea. He'll be taken down as well. Yoshi finally gets something on the board for the defense, but Zombie in this current positioning, he'll be able to stave off the entirety of this defense for quite some time. And look at the moves right now. Plays out a window, but he'll finally get caught from Sacred. Just too much going on right now, and the defense will have a chance for the retake.
A little bit too much with the weapon switching there. Apparently gets him caught in the middle of the cycle himself. He goes down. We are even back out into a 3v3, but the opportunity that Zombie bought is, needless to say, impressive here, as the rest of the team is going to work their way back in. The retake also going to be impressive from specifically Yoshi, working the knives very well, blocking off access now also. Redo is going to get caught. Papa Smurf apparently finds a slight angle with which to shoot the planter through. Very well done by Papa Smurf. He'll still be shut down, but should be plenty of time still left for this defusal. Still going to be a 5th round going on to the board from Caloretta, although Papa Smurf, once again, making it a bit close as it comes down to 2 ultimately for the Caloretta side of things.
Yeah, it could get really scary once we end up switching sides here, because really the thing that we should be talking about is Chansey and Sacred and the way that they're able to just step in front of these offenses on their respective sites. Chansey's handling A so well, and then you have Sacred over on B, constantly shutting things down when TLP does want to go for the site. Even when it's just Sacred on site as well, he's done such a good job of slowing them down and allowing the rotation from the rest of his team. And Chansey's just been able to find these frags that make it to where TLP really can't handle the A site how they want to on their entry. I mean, granted, that last round there was a big difference, and that's really what Zombie's finally been able to muster, and we've been wanting to see that as well. So glad that they're finally getting something done here, but oh no, looks like a combo of the ults coming in, the Hunter's Fury coming through defensively after the KJ ult as well, but only getting a little bit of damage done, able to eventually able to get the Sky here. Nice pinch coming out inside of mid, as you said, as well. And they're going to be able to actually get another kill through the wall of garage here, or B, as well as quite a few going down inside of mid. Last two going to try to swing things through A, and it's going to be simply handled as well. Both the angles taken up from defensive members and just simply couldn't win it out. Chansey yet again in a power position.
They set up a literal gauntlet right there at the entrance to A main, and no one is able to step foot past it there. Beautiful work from the defense at the moment here. Caloretta dominating, as we'll see that one more time on the replay. Mar and Chansey not letting a single player into this site, not even past the threshold of A main. Just completely shut down there on the defensive side of things. And once again, TLP stuck on a Sheriff buy, unfortunately, as their previous gun buy does not yield the best of results. And Caloretta, now 6 rounds straight, looking to make it. Lucky number 7 here. Try to shut this one down.
Well, Caloretta playing great defense right now as well. You can see they've switched up the positioning of Sacred. He's now playing on the A side alone here. That's going to allow the defense to stack up B. The Sky actually inside of the door, and it's going to be Mar yet again here. Sacred to get taken down, so all of this KJ utility now worth nothing. He'll simply sit here as it'll only be Mar, but Mar's good for it. Another flash out. Can he get it done? Make it a quad for Mar. Shuts it down, but I mean, TLP didn't have much to really do inside of that round either way, so nice shots early to take down Sacred, but Mar in that door position, able to play spoils. TLP down 7-2. These rounds have been coming so fast.
TLP calling for a timeout here. They'll have 1 minute to figure stuff out for themselves. And needless to say, it's probably a good call for themselves. They've lost 7 rounds straight. And unfortunately, for the most part, these have been all fairly one-sided in favor of the defense, save for maybe 1 or 2 of them that happened over on the A site there. Just absolute shutdown. And this is despite them getting some decent advantages in the middle of the round as well. Zombie now that we've seen in 2 different rounds, able to put himself in a very advanced position, somehow working his way that time almost up to Garden without being noticed, but floundering it as he gets onto the site, unable to translate it into an entry that time around, compared to a previous round where he did the same exact thing and was able to make a bit more of a contribution. This does need to be stopped here, as if they can figure out how to properly utilize that position, things are going to get very, very dangerous very, very quickly for Calretta. But for the time being, they seem to be managing that issue without too much of a problem.
You know, I think right now for TLP, there's just too many strong players right now for Calretta, at least from their defensive end. You know, it's not the fact that what TLP are doing doesn't work. It's just simply the fact of how Calretta are playing around it, especially inside of that last round for Mar. You know, Sacred ended up getting taken down, and he's immediately on top of it, cutting off the head of all of these entries. And then right after, while there's still, you know, a resurgence of these TLP members, he's still committing to these guiding lights and trying to make sure to delay them as long as possible. So far, I think it's been very well done from Calretta, and TLP have not been able to capitalize off the back of what Zombie's been able to create. It's just very sad to see overall. Calretta just looks indomitable at this point, at least from their defensive position. We'll see if it changes up, or maybe TLP after this timeout are feeling something, but Zombie had to use that tailwind early here. Aqua playing the B main area out so very well info-wise, uses the recon early, then the Owl drone later. Tag up the jet, forces him out towards mid now, and TLP just really not knowing where to go.
TLP once again stuck in mid here, and while they have that control for themselves, they don't have anything past the arches, so it's very minimal control at best. Mar's going to find out the jet is holding a standard position outside of arches as well. Not much that they can do off of that, but at least they know that nothing has changed here for TLP.
And they already made the adjustment.
For the most part, leading into the same thing. And as you said there, Calretta already starting to rotate heavily into A, despite the fact that TLP is collapsing upon it from Cat and A main. Mar's going to have to fall back from Garden. The Hunter's Fury going to be a bit too much to deal with. For the time being, defense is holding. Zombie once again, though, sneaks in. He's going to get himself into an advantageous position, but once more is not able to do much with it. Mar takes him down. The rest of the team did have success getting up onto the site. We're not going to go into a 3v3. TLP should have the room they need to get their post plant as well. The Cosmic Divide going to come in. Mar tries to make a push, but I believe self-blinds himself there. He's going to end up going down as a result of it. Papa Smurf being the one to shut it out.
The Cosmic Divide down now. And remember, this is going to end up blocking audio here. It's going to allow Redo to get in a very strong position. Playing the cross on this very simple third out. They know where both of these members are, but Redo won't be able to hit the 180. Yoshi will be able to trade it out, but all the damage now coming back onto him. And Powa actually down low. We'll finally be able to get another round here for TLP that they've desperately needed. Haven't been able to get around since the initial 2 of the overall map, Sean. It's been a little bit, but they've gotten one on the board now and they have an opportunity.
30 seconds left.
Zombie, although he does falter, there's still an important contribution to the round in that he was able to get to that position, mainly because he acts as a distraction for the players that were going to assist from heaven. Had they been focusing on the rest of the A main push, very good possibility the plant never even goes down, and it's another very successful defense from Calretta. But at the very minimum, even though we do not see a kill come out from Zombie's advancement forward into heaven there, he does waste that 5 to 10 seconds, which allows the TLP members to trade out on site and get the plant, which eventually leaves them in a winning position there. So 7-3. So we said finally seen TLP get on the board since the first time we saw Calretta do the same. Now, the question is it going to remain consistent? Or does Calretta take over immediately? The aggression coming in from Chansey, but it won't pan out. Papa Smurf starting to take control for himself, and he's not the only one. Zombie finding a 3rd kill here against the Calretta lineup, although Akua starting to trade it back as well here. He gets 2 for himself. Papa Smurf ready to challenge the Operator. The Operator not so much. Yoshi will have to fall back, quickly regroup with Akua, and try to play out this 2v3.
All drone out now. Rafters and so close. Oh, will be able to get the kill. He does. Goes for the free spray as well, but won't be able to get the kill. Aqua with yet another Antillo coming behind the attackers, starting to add these together and shoring up this score.
Round before the
switch. 7-5 now. But that was quickly dealt with, especially early on for Papa Smurf, finding these big kills. And as you said, Zombie able to make one as well. But really, Papa Smurf taking the reins back. This is kind of what we expected from him early here. Kind of the influence we've seen from Chansey on this defense. That's what we expected out of Smurf, and he's came to light here. It's been Zombie inside the early round to really set off these rounds, but obviously Papa Smurf coming up big inside of the frag department right now, 13-9.
On the Astra as well. We already saw it last weekend, but once again, going to be showing up again here on our finals week. We have Papa Smurf dominating at the moment here. That's the controller of TLP. Redo going to find some good impact, and he's going to get both the kills behind it as well. Seekers to be safe will actually allow them to notice the third player, but not before Alku is able to sneak off at least one trade. Ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter to a huge degree, though. It's still a 4v2 advantage now for TLP because of that aggressive play. Alright, trying their best to rotate into B. They are going to correctly assume that the play will continue to go towards that site. What can they do now with these lackluster numbers? Only the Killjoy in sight. They've kept their second player off, closer to spawn in the event that they rotated towards A.
Revealing area.
On Sacred versus 3 right now. We've seen Sacred able to at least stave off 2 before, and this might make things even more difficult. But does Sacred have the move? Holding lane. Zombie is, and not only is he holding it, he's holding it with an op. And they'll shut down Sacred immediately. Chansey with 2 though, able to equalize here into the 1 versus 1, and has so much time when it comes to this spike. Only 8 bullets left inside of the Phantom. The shots, the redo goes for the rotate, and Chansey shuts it down. It's 4 frags for him, and it's going to be an 8-4 scoreline at the half.
It's the battle of the controllers right now. Chansey versus Papa Smurf, and who can dominate more here? The duo Astra's doing fantastic work for either of their teams here. 2 clutch plays in a row, or 2 at least massive plays coming out from each of them there. And get ready to end the half here. 1 more round to go, but it's a very, very close scoreline. As we continue to see these teams battle it out and switch sides now, in fact, as I correct myself there real quick, and get ready to see how these 2 teams will fare on the opposite side.
So very unfortunate for Redo there, but either way, 8-4 right now for Calretta. This is under the offensive side, but it could be worse for TLP. Their early rounds just not really coming together, but finally able to come together as a team and make some things happen, especially for Zombie and Smurf. Redo also getting in there quite a few times, but we'd love to see some more out of Powa. Saw quite a bit out of him last weekend, but just slow to start here. Not feel your launch just yet, I would say. Still has an opportunity, especially going into the second half, but we definitely need to see more out of the Sova. Mar going to start us off, though, for the offense, as Zombie will go down as he gets caught looking inside of mid.
Does do some decent damage to 2 members of the attack, though, so that could come back a little bit later in this round. It's not able to actually control it, unfortunately, due to the double stack setup of their panels. Tilo working with another member of his team trying to control Market, but unfortunately that Nebula is going to force them out. We are going to see the gate get slammed pretty quickly too, so a B flood comes in from Caloretta. They'll get the plant without too much of an issue, and Chansey back in mid, still going to cause some problems with a push going into Catwalk as well. Papa Smurf going to have to try and figure out how to deal with that. More than likely just going to reasonably assume this will become a flank, and I think he's correct to assume so, but that's still one person that cannot watch the retake now, has to watch their back as they try to do so, as the TLP members are in a sandwich right now in the pistol round.
The lurk might be needed here for Caloretta. A nuclear option as the retake comes in, but Aqua able to fire back. Papa Smurf, though, he's been so dominant today. He'll shut down one. Oh, and it's going to be needed, John. They're able to get spike control here, and Papa Smurf will be on lookout. A singular bullet's needed. You don't need the rest of the mag. Smurf will remove the head of Chansey, and it's Astra on Astra dominance right now for Smurf as they're able to shut down the round and start this half off strong.
Once again, the Astra comes out in a big way here. Papa Smurf supporting his teammate to make sure that defuse goes through and shutting down Chansey as well. Chansey's decision to go for the flank there ultimately ends up costing Caloretta in a very big way, although he couldn't expect in any way, shape, or form that their defense on site would fall apart so quickly, especially with the advantage they had. So that's a big mess up on the rest of the team there to allow that to go through. Not much Chansey unfortunately could have done, but obviously would have been great to have him on the site to help out. Let's see how Caloretta will look to make up for that, though, as the second round is probably going to yield some pretty light results for them. Just a couple of ghosts, and they'll be going up behind a couple Ares buys, as well as quite a few more upgrades for the TLP side of things. So it will be a rough one for them to work through.
Absolutely. That last round, as you were saying, I really wish he was just a little bit closer on that flank. I think that's really the only thing that ended up messing him up there, was just the timing of when he was able to get in. He ended up going all the way to rafters for that rotation. Although, unbeknownst to him, the remainder of the team was actually inside of market defensively, so been able to get there a little bit quicker, but obviously didn't have the same eyes that we do, folks. We get to cheat and see through walls and everything. So either way, though, Caloretta, this offense so far has been very slow moving. Finally made a decision here, and it's looking to be the A side. That guiding light's not going to give up too much intel here. That's why Caloretta has not made a commitment, but now the jig is up. The guiding light out. Yoshi not able to get the frag necessary to pop this open. Zombie with the big one. Power will be able to get the shots now. We wanting him to hit for the entirety of the game. And TLP, stand tall. It's all up to Sacred instead of a 1 versus 5. Be starting things off inside of mid. Going through the defensive spawn right now. Tillo's already got oversight on this, and this is not looking too good. And honestly, if you could even say this, I guess he's playing for exits, one could say, but there's no spike planted here. So really just playing for people to leave the site and look for him. Moves forward. It's going to be a pretty easy round here for Tillo. Flawless for the defenders as they get within 2 of Caloretta.
More than anything, they're just wanting to waste those couple of extra seconds sitting in the corner where he had relative safety. I don't think there was probably some of the IGL or otherwise leadership from the side of Caloretta wanted to point out here, and they had those couple of extra seconds to do so. So why not use the extra time for that purpose, since there wasn't really much that was going to transpire throughout the rest of that round. TLP continued to come back, though, with those 2 quick rounds being picked up by them. It seems that one final round found from Caloretta at the end of the half was just that, a single round. We'll see if that'll remain the case, though. Caloretta finally coming back in with their first big buy on the attack, and it's still against the bonus from TLP, so good chance of an upset here. Try and allow for Caloretta to get their feet on the ground for this attack, and more importantly, maintain their lead at what would be a solid 3-round advantage. Zombie, though, inserting himself towards the inside of B main, going to try and see catch any of the aggressors in the corner, but this is not where the action is going to be happening. It's actually a mid push. Starts out well for Sacred, but quickly gets traded around there. Tilo exchanging it, bringing us back down into it. 4v4. Mar's going to put things back in the advantage of Caloretta, though. He catches Papa Smurf over towards A main. Powa, though, looking to try and reverse it, but no chance. He just being consistent right now. He shuts down Powa instead, and now we go to a 4v2 advantage for the attackers as they take A control.
One enemy remaining.
Powa there, to be honest, but now the rest of Caloretta shutting this down. Redo, not even a chance to breathe. The tailwind comes in behind from Yoshi. Kind of a distraction in a way for the rest of the team to get up into rafters, but pretty solid round here as Caloretta simply overwhelmed this A site. It really keeping both of them inside of play. They had the nice adjustment, pulling their last remaining member off of B, but as Powa stepped up, I mean, things all of a sudden got pretty simplistic moving forward. The A site's free. We might as well get the spike down and see if we can just simply box out the last remaining defender, and that was pretty simple at the end of the day. So Caloretta now set up here for the B site. Spike will at least be positioned here. Doesn't mean they exactly have to commit to it, but TLP on the buy round here. Now the operator for Zombie inside of him. Can we get the shots to land, though? The initial one will onto Yoshi, and that's a big pickup here. Tillo add on as well, and finally TLP get it off the ground early.
TLP getting themselves 2 very early picks here. It's not going to leave Caloretta with much of an option, unfortunately. Instead of a 3v5, they lose that at very far back positions, too. Just trying to push themselves into B main and out in the open in mid. And they lose both their players there as a result of trying to get that control. Really only one option going to be left, apparently, for the rest of Caloretta. B is basically going to be a death sentence if they try to walk out there by themselves through mains. They'll try to go for A, assuming that it's going to be a little bit lighter on the defenses. And right now, that's a good call. If you only have Powa sitting in that position, fending off any aggression from the sites, they're going to be let on. This is somewhat by design for TLP, though. TLP can still bring a very powerful retake to the table on the A site, even after the plant goes down here. Are taken forward, beautifully done inside of this nebula, but overstays his welcome. Papa Smurf will be there to exchange it back down. Caloretta's numbers still not going to be too favorable for them. Looking for a second target, and he's going to find it. Altua takes out the first drop from heaven, but again, Papa Smurf just managing everything on this retake as he gets all 3 kills. Reedy will take the defuse, and it's going to go 9-7.
Papa Smurf has just been so dominant in these retakes. And, you know, I'm hoping that we continue to see this on this team attack, because this is what we were talking about when it came to the offense. He's always able to find himself in these really powerful positions, and his refrag potential as well, like you can see right here, is always extremely high. He's able to assist his teammates and just keep that kill count coming back into their favor, and he does it yet again on this round. Also, Caloretta dedicating the Seekers there from Mar, but they weren't able to get much done with it. That's the biggest thing there. You know, they're able to eventually bide for A control, but it really didn't get done too much to the overall, you know, story of that round. They weren't able to really get any frags off of it instead of anything of the sort. And oh yeah, another unlucky boon here for the defense as big shot will come through, but oh no, the defense continuing to power forward. Redo will get one. Zombie tries to go for a classic move, able to actually move out and get one with the op, and now Tillo here to be able to assist. Now it looks like the offense wants to try and throw this mid.
Alcoa single-handedly bringing Calaretta back into this round. This is really kind of the story of the match so far, as individual players carrying their team's efforts through further into it. Here's going to be the problem now. Tillo's still in a make-or-break position. He's going to be able to break out one of them. That brings us still onto even turf, though, in a 1v1, but this is what he's not going to be expecting. Okay, we're time to run the other way, as Sacred does catch the face of the operator. Thankfully for him, it's going to be missed, so he's going to fall back. Try to go over towards the B site, make a plan here instead. He'll be able to get it down. Little credit to him here. Makes it away and be able to successfully secure that. But in the post plant, he needs to clutch out the 1v1 versus the operator. Zombie actually will have a tough time getting into a position where he can use that. So it'll be exchanged out over towards the Phantom. Odin as well now. Spam comes through the hut. If Zombie potentially gives away his position, and now he knows that as some of the sound has come out, and oh no, a lockdown even as well. Sacred's going to use everything he has in his pocket to try and secure this. Works his way forward, Alarm Bot goes down, Nano Swarm popped off. He's got to wait out the Killjoy ultimate now as well, because he's taken too long. This is just not looking great here, unfortunately, for Zombie, but he still has the chance to do it as he works his way forward here, tries to get himself further towards Bauhaus and try to take this player out, but Sacred just being so passive, wanting to draw this down to the final second possible, and that will leave Sacred in a winning position as he gets the clutch on the round, and Calaretta still maintain a 3-round lead over TLP ultimately.
I don't even know what to say about Calaretta anymore, because it's just Chansey and Sacred are able to get away with so much, and if it gets down to one of these clutch moments, and either one of them are alive, it just always seems like there's an opportunity for them. But a great round from them nevertheless, and really getting it down to the wire when it came to the 1 versus 1. We saw the lockdown come out there as well, just simply trusting himself there. He was able to delay so much time, and really nothing coming through from the Jet, all except for that turret very early that obviously ended up catching him. And that's when we see the KJ ult come out. So just very well played from Sacred there. Not really much more you could ask for overall. Zombie gonna end up hopping the Blade Storm on this one. He'll get tagged up here from the Owl drones. They'll have a read on his location here for just a little bit. Now with the Cloudburst, we'll be able to rework this, especially kind of up with the Bird as well, but the Guiding Light won't find too much. But offense really hasn't done too much here. Except for Mar on the starting to push forward. That kill's gonna go down inside of the main. Oh, a beautiful shot here, but Powa, what is that? Yoshi goes over Hut with the Judge, but still can't get the kill. Powa with a singular click will take him down, and Calaretta are losing this out on a pistol.
It's not a great look right now for Calaretta here as they try to once again control their lead. They're getting shut down by sheriffs inside of the B site right now.
It's the Wild West out here, John.
Yeah, trying to move the spike forward. You'll note that they still have Akua lurking over towards A, however, so that is potentially still an option. I don't think it's going to remain one here, though. Oh, it's not exactly a losing fight that he gets. Sacred finding success on the B push means we're more than likely going to see a commitment made there. Akua had to awkwardly back away, but here's the problem. Powa now armed with the very same weapon they tried to kill him with about a minute ago. Very potentially going to shut this down. Chansey saves his own life, but 13 seconds left here. They need to get the spike down to the ground, although TLP knocking on the door, ready to immediately retake. Now, Aku has lost as well. Everything falls to Chansey once again in the 1v3. Zombie gonna peek up there, gets the intel he needs. They know the back box the Chansey's gonna be playing behind. He tries to take the fight versus Redo, but Redo will instantly win it. That's gonna be an 8th round up on the board for TLP as they keep this comeback rolling.
And TLP stand tall here. Able to get it done with the Sheriffs. Calaretta just simply losing out on these initial engagements. And really, I mean, they're doing a bang-up job of at least reinforcing these when it comes down to it. But, I mean, especially the kill on to Powa, I mean, that should have been extremely simplistic with the Judge. But, I mean, what else can you really do when people are hitting shots like that? Powell was able to get two in such a strong area that Colorado were going for. It just simply shuts down the entirety of the offense. And now they too are going to have to suffer through an eco round here. It's going to be sheriffs across the board, as well as a classic and a frenzy on Sacred. So well, they're likely not going to be able to get too much done here. And this is going to make TLP pretty happy, especially economy-wise.
Standing ahead.
So TLP with a real chance to try and finally take control of the lead for themselves here. Mars going to run out. Bao sees all this for the record here. Redo is going to be able to actually get the kill, though, as Bao is a little bit busy throwing out abilities. Papa Smurf translates a second. Chansey will find a trade against Papa Smurf somehow behind that nebula and inside of all that chaos. But still, 4v3 advantage for the defense here. Time continues to tick down, and members of Colorado take a second to reevaluate what their strategy is going to be, whether it's full force commitment forward with the current plan, where, as you can see on the minimap, TLP very much is ready for that. Double check this, nicely done, the guiding light allowing him in. Three fires out, Chansey taking down the strongest proponent remaining for Colorado here. Sacred once again pushing himself forward just through raw brute force at this point to try and work their way into the site, but that will once again be stopped. TLP secures a 9th. It is one round away from tying it up.
Got the Odin back as well, so I'm going to be able to maintain spam here on the B main position. This offense right now for Colorado just not able to get too much done. That last round, a little bit of a struggle, especially in comparison to what we've been seeing prior. Obviously, TLP having the gun advantage. Colorado able to fight back in a certain sense, but be happier on this round. But this round, a necessity at this point. Anything else in TLP are so very close to stealing a cent away when Colorado was in the power position in the first place. We'll start things off here. Mostly stacked up towards tiles. They really want to play mid out in this area this time around. It's mostly been looking towards B for them for most of this offensive half, but that doesn't mean that things can't change up. You can see the Trailblazer going out for their Sky as well. Here is Mars trying to see if there's anyone playing in this space, getting lights out as well. So could pull a couple of these defensive members over, but everyone's playing extremely patiently. Powell's going to end up getting marked up here, and scared that someone's going to try and propel themselves forward, but nothing truthfully happening in this space just yet. Colorado's bided extremely well for mid control now and really have any direction to possibly use going forward. It's looking to be Tree.
TLP not wanting to get in the face of Colorado here, so Colorado will be allowed to go through on the cat. As Stokes was mentioning, into Tree as a follow-up. We've already got the Nebula down to allow for that push to go through, but the defense got some Nano Swarm to get into the way of the Seekers. We'll go into Tree and find the player inside of there. It's not, however, going to find Papa Smurf hiding out in the corner, so he'll sneak off the first kill against Yoshi for free. That stunts the rest of his executors. There's something to decide to go through into mid, and look at this from Redo, spamming in through the spawn fence, and that on top of what Power as well as Redo are bringing to the table right now might very well stop this play. It's all left to Chansey again, and what's going to be a 1v5 clutch if he can somehow make this happen. Already got the first 2 kills for him, but it's going to guarantee the plant. The rest of this is all up to him. He's got a measly 20 HP to make it happen. Cosmic Divide available as well, but I doubt that's going to come out here.
Well, Chansey's been perfect throughout this, but we're asking him to be pixel perfect now, John, and it's not going to happen. Zombie, singular bullet from the Sheriff will take him down, and that's going to be the tying round here for TLP, and one that Colorado desperately needed, but now definitely not going to be the case. Trying to figure out exactly who wants this ult point. It is eventually going to be Zombie. He was trying to give it up and be nice, but they'll force the Jet main to take it instead. And now this round and this game overall gets extremely interesting, John, because Colorado do not have any money, and TLP can possibly get up to 12 here.
Super back and forth, as we can see. A little bit streaky of a back and forth nature, but
still got a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, can't really misalign the buy when compared to the rest of the team, though. So still going to have to go. Yeah, you'll see him. He will misalign himself with the fact that he's going to buy more than his teammates, but not to the point where he actually detriments himself for the upcoming round. It's going to stop at a Spectre. So that's the best gun that Colorado are realistically going to have for a normal gunfight to use here. Obviously, argue with me too. Cal's come home about Spectre versus a Sheriff, but
or Ares.
Hey, yeah, or an Ares.
Don't slander the Ares, all right? It's a little bit cheaper than the Spectre nowadays, okay? Don't always have that high pen round as well. Oh, Zombie with an opportunity, but a little bit scared inside of that position as well. Knew there was more than likely a couple Colorado members inside of lobby, but actually not nearly as many as he once thought. A multitude of them up inside of heaven. or actually top mid, rather. Either way, Zombie's still going to be able to get the initial frag as Yoshi goes hunting inside of mid and gets ill-advised.
Sacred will get found out as a result of those Seekers coming in from the defense here. He's just going to chuck it down a turret, though. Wait for that time. Ticks away, and we wait for the eventual, what looks like an AXQ going to come out from Calretta here. A lot of noise made over towards A main. So Papa Smurf, I think, is fairly well aware of this as he waits out the Nebula timer before potentially making some aggressive swings himself. Sacred still just kind of biding the time that they have over here inside of B main. They set themselves up a while ago. Nebula finally going to block off their vision, but the rest of the team ready to push forward. Zombie, another supported push, though, as he swings his way out right behind a guiding light. And just like the last time, it works just as beautifully. That player don't know what hits them as Calretta fall to 3 players. Only 12 seconds left. They haven't even started their execute yet, and as they do, go in a very one-sided nature all over to TLP here. Zombie can't seem to make his shots hit, so he's ultimately going to fall. So if there's any shining light to come out of this round for Chance, he's like, hey, at least they dropped the op. Unfortunately, it's getting picked up by Redo, though, due to the lengthy amount of time after his death. But still, at least they got down for a second. He's not going to pull the rebound.
All right. Calretta now finally getting some money back on the board after this pretty difficult round. We could just leave it at that. And not really too much they can do. Obviously going to be on a lower buy in comparison to the opposing squad, but still very difficult round to watch if you're a Calretta fan. And now they're presented this situation, which looks absolutely desperate. This round is a necessity for them. It's going to be the guiding light forward as everyone is stacked inside of A. They are playing no games here. And the other issue is they have all of the defensive utility to deal with here. KJ as well as Astra all in this position. And that means that they have to go through Papa Smurf to get what could be the most important round of this map. They'll get some control. The attacker Killjoy out and is actually not going to be able to get too much done. Everyone forced back, and Aqua with a big kill on Tillo. That doesn't mean the defense can't get things done as well, but not before a triple kill out of the Sova. He's got a singular HP remaining, but he's still going strong. Redo will be able to fight back, but now that the spike's down, it's in full retake mode.
Pick up from Redo there, very well saving TLP in this situation and allowing them to come back into it in the first place. Powa under a lot of stress right there, though. Chansey going to be able to exchange out the kill that he found against Yoshi, leaving it into a 2v1. Not impossible for Redo, but it's certainly going to be tough. Tries to trace the player through the green box, not going to be able to isolate out that position. Needs to close the gap quicker here. Running out of time, actually gets the dink off against Mar, but it is going to be through the box. Only knocks off about a third of the HP and is not going to be translatable into an outright kill. Seconds later when the fight gets started. Calretta maintain the tie point now at 11-11, although they have lost the lead. These teams are going to exchange back and forth. We need to see consistency from this point forward for Calretta if they still want to close out this map in their favor.
That's the problem. TLP had so much money that they have to burn through right now, so they're going to be able to continue to buy. This round could give them a couple of issues. Zombie's going to go for the full investment here into the op and actually chooses to back off. Actually, he can't make up his mind. Do we want the op? Do we not want the op? It looks like we do. He's actually going to immediately take this into B main and starts hunting. Won't be able to find too much here, but Mar might meet his maker. He extends too far out here. Recon bolt out that could possibly find Mar, and what a shot from Zombie. Nice adjustment there to catch Mar out from behind this little hut out there inside of lobby. Either way, that's going to lead the offense to a round that, once again, like we've been talking about, they really, really need. TLP have to make a very good opportunity to go their way here. Otherwise, this investment is obviously not going to be worth it at the end of the day. Defender Killjoy out now. Sacred will be able to get a big kill now, though, and they'll only be able to detain one player with that. We'll see if they'll be able to capitalize on it overall, but, I mean, the defense simply trying to figure out which space they want to try and work with. There's a Hunter's Fury out, and Sacred's actually going to get caught off guard from Powa. Tillo with a big kill as well, and now the entirety of the offense has actually been boxed out of B, and the spike's down on lane.
Unfortunately, losing one of their biggest proponents right at the start of the round already put the members of Calretta on a back foot, and even further, they decided to split Yoshi away from that play, and he got locked down by the defending Killjoy. Not really much of a choice in that matter due to the lurk that was going on. Yoshi's now left alone in a very unfriendly world here. Himself in a 1-2-4. Try to work himself back out onto the B site, but yeah, just a matter of seconds until we see Yoshi get eliminated. And Papa Smurf will eventually complete that prophecy, bringing it up to a 12-11 scoreline. Money is going to be a little rough here for the attackers as well as we get into that final round. We can see, for the most part, they'll be able to leverage themselves into 3 rifles. I don't think they have the money to do anything beyond that, though, so it's still going to be 2 scrap buys for the other players that we're not able to purchase yet. We'll get confirmation of that in just a second. Yeah, Spectre going on a Sacred and a Sheriff for arguably one of the best players on the team right now for Caloretta. Akua there, Aqua.
So they're able to get done. Never count Mar out either. He's had some crazy influential rounds here. If there was a time for him to come alive, it would be now for the offense. They do not want this Ascent to get away from them when they've had control from it most of the game. TOP able to break the economy eventually and bring it to this 12-11 scoreline, and finally we're seeing the Caloretta we needed to see last round. An aggressive front here with putting the defense on their back foot and not the other way around. Last time they allowed Zombie to get so much done early, and it might happen again here. Oh no, it's a full resurgence from TLP inside a market, and 2 huge frags. Also a shock dart kill coming in. Smurf, can he get the last kill? He can do that too. It's a triple kill for him on a round, and TLP, trade like pros, will take Ascent.
Papa Smurf just making up too much of a difference inside of those earlier, closer rounds. And as we got further and further into the match, most notably, as we got into the second half and they got themselves onto the defensive side of things, TLP are able to take some serious control for themselves as they have ultimately finished off 13-11 after there's initially a great lead coming out from Caloretta and seemingly dominance from them in the first half, but that all fades away as Papa Smurf steps up first and the rest of the team slowly comes out of the woodworks there as we get further and further into the map and they start taking that full control for themselves.
Yeah, Papa and Zombie actually combined for 10 opening bloods there, which is just absurd to think about because that is the difference between a Jet player and an Astra player.
An Astra, yeah.
You know, and that's not something you're really ever going to see is an Astra taking those early gunfights just because with how important her stars are to how the rounds end up playing out. You really need that utility. It can have a crazy amount of influence throughout the entirety of the round in comparison to Jet, which we all know that's the fragger. We want to see her get out there and try and find as many kills as possible. But right now, TLP are looking so solid, especially with Smurf at the helm.
We're going to have to see if they can keep that up. We've got a somewhat similar map coming up for our second one, folks. It's going to be Icebox, where these two teams are going to be duking it out. We are going to take a very short break. When we do return, once again, Caloretta versus TLP, we're going up against each other in our second map of the series on Icebox. Stick with us for more action. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational in the midst of our first of 4 of our quarterfinals for the upper bracket. Only showing one of them here on the broadcast, as we'll be checking in with games periodically throughout the playoffs bracket. But we've got a good one here for you guys. Our most evenly seeded matchup, and so far it has truly been the case as we go pretty much nearly to the end of regulation. To settle that first map on Ascent, it does ultimately end up going the way of TLP, though. We'll get the scores up on screen for you guys now. TLP take Ascent 13-11. Now we get ready to head over to Icebox, which will be a chance for revenge for their opponent. Stokes, do you think it's going to happen, though, or is TLP too much in control right now?
It's really hard to say. You know, Ascent, we ended up getting the mirror matchup there, and honestly, I just feel as though TLP did more when it came to their team play overall, and I think that's something that we highlighted inside of the pregame as well, is can TLP stand up, you know, against their opposing squad's team play? And they really could, especially in the sense of their Astra play, especially with Smurf coming in and getting some really big kills there with Zombie as well. So on Icebox, this might be Zombie Unleashed. That's the thing that I'm scared about, you know, going forward, is if Smurf is already being this impactful, adding any of these other players to back him up is just going to make things even more scary.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select, see how things are going to change up for the compositions here. More than likely an exchange already that we will see from the Astra over to the Viper, and we can see that confirmed for Chansey. Probably going to remain the same for Papa Smurf, and there we go. He locks that in. Redo is flirting with a KO, and even something even more interesting here now as well. Redo, we'll see what he ends up locking in ultimately, but I think he's gone back down to earth now for some of these picks. We'll see in a second. This is the map where you could very viably bring out a second duelist if you want to. In fact, Calretta is going to do that for Sacred, as both Yoshi and Sacred are going to fulfill that role. Tilo taking on the Jet right now. Still also do the double duelist, just going to be different players than we thought we're going to, as Redo does not take that very interesting agent than we thought we were going to get. He'll end up going on to the Sage, a much more normal pick, but definitely not one that we've always got. Mar always also goes towards the Sage. We'll have that for both sides, and once again, we'll have it very similar compositions between both these teams.
We're actually going to have the exact same.
Yep, I didn't want to say it just in case I was off by an agent or two, but pretty sure we got the mirror matchup again, and there you go. So once more, these two teams thinking very similarly about their agent picks.
I think somebody leaked the Google Doc. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. It's just everyone's just looking at the same strat book right now, John. I don't really know, but we'll have to see. I mean, it could really be the same. We'll have to be very attentive to the positioning of these players on their respective sides. But just to start us off, Colorado will be on the offense and TLP will be on the defense. Let's see how they want to try and set these things up. Neither of these squads obviously bringing another person with smokes. You don't really need that on Icebox. We mostly just see the play from the Viper, and we're going to get that. That's where John and I know the most about Papa Smurf, actually, is from his previous play on Viper, where he was quite dominant. So excited to see him on this role once again here, that he's going to be manning the B site.
Sage is obviously going to be adding quite a bit for these teams as well. Mainly with the Ice Ball able to block things off on the inside of Kitchen if the need should arise closer towards the A site also. Let's see what Calretta are going to give us, though, as they continue their attacking side here on the map number 2. They're going to start things off with a pretty direct play towards the A site. Not imagining there would be too much delay behind this also. Some players up on top of the screen stack for TLPs. They're going to catch this pretty quickly. Even better, Zombie, a second addition to the top of the screen step up there, is going to catch Aqua as well, bringing it down to a 5v4 already in the favor of TLP. But coming to bargain for site control, they actually are not going to be able to confirm the plan, as I've just realized that too. Calretta were forced off the site entirely. Mar trades out one additional player, but that's it. TLP continue to maintain control as they very quickly force Calretta off site and don't even let them get the extra 300 credits for the flag.
That was played so incredibly well from them. They're actually entirely going to back off of the site and then retake as a unit. The biggest thing there was obviously the spike not being confirmed, and the reason for that was Powa. He actually ended up having, I believe, both of his shock darts there, so he launched both of them at the box immediately and made it to where Calretta couldn't plant. They end up getting stuck in this very awkward situation that allows TLP to retake, especially off the back of what we saw Zombie achieve on the initial entry there. So very well done from them overall, and now the defense having better guns this time. Redo also with a pretty cheeky angle here on the back end of 410. Won't be able to catch Yoshi, and actually Yoshi hitting him a heck of a lot harder than Redo was able to try and muster himself. He'll actually end up having to use the heal and also the slow ones here just to delay the offense a little while longer.
Redo continuing to falter back, waiting to see if there would be a quick reaction from Calretta after he gives up his own position. Not going to see that, though. continuing to see things held off, mainly because of what's being thrown in for Papa Smurf at the moment, but Sacred swings right past that. It's a very clean shot off the Sheriff, and Aqua also finding one from his classic there. I believe with the Viper from Caloretta assisting in that. Aqua will continue to maintain a position on set. We do see the flank starting to work its way in. Needs to move quick, though, because these players don't... Oh, man, Sacred with another beautiful headshot off the Sheriff. Just deletes Zombie. Yoshi coming in to take care of one of the final players. Powa, the only one left in this fight. Yoshi's going to get scared by him just a tad as he darts back down into a safer corner. Well, things will start well for Powa. As I say that, he actually gets, I think, down to 10 HP, so it didn't really start that well at the end of the day. That was going to still have to try to find a way to lurk back onto this site, but won't be able to work it as Caloretta steals the second round right out of the hands of TLP and immediately ties us up.
So the A site going back the exact opposite way the time after. No retake played here from the defense. They actually tried to get forward with the opposition, and that was not exactly the thing that was necessary inside of that. The Sheriff played just too strong, especially from Sacred, hitting some extremely important shots inside of that round, which were a necessity for them. And this has been a big change-up for him from a map-to-map basis. Obviously, on Ascent, Sacred was actually on KJ. This time around, Reyna. So a lot freer reigns here to actually do what you want to do, whereas your utility being so very important in the likes of KJ. Obviously, Reyna in a lot more traction out of simply killing people and being able to use her abilities. They're going to have a big pickup here onto TLP yet again, as they'll be bowling over this defense. So this is going to be pretty straightforward anyways, as they're on to SMGs and TLP are on Eco. It's going to be all down to Powa, and he's just going to get overwhelmed. It's a flawless round for Caloretta.
Caloretta now starting to take control for themselves here. TLP going to be, unfortunately, run down by members of Caloretta as they have to take a save round following the loss in the second. Going to take that without too much of an issue, though, and now come into a full buy. So the easy round, presumably, for our friends over here on Caloretta are now going to stop, and the hard work begins as both teams will be at fairly full arsenal. This is going to be a slight bonus from Caloretta, not to really an extreme degree, though. We can see a few of their players already upgrading to those full-strength rifles, but missing a few of them are still going down to bulldogs, or specters. By the way, though, Caloretta going to be flirting with the B push yet again. They're jet wasting no time. Yoshi dashes right up on top of the B main box, and that already swings Papa Smurf back around to the B site, where he's going to play with the team Sage and try to delay from the inside.
This is the first time we've seen Caloretta extend themselves out towards B. Not the first time that we've seen the Viper wall go down here, though. They've been putting it down in this area time and time again, constantly trying to get TLP to commit an extra body here, just in case they want to try and get something done. Or possibly want to try and go for something else. Yoshi, though, very committed to this B side, and actually the Reyna on the opposite side as well. Chillo actually end up taking down Sacred, so the A site shut down currently. Yoshi extended out where the rest of his team is actually currently sitting at the gates of mid. We'll smoke that down and start to propel themselves forward here off the back. Smurf's efforts. Obviously still needs some help, or rather, Caloretta might need something else to get done here. Be able to take down Zombie, and Redo will take down yet another. It'll be Chansey to fall, actually, and Chansey with the play inside of mid. Now TLP, well aware of what's currently going on, but not able to shut it down. Actually had some solid position there, but Aqua just reading into the current spots. He'll be able to go for his third as well and get it down to a lone TLP member as they go for the post plant.
With the flank going down and the shutdown against Powa as well. So unfortunately not able to do much in the clutch. So they continue to go over towards Caloretta after they stole away the second round following the pistol. It's been all in their favor ever since then. Caloretta looking to quickly try and trade these maps back out and send us over to a third and final one. But obviously we're still very early days here as far as Icebox is concerned. Hopefully the members of TLP just not putting up a good fight. Excuse me, on the outset there of that B defense, falling way too much here, losing way too much before they can ever actually start trading things out. So that's going to cost them their first gun round and put them in Unico, where once again they are not going to be able to bring much to the table. Just upgraded pistols. That doesn't mean they're not going to try to do this aggressively, though. In fact, even more so than you would normally expect. Papa Smurf gets in the face of Yoshi unsuccessfully and goes down. Chansey will also be able to take down Tila, who I believe probably did something similar.
No heal coming out from Mar just yet, and there we go. We'll finally get it out. As well, he needs to get the wall up first, but now he'll kill his jet. There we go. Get him back to a little bit of an easier taste. HP.
One enemy
The
remaining.
shock dart out now for Aqua. Will be able to take down Zombie, and this has been fairly straightforward here from Calretta. TLP not really having an opportunity to fight back. They were playing really patiently up here inside the kitchen, but it simply won't work. Pao will be able to take down at least one and possibly get himself a gun, but not before Yoshi hops up top into the kitchen hallway and will take him down as well. Calretta simply overpowering this TLP defense, and a little bit of an awkward opening there just for a split second as Yoshi took us a little bit of damage, and Smurf with a great opportunity to be able to try and find that frag, but after Aqua started to warm up, it was pretty easy.
One enemy remaining.
Forward and able to capitalize on that with the utility as well. And Calretta finally able to get a solid lead here up against TLP.
4-1, in fact, is what that lead is going to grow towards. However, TLP has a chance to finally shut it down once again as they'll get full investments in it. Includes an operator into this. Awesome. Yoshi, though, trying to jump up into a common spot. He would try to cloud burst himself into it so it would be less obvious, but Zombie still gets some good damage off the process. Thankfully, both teams have a save, so it's going to be very quickly corrected. Sacred will get the first actual entry of the round now as he pushes on to site, takes down not just one, but two players from TLP. Looking to make it 3 here as well. Redo potentially challenging him from the screen's doorway, but he also hears Powa sneaking back up onto rafters. That'll just be called out, though. Mar will handle that, and he can put his focus on the screens players again. But that's where the problem is. Redo getting 2, in fact, and to some extent bringing TLP back into this round.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it was meant to break down like that. Redo will pop this round wide open, but they need to do even more, and it might require Redo in order to do it. 3 remaining here for Calretta. One more will fall as Redo will get his 3rd, but immediate refright here from Aqua. Nice find here from Smurf, but not able to land the shots up against Mar, and this offense looking impossible right now for TLP to try and handle. They looked so good on that initial round, John, and I really thought that was going to lead us into a couple successful rounds here, especially with the way that they were able to retake up against Calretta, but the pick game has just been too strong early inside of these rounds. Granted, we did see, obviously, a good comeback here from Redo, but it just wasn't meant to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, the entry game specifically from Calretta right now is not being challenged, at least on the outset of that previous round. They're going to try to do it with something interesting this time, or at least... Oh, okay, never mind. It's pretty boring. It was looking interesting there for a second for TLPs. We had 2 Marshall buys, but those went away. We're back to just Sheriff. So it's more of the same, ultimately, here, where Calretta has been waltzing onto the site for a large majority of these rounds and taking control for themselves. A bit of an aggressive play towards mid yields okay results for the time being for TLP, as they're able to trade out 1 for 1. That's going to give them access to the rifle. Sacred, though, quickly putting the power balance back in the favor of the attackers as he takes Powa down, and immediately 2 more fall. Yoshi and Aqua, followed again by Sacred. It's Calretta controlling, once again, in the anti-eco to put things up to a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you know what the defense has to bring to the table. They'll smell blood in the water, and they'll immediately overpower A, and that spike plant was almost inevitable at that point. Finally, though, TLP will have guns back, and this round should be a little bit easier to pallet overall, although Smurf is going to be so very low on money. He just has not had a game thus far. 2-6-0, not able to even get an assist, and that's quite awkward when it comes to the overall game of Viper as well. So obviously really want to get on the board here and get something done. They're looking for this round, but starting to run into some problems here is the offense. Snake Pit will go down. Zombie will be able to pick up Yoshi, and the defense getting off on the proper leg. Papa Smurf will be able to take down Sacred, as well as this A attack is just not going their way.
Finally, things start to look better for TLP here, although the round's not done just yet. Papa Smurf, though, putting the Viper's Pit in the middle of his A execute that members of Calretta have been using so often. You've been the death knell here for the attack on Calretta's side of things. Mar continuing to look for an option to try and find Papa Smurf, but Aqua is going to have to eventually walk into that himself, and now Papa Smurf only with 1 more player left to deal with. It's not going to be too much of a problem. They just keep hiding out here, keep the veil up. Mar tries to push in, man. Papa Smurf is going to be able to negotiate for both of those as he ultimately gets a quad on this round. And a 2nd round overall from TLP.
Yeah, Viper in and of herself is just such a solid character
enemy
with a
remaining.
regular utility, but when it comes to this
Last
Viper's
player
pit,
standing.
she's just so difficult to try and fight. Simply because you step inside of there and she just has better vision than you, simply put. You're highlighted red, she's just this figure off in the corner. It's like you got sleep paralysis and she's just standing there. There's nothing you can really do about it. Able to take down both of them there, and TLP finally getting some very important rounds on the board. They seriously needed that economy for the overall game right now. But now Calretta will not worry too much about that round. They're going to continue to blitz forward here. And what a plant spot here for Yoshi. He's actually not going to stick it. Sacred with a big kill, and they've got kitchen control. Everyone's flooded in, but now TLP needs some assistance. They'll be able to take down Yoshi, but Tillo's going to lose his life for it. And Calretta going for the plant yet again after they double down, and they'll knock TLP down to 1.
That's a really nice jet route there to be able to get in and find a plant mere seconds after the round starts. Nearly went for it too, but ultimately tried to play it out smart, and that was probably the smart play. If he sticks that right there and is allowed to get it, there's a very good chance someone from TLP can sneak back in and defuse that before the rest of his teammates group up, but thankfully waited that one out. Well, yes, he did eventually die in Sacred. I believe that on the ground. It's a 1 round for the members of Calretta, and they are still dominating this attacking side, save for the 1 round that was just picked up 2 ago now. The members of TLP is going to serve to once again put them into an awkward spot, economically speaking, although that won't show up on this round. It happened in the previous one where they had to buy down just a tad, and now they're back to full strength yet again. But that's not really going to make up much of a difference here, as we've been seeing so many times already. Don't seem to change things as Yoshi hops his way up and floats his way through middle to find the opening pick again, this time versus Redo. He's going to follow that through onto the site where things are looking a little bit better here for TLP. Yoshi needs to be a big player here, but he can't get his shots. Papa Smurf and Tilo are shutting it down instead.
Oh no, not like this, Yoshi. You got to hit those shots. I was about to say, sometimes, John, you got to pull up and hit a 3, but unluckily enough for him, he pulled up and hit a 1. It was a very nice shot inside of mid, but he's not able to capitalize on this push through mid in the way that he wanted to. I mean, especially if he bowls over Tillo there, there's a really good chance that they're able to take control of A, but it just wasn't meant to be. And TLP get away with yet another round. This is really reminding me of what happened really early here on Ascent, where TLP were able to fight back after Calretta jumped ahead so far. TLP could not get around past 2 up until Calretta actually got to 7. So this is extremely similar to what we've been seeing before. But TLP has some pretty interesting positioning currently out here on long. They'll be able to trade that out for 1. Sacred takes down the mirror matchup as they've gotten some semblance of control here on B, but they're actually split currently. They actually have 2 back towards A right now. Obviously, one still working the mid area. Jet actually going to be the truthful one out onto A. So a spike over towards long, and it's going to be the Hunter's Fury out. Smurf will be able to take down Yoshi over on the A site, so this is looking like a full B commit for the time being, as Sacred has allowed so much space here. Look at this, folks. Redo's not even aware of the situation. Give me that freebie. He's invisible now. He gets to move wherever he wants to. He'll get underneath Tube. Smurf with an opportunity, and he'll take him down, make it a 2 versus 2, as the defense has a chance.
Viper's Pit is down on the site, though, making things a heck of a lot harder for TLP, as Papa Smurf does not have his in this situation. The rest of the team going to work their way in now to start the retake. Oh, it creeps forward here. He'll start to inch himself a little bit closer towards it. Ultimately, are they going to try to play that? Papa Smurf going to get scanned out, and that'll be the death of him, unfortunately. Intel just too strong. Power makes the play forward, does take out the owner of the Viper's Pit, but it won't matter, as Aqua is able to re-exchange it just seconds later and make sure that Calretta stay in control. We go 8-3 at halftime. Actually, about to make it 8-4 yet again.
Sacred, Sacred, Sacred. What an insane game from him right now. The duelist pick coming in from what we saw previously. Once again, playing Killjoy on Ascent. That's the thing that's blowing my mind right now. The fact that he's able to just switch gears and look so damn good right now, especially with Aqua coming online as well in comparison to the last game. Calretta just seemed indomitable, at least when it comes to this side. Now, things can change up here, and it's been a change up here for TLP. They're getting very aggressive. Zombie playing low right now on Belt. They're able to catch Yoshi off guard, but once again, the Reyna on Reyna into action. Sacred will not allow him to get away, but the defense fight back. They'll blow Caloretta off of A, as well as the Spike currently being down. The Viper trying to power forward, and Chansey will get it. Smurf is lost out inside of his own Viper's pit. Tillo will have to try and come in through rafters to do something about this, but the offense has already vacated the premises.
Offense still with over a minute to play this out here. Surely TLP have to be considering that this is going to be an option, but they won't probably think about it for a couple more seconds here. And those few seconds are going to cost them in a very big way. The good news is, as you probably are noticing now, Redo does have the Resurrection available. He's going to use that to bring Power back into the fold, reignite the player advantage in the favor of TLP, although only slightly, and see where they can go with this. It's going to be an aggressive move from Aqua as well. Goes all the way deep to the inside. Tillo has the knives out, but is he ready for the swing? He's not. Aqua gets it for free, and the numbers are even yet again. Recon Dart goes in, probably didn't get itself to stand out, but the distraction works as Chansey spams everything in with the Odin to shut it all down and make it a 9-3 half for Caloretta.
Chansey, did Chansey kill that last man through the panels down low?
I think
that
he did
was
to some extent,
insane. Yeah. That was so unbelievably insane. What a round in the 9-3 half of the offense here on Icebox. Caloretta simply shutting down TLP. This is their map, and they are simply taking it to them currently, not allowing TLP any quarter at all across the entirety of Icebox. Even their own spawn isn't safe from a Caloretta push. But now, shoes on the other foot, TLP, everything resets. Back to the pistol round, but this one a lot more important than the last.
So for Caloretta, control very much in their favor, and heading over to the defensive side as well. The real opportunity to try and control Icebox here and send us to our third and final map of the series. Tilo sneaking in, though, to try and change things up for TLP and see if they still have a chance to shut this one down. He'll be the A investigator for the time being. The rest of the team holding stalwart at middle, waiting to see if Caloretta are going to throw anything at them, but it's not looking likely here. We've just got a 3-1-1 split. The Caloretta members, 3 stacked in A, 1 in mid, and 1 watching the B play. Very bored player on B, apparently. Take-up member is not going to be too heavily challenged in this instance. For TLP, though, take a look at them. They are very much ready for the challenge, as it eventually is going to come their way. And Tilo just trying to hunt out someone peeking from Caloretta, but not getting anything on the other side of that defense. Caloretta are also playing this very, very far back at the moment.
Caloretta's reads so far have been so very good, though. Gonna push back towards mid, and now Sacred, well aware of the rotation underneath Tube. He'll be able to read this out towards the B player, but Chansey will fall. Sacred needs to hit his shots right now, but simply can't. The Sage getting away and getting yet another kill as well. Although things will equalize, actually. TLP will be able to get the plant down on the B side and push this into a post plant, but not before Pillow. They won't be able to negotiate for much more, as they're simply gonna try and overwhelm long here. They know where Smurf is. Yoshi will be able to land the shots, and Caloretta once again get away with the round. TLP have to try and play for control over the site while they're getting the spike down, but immediately when the spike goes down, they start losing bodies, and there's no way to try and refrag. Caloretta with the man advantage, they're not afraid to try and trade things out, and in fact, they don't even need to. They get the other 2 kills almost immediately, and Yoshi is able to hold back the Viper of Chansey as well, and just make it impossible for them to try and do much, or rather Smurf, either way. But, you know, Caloretta just simply taking it to TLP right now.
Yeah, Caloretta with far too much control over these situations, it seems, and not only that, but the capability to initiate into each and every one of them seemingly seems to go their way in most avenues. One of the few chances that I think TLP will have to get themselves back into the game. Now there'll be aggression coming out from them behind this. See what exactly they are going to be able to leverage themselves as they inch up towards a site where there is going to be an aggressive Mar waiting in the corner. Mar ultimately not able to lead into a whole lot, however. He's taken out fairly quickly by Zombie, and Zombie follows it through with the second one against a very important player. Sacred going down. Papa Smurf confirms the mid push. Will get traded out by Aqua, but Aqua not really going to be able to do anything since he jumps off of the top of Generator as well. He's actually going to get pressured by 2 of the players from TLP on the inside of A. And finally, things are looking a lot better here for the TLP members. Aqua, of course, though, still keeping it palatable as he takes down Zombie and brings the numbers down to a 3v2. With Chansey still in a hard lurk here, the round is not over just yet. Chansey starts things off well also. Finds Redo, knows he's got some presence over at top rafters. Aqua trying to keep an eye on that, but Aqua instantly headshots out not just one, but two additional players. Tillo and Paua both go down, and suddenly it's still Kawareda's round as they go up to 11.
Aqua just makes it look so easy right there. Such a huge play inside of mid just to start off, and as you said, Chansey with the lurk as well, catching the offense off guard, but then Aqua able to work back in, and the timing works for him so very well. I mean, look at this, folks. The Jet's gonna look away just at the proper moment, and a quad kill for him on the round. Chansey simply there to play spoils and just pull the initial idea of looking towards this screen area away from the offenders. So very well done, but Aqua has just been a different beast here on Icebox.
Aqua continuing to dominate, even at the very outset of the next round here. Him and Sacred immediately find impact. Yoshi's gonna look for some as well. He's got the judge, he's got the dashes, they've got the win. Kawareda already at 12 rounds here. Only 3 picked up for TLP. A flawless as well there on that bonus buy. They're going to try and end this nice and quick here. One more round is all they need for TLP. We now need 9 straight. Triple their overall count for the outset of this game.
I mean, when you start seeing a Jet move like that and she has a shotgun, that's just one of the most terrifying things in the world. And you know, so very well read from Yoshi as well. Saw the owl drone there, knew that he had to be in the area and more than likely where he was, and just so happened to be the first place that Yoshi checks. So the defense looking very, very good coming into this round, although TLP with a great opportunity here to start off this comeback as they desperately need to. This round goes Kawareda's way. Obviously, Icebox is theirs as well, and we'll be heading to map 3 here. Redo, though, the strong start. He'll take down Sacred, making it a little bit easier to take control of. But now before Mar hits a huge double, Paua and Tilla both going down. I don't believe that the ult is available for the Sage either. Yoshi to fall as well as Papa Smurf will pick up one of his own. And Empress launched just to make sure that TLP can stay alive in this one.
I'm going to continue to take down here. On the favor of the attackers, Chansey for the first pick, and Aqua sneaking in again from screens. Takes out Zombie. Finishes Papa Smurf off the site here. Should be able to chuck in these snake bites. He stopped the defuse. No! Chansey shuts it out again. He's getting a nice shot of these two right towards each other at the end of the game. Kawareda controls it very much single-handedly. 13-3 in their favor on this second map. A massive turnaround from the scoreline on Ascent, to be sure, and that one was close as well. Nearly able to take it 2-0, but it's looking like they're going to try to take things 2-1 as they go 13-3, here on Icebox. And are going to look to take control of this on our final map instead.
I mean, what an incredible Icebox. Kawareda able to come back in such convincing fashion. And, you know, for TOP, there's really not much to say on that map. Just outclassed there. I'm hoping that we can see a bit better here when it comes to Split, but we'll have to get there first. As for our other games, folks, we've got a couple of updates that we can possibly give to you guys right now. Third Impact is currently 1 map up over Spectrum Swing. You guys are seeing what's going on as we...
Hold on.
Oh, do we get even another one?
New information.
We did. Look at this. Yes.
Yeah, Third Impact actually won versus Spectrum Swing 2-0. Kawared and TLP obviously still playing each other for a second semifinal. Zero Marksman Black as well took a 2-0 victory versus N40. That was the team we were talking about before with a different name coming into today's tournament. And finally, Serenity Black and Godset, we were still waiting on results for them. So here's that bracket, ladies and gentlemen. You can see all of those matchups and all the scores we just iterated for you folks in front of you now. So Third Impact will be taking on the winner of this match here between Kawareda and TLP when we finally get a victor from it, but we do need to go to our third map for that, so stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to go to a quick break. When we do come back, it's the third map between these teams to settle who is going forward and who is going to the lower bracket. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Caloretta giving us a quick rebound on map number 2 versus TLP means we are heading to a third and final map to settle the series between these two teams. Just as a quick note, this is still an upper bracket matchup, so no elimination on the line for either one of these teams just as of yet, but still, that is the very first round of the tournament as well. Let's go ahead and get those maps up on screen, by the way. But it's still the very first round of the tournament, meaning that if you go down the lower bracket here, you have got a rough fight to make your way to the grand finals, and while it is still possible, it is going to be very, very difficult, and that possible elimination will be staring you in the face the entire time you were doing so. So we'll have to see if Split will be the correct battleground for either one of these two teams to take control. Stokes, what do you make of this as we're getting ready to head on to that map now?
You know, I think your earlier analysis of this map pool overall it still stands true, John. And the likes that Split is going to be a big change up in the way that these maps have been played so far. We're going away from more of an open concept and going to a very congested, very CQC-based map. And you know, with that being presented, it's really going to be down to the team play and the way that they have this utility affect the map overall. And that's why I personally am extremely excited to see what these agent lineups are going to be. Are we going to have the mirror matchup yet again?
Well, that will be certainly a question we'll get answered in a second here. We're just waiting on these players to get readied up, and then we'll be good to hop into the matchup there. Once again, calling out some of the big performers in that one, as it wasn't truly just the battle of Chansey versus Papa Smurf anymore. Papa Smurf still topping things out, to be sure, for the TLP side of things. Unfortunately, no one else really able to step up to the plate when necessary, save for Zombie a few times. Meanwhile, on the other side of things for the folks on Caloretta, it was Aqua that was able to dominate in that last map at 21-5, stepping up even from his performance over on Ascent. Sacred as well, doing quite well, specifically inside of the entry game at 15-9. But here we go, folks. Enough about the last map. It's time to focus on this one as we're heading into Split now, and the teams are already starting to lock in their selections. Already a couple differences starting to pop up, so it seems like this is going to be the most varied pick we'll have yet between these two teams.
And once again here, Caloretta will be throwing things for a loop. Yoshi, who we've seen on Jet for most of this series so far, he's going to be on Sage instead, and we're going to be going with two separate duelists here. No Jet coming in for Caloretta either just yet. Sacred currently eyeing the Raze, which, especially on this map, packs quite a punch, especially with the space control she has with all of those different explosives. Mar already locking us in with the Reyna as well. And as for more utility-based agents, Chansey will be bringing us in with the Astra, which overall inside of pro play, like we were talking about earlier, there's been seen quite a bit more play of this agent overall.
Just waiting for Sacred to lock things in. Look like he's already fairly well decided on the Raze, but there we go. So Split, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be that final battleground. Stokes already mentioned it a few times, but in terms of stylistic choices, this map is very, very different from the previous two we played. Mainly, it's a bunch of freaking hallways compared to the last two maps we played that have these massive open corridors spread throughout them. You're not going to have those really at all inside of this map, save for the sites themselves and middle, which even mid to a certain extent is just a long hallway, really, if you look at it the right way. And we're looking at it right now, so you can see it for yourself. But here we go, folks. TLP starts out the attack. This time, Caloretta starts on the defense. Which team will come out on top? Well, you're going to have to watch to find out. So let's see who will take the crown here and the map along with it, and the match, too, to move forward further into the upper bracket.
Yeah, you know a map is congested when the longest angle of the entire map is inside of attacker spawn, and it's that really long hallway that you can see that's attached to like where you actually spawn at. That's like the longest area you can find in a straight line on the entire map. It's even longer than the main like A angle going from ramp all the way to screens. So yeah, very, very close quarters here, and it's already going to be starting off. Gonna be a boombot early on for the defense here of Caloretta, as Smurf is going hunting, using all of his utility early here on B.
Utility, as you mentioned, being used at the moment to hold off Papa Smurf and the rest of TLP, but TLP has found another route into this site. They're going to head towards Heaven, where Caloretta seems to be paying no mind to it at the moment. This could be a really big mistake, ultimately, as we can see Mar
down low in B right now.
See Mar trying to rotate into position, but here we go. 3 shots for Zombie, but he misses all 3 of them. Papa Smurf again there to be able to make up for that. Tilo helping out as well. The site does work out. Mar trying his best to stop it, but failing outright also. Papa Smurf gets his own personal second as a result of that. And the retake from Calretta now going to look rough as it falls to the remaining players moving all the way over from the other side of the map. And even better for one. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say they have someone blocking the rotate, but apparently not very well. Power goes down. That's Chansey getting a quick exchange to make the numbers look a little bit better, but still a 2v3 on the pistol with limited time to work their way back in. I've seen more crazier retakes happen, but this one seems to be working out all right for Calretta there. As Aqua works his way back in with another quick pickup here. Trying to deal with Hell with the
last player standing.
Trying to move him out of position, but Tilo on the cross finally puts a stop to this retake. As Papa's first going to be able to seal the deal on the final kill. Will be ultimately the last player left standing there. A very close pistol, but it goes the way of TLP.
Yeah, Calretta able to drag that one out there with their retake into heaven. But either way, it just seems as though if you got a classic in your hand, there's always an opportunity. Still, I mean, you know, the defense just simply neglecting heaven, at least the B side here, and really just giving up way too much when it came to the control towards TLP. They're able to walk up mid for free. There's not a single person standing in their way up there. Granted, Zombie not able to do too much with the Sheriff in that position, but if Zombie was landing his shots in that case, then things would have obviously been a heck of a lot easier for them overall, because Calretta really can't get too much done there. But this time around, they will be able to. They're actually going to deal quite a bit of damage to Zombie. He'll get the refrag at a minimum, but now currently stuck outside of A. Spike down behind them, so they still can't adjust out worst case scenario, but this is not how they wanted to start off this second round.
Yeah, Zombie at the moment still trying to kind of body shot his way to another kill here as he tries to pre-fire into a couple of usual positions that he would expect the Calretta members to be waiting out on. Will ultimately find nothing as he finally creeps back up the heaven ramp, however. That's because Calretta have backed out of it entirely. No one is defending it. That's actually going to be a very easy path forward. Aqua, now the only one here to defend A, and that's from deep within the site behind the screen as well. So there is a glaring opening that TLP can now use if they'd like to double down on the execute. We are starting to see rotates from Calretta work their way back into that part of the map. Also, though, because it's been such a lengthy amount of time since the execute was made, Zombie's going to lurk up towards heaven and see that it's open for the taking, though, and probably be kind of surprised, like I said. The amount of pressure that TLP put onto it a few moments ago. Very surprised to see Calretta leading this one out into the open. Sacred and Redo will just trade blows, though, as Zombie fails again here on the inside of Vents. The rest of the team finishes their play of rotating over in this direction, though, as TLP finally decides to go into B with just about 10 seconds left on the clock. The rest of the members of Calretta on the way, but they too get themselves outmaneuvered a little bit as they are not able to stop the plant from going down, and now Chansey tries to move back in from heaven. We are going to see a Nebula block off his access, though, while he waits to regroup with his other teamate.
Aqua making the move here through bricks as well. Check the corner to his immediate left here, and he won't. Starts to look right, and Redo able to take him out because of it. That's all just down to Chansey, who's now been blinded here by the guiding light. Redo will be able to upgrade to a Sheriff, and Chansey looking worse for wear. Only had a singular bullet left inside of that Sheriff. Will be having to run away now, but not before Smurf's able to chase him down. Pretty easy to be able to find that kill inside of mid, and now the second round going their way. Not exactly being forced into a bad situation, but definitely being forced into grind out these rounds thus far. TLP with a hard decision to make there, and actually almost ended up giving it up. I don't know if you heard it there, John, but while they're going in through Rafters, somebody behind Zombie ended up letting go of their shift key when they hit the rope, and it clicked. And that's why he turned around and ended up killing Zombie, and Redo had to go for the frag. So unfortunate for Zombie on that one, but they're still able to get it done on B.
A 2-0 lead now set up for the members of TLP. We were a little bit delicate here on the third since the gun balance will favor Calretta, although slightly here. It's the bonus buy for TLP. They can still make it work. Yoshi going to try to fend things off and will successfully waste the Trailblazer at a minimum. And will force just a couple bullets out of the rest of them to take care of this paneling up on top. Viper Smoke's in the way here too, which means that Yoshi can take an advanced position and impact against one of the most influential members of TLP. That's Papa Smurf gone first here this time for them. Yoshi gonna look for a second, but overextends himself there. Redo trades it back out and puts us on even turf at a 4v4.
The gun upgrade going the way of the offense as well. Don't really want to worry about Mail too much here anymore, and you can't exactly blame them as that has been walled off. Spike still being inside of Robin, so they have some opportunities here to look towards something else, but Zombie has been so sneaky thus far on this one. He'll get yet another big kill here. Seeker's out, and those need to happen just a little bit earlier as Chansey will be able to get the frag, but necessarily know what else is happening as things have indeed gotten frozen on our end. And yeah, they're going to have to send it back towards us. So we apologize about that, folks, but we should have the results pretty shortly.
All right, guys. Yeah, just give us a moment here. Like we said, big apologies for the interruption there. We're just going to really quickly reignite. Gonna light up the pilot light again there, the observer feed, and then we'll get things cooking hopefully one more time. That is not going to interrupt the player's point of view, so unfortunately we'll have missed a bit of action as we jump back into the game. But hey, there we go, we're back, and it's a 2v1 apparently in the favor at the moment of TLP. It's looking like it's gonna go that way entirely as well. The last member alive is trying to hop back in from heaven to get into the site. Well, that will succeed. Not really going to be able to get any further than that. Zombie wants to try and survive here. He's not too keen on trying to go for the kill against Aqua because, well, that can happen. Both could have peeked at the same time and shut it down there, but that doesn't end up going that way. Now Aqua can win this out in the 1v2, but will be denied by Zombie. I think it's a third personal kill on the round there. And overall, TLP still control the game.
TLP playing that very slowly inside of the 1 versus 2, and got a little risky there for just a split second, but Zombie able to shut it down. They'll get their 3rd round and also steal away the rifle round from the defense. And that's why it honestly gets risky there for just a second. They keep Aqua behind the boost box or the flower pot, whatever you want to call it, underneath the rafters. And they actually allow him to find some space to work with after they've already trapped him inside of that space. And that's where things just get risky because he's able to work up towards L and take down one of the low numbers of TLP. The angles are simply not being held there. And it's been a moment that they're able to winning out that clutch, but either way, as we propel ourselves forward, Colorado already lose a member early on here, as well as their Astra taking so much damage. The heal finally coming through, but TLP looking so solid thus far inside of this one as well. The Yoshi will go down. Papa Smurf continuing to add up the tally. It'll be his 2nd on the round. He'll take down Chansey, where he had quite a bit of damage dealt to him, but it'll be a headshot either way. The B bomb site looking so appetizing right now for the offensive here.
Smurf his way through mid. Sacred tries to do the same from the exit of Ramen, but Powa will be able to quickly exchange that, leaving only Mar in the fight against a 1v4 with a Sheriff as well. Although, very good shot on that Sheriff. Tries to go for 2, but Powa gets a 3rd instead. 4-0 lead now on the board for TLP. Both teams, for the first time, going to be fully bought up going into the next round here. This will be the last real chance for Colorado to start boosting themselves back up before they really need to take a hard look at the strategy and see maybe where things are going wrong.
Yeah, might need some mirror time here in just a second. Really stare deeply into their own eyes. Like, okay, what's going wrong here? Because we've got to make the adjustments somewhere. You know, TLP has just simply daggered them constantly throughout most of this game. And that's pretty sad to say when it comes to split, because this map does lean so defensively, but constantly overpowered and just on the back leg, whereas TLP are just able to bowl them over, especially when it comes to these picks. It looks like they want to try and work here once again, as Smurf is going to be going for an entry, but it won't work out. Not realizing that Chansey's boosted on the boxes to his tight left, will end up losing his life, and Colorado will actually be the one to get off on the right foot.
So 4-0 lead for TLP here. Colorado starting things out a little bit better on the outset of this round, most notably with the elimination of Papa Smurf, who has been a big proponent, even on the entry game to some extent, for TLP here. Zombie gonna try to do the same now that his teammate has fallen and will be outwitted in the side of the site there. Yoshi and Sacred picking up kills. Sacred with another one after Teal is able to exchange against Yoshi. All for naught ultimately, as the members of the defense will just lose 1 player in the process of this round, but otherwise finally pick up some domination here against TLP, and most of that is honestly because they took out Papa Smurf right at the start there without his entry capability coming in from Garage. It seems like the team fell flat pretty quickly.
Yeah, and just to add on to that as well, it didn't really seem like that was a honest-to-God entry either. I mean, they simply just try and walk onto the B site. There was nothing more on top of it. They tried to use some utility to block vision there for Heaven, but outside of that, if anyone's holding the angle on the opposite side of that smoke, Papa Smurf more than likely meets the same demise every single time. So, unfortunate there for TLP. Really just needed to back that up with some form of utility, but chose not to. Zombie doubles down, but he falls in very similar fashion, just caught looking out of B main. So sad to lose such expensive things going down that way. It looks like they'll be able to bounce back in a certain sense here. Zombie will actually take quite a bit of heat in mid, but not before TLP take down a lone member of Colorado over towards the A site. Able to back things off now, though, and also use their Viper's Pit very early here inside of A lobby. So it'll be holding the bottom of ramp and leaking out onto site, although Yoshi will be able to play the outside of this for an extensive period of time here. But overall, though, TLP going to be able to hold on to this for some time. Kawa currently looking for a corpse, but he won't have one to be able to use his neural theft, sadly.
Powell's working on his remix up here right now. Is what he's doing apparently.
He's got the Pioneer DJ set out, just trying to see if he can pause. Well, that sounds like a house drop right there.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, this is very slow moving right now. Calred is still all the way back in sight because they really don't know what TLP wants to do with this. And honestly, I'm confused with it as well because this has just been so very straightforward for the defense. This Viper's Pit really hasn't had an effect on the A site. And yes, they've gotten Heaven, but now they actually need to get this effective entry into the actual A area.
See the members of Heaven lurking back out here as well. Yoshi faltering. That is going to be something starting to swing towards the way of TLP ultimately. So much delay, so much confusion, but it's all to build up to a big swing out onto the A site, which for the time being has worked. 2 seconds in excess as TLP finally get the spike down onto the ground. Only one defender left in this fight, but it's arguably one of the better ones. Chansey trying to clutch it out. What would have been an outright ace, but Papa Smurf again denies it. Allows for it to go to TLP instead, and they continue to control things after dropping a single round at 5-1.
You really got to feel for Calred right now because they are making some really, really solid moves. It's just that they're not landing their shots, John. I mean, especially like this one right here. Look at this. He's ready. He knows where Tillo is, but he simply can't win the gunfight. Tillo ends up getting off the spike and immediately takes him out. And, you know, it's just really unfortunate for them currently because TLP actually get themselves locked on A there for quite an extensive period of time. And Calred did a very good job of saving them off on the rest of the map, but it's not able to fully get it shut down when TLP eventually went for the site. Around 7 now, though. Zombie will have to go for the reset inside of mid. Able to tag up Chansey just a bit, but actually takes more than he gives at the end of the day. Buy for male control right now, but haven't been able to propel themselves any farther forward. Have to worry about different utility here, especially this turret out that Zombie will be able to get rid of. So they'll know that one member is going to stick around this area, but no true commitment here on the offense just yet.
Aqua continuing to wait patiently, sitting in the corner of the site. We'll see the opponent's hyper smoke start to go off here. Pings it out, but this is just a bait. Nothing following it as of yet. All the pressure is going to be occurring in mid and working its way up into Heaven instead. Sacred now spots some of that as he actually lights the heck out of Zombie, but Zombie's going to be able to fall back, thankfully out of the range of the paint shell. Getting isolated here. Showstopper as well. Tries to deal with the jet, but I believe Air Dash is out of the way of that one. Gets their way out onto the site, obviously with a much lower amount of HP, but still surviving the encounter. And Aqua none the wiser as he's lurked upon by Papa Smurf, who takes him out. Tillo and Zombie getting 2 more kills, and besides the single trade from Sacred, nothing has come out here for the defense. They're down to only 2 remaining. Zombie makes it 1. It's going to be the Sage left alive here from Calred, and a very likely 6th round about to go up on the board here now for TLP.
Can he add on? He can. 1 versus 2. This is doable now. And Yoshi also has the heal to back off and the res. Let's make it a 2 versus 2. Let's make it fun, folks, because why not? Power will be stuck on the far end of the pillar here. Nice adjustment from the offense to play this post-plant position. Have the flank coming through onto Heaven right now. Are they aware of the Astra's positioning? Yoshi caught between a rock and a hard place. He has to take somebody out now. Don't believe he knows of the Rafters player either. Tillo on either end, able to win out that initial one, but no, ran out of bullets. Finally able to hit the shots, but Yoshi, he'll get, he'll actually get out from behind the spike explosion here, and he ends up living very close, but either way, able to get away with his life. Some very big frags there, but they just need to come through quicker, and unfortunately enough for him, his ult just not able to provide enough to the defense to win out the round.
And yeah, all the effort, as you were just mentioning there, for naught, as the round still goes the way of TLP at the end of the day. Even the save gun going to be a bit of a blessing and a curse going into this next round here, since obviously money gains will be the non-existent point. So he's going to be a little bit imbalanced for the rest of the team here. Still, though, already heading into the next round, we'll see how exactly he's able to leverage any of that save potential to bolster what the team was going to buy into this round with regularly. Zombie moving himself forward, but no one checks the corner, so Yoshi gets away with a free one up from Heaven as he takes out Zombie and puts the odds in the favor of Calred to start the round off with. Here comes the Heaven push potentially quickly, though. Yoshi also ready for this, and he's not going to be alone on it either. Redo finds success. Meanwhile, back at the attacker main push. He takes down Mar, but Yoshi still putting a stop to all of this as he fends off Papa Smurf back in heaven. Watching both the angles right now and fending both of them off as well.
Alright, I've done such a good job of playing the crosses here, but TLP able to get it done once again. Sacred goes hunting on Tillo in mid, and he's successful in it. Yoshi with 3 as well. Aqua will get shut down, but now it's just down to Redo in a 1 versus 2. Will fake the ropes, but then moves back through sewer. But he'll peek right into 2. The defender's ready this time around, and they'll finally shut down this high-octane TLP offense as they simply try to bully their way onto A. They can't get it done this time as the crosses finally hold for this defense like they've been trying to get the entirety of this half.
So, starting to best foot forward here now. I've seen some success ring out from Colorado. It's very limited right now. The good news is it has happened at a time where TLP were at a delicate point economically. So as you are going to see, it pretty much immediately breaks them down onto a Sheriff buy or upgraded pistol buy. Not even a whole lot of shields coming up behind that purchase, and doing some lackluster utility. You can see that here for Redo, only having himself the heal and a single flash to bust out with. They're very much in eco territory here. Sacred gonna mow them down as a result of that. 4 quick kills into his favor. Leaves only Papa Smurf, who was off lurking in his own regards closer to A, but he's probably just gonna throw himself at the enemy now. No point in delaying the inevitable, it seems here. Try to do the economical damage as possible, but yeah, it's not going to be possible. Mar ends it quickly, and a 3rd round is secured for Colorado.
No matter what, a 4-man spray down is always just going to look good. It doesn't matter if it's a rifle on rifle round, a rifle on pistol round, what have you. I mean, just look at this control here from Sacred, landing all of those shots to take down almost the entire team in a singular spray. The only remainder being Redo, or actually rather Smurf on the other end that lasted a little while longer. Colorado able to get their 3rd round and looking a heck of a lot better now, but this is truthfully where they'll be tested for the very first time. TLP by all the way down. They'll have 2 light shields, so effectively softer bodies for this round, but still have the weaponry to time and take to the defense.
Zombie quick push into heaven yet again here as the team's going to take control for themselves, but Sacred also taking the control of Garage, meaning that the B push probably not going to be the best option for TLP. That's unless, of course, Zombie can drive the wedge in between the rotate, which he's just done by picking up that first kill. Immediately exchange, however, as Yoshi's quick thinking puts him back into defender spawn. We can re-exchange that one and put TLP on back foot yet again. Redo, though, sneaking his way forward. He's going to look to try and control Sacred on the back line. He succeeds in doing so. Aqua, though, making the push out. Really gets caught by him, but Redo gets into Ramen just in time. I'll notice that 3rd Seeker went somewhere else, so probably going to be able to catch Aqua as a result of that. Knows that Yoshi's sitting up here too, so all that intel coming back out here. Mar tries to make the push just as the Seeker was pressing upon him, but it still goes the way of Tillo. Yoshi dropping Redo, however, keeps the numbers even at a 2v2 as he sneaks off yet another kill here against what was looking like TLP bolstering themselves up yet again, only to fall in that final second. Tillo with a sliver of HP will hold the site. Power back up inside of heaven. Still not going to be at full HP, but better odds at least to try and take an open gunfight. Yoshi, in the meanwhile, will creep forward all the way through L to try to get himself up onto the site to get access to that spike. It'll work out as he quickly takes down Tillo. Power now pushing back out. Use the cam for quick intel. He knows that both are in the open. This is going to be a tough peek for him. Just trying to bait them off the spike more than anything here. But after that first one, Yoshi is going to hold it. We do need to see a commitment come out. But unfortunately for him, Yoshi's also going to jump off the spike diffuser now that he reached the halfway point and secure that kill for himself. 4 kills on the round as Colorado take a 4th overall round as well.
And Colorado just seemed like an entirely different team right now. I mean, TLP, they've been able to, time and time again, simply force Colorado off a site and get a spike down, but finally, Colorado are able to fight back. I mean, especially inside of that round, the retake just works so well in their favor. Yoshi especially standing so very tall. A quad form inside of this round, able to get off the spike and get it done as well here. And even giving his teammate the spike defusal just for that extra ult point as well, since he already has his. So just fantastic play all around right now from this defense. TLP has to do something about this, and they'll start it off on this round. Yoshi with a big pickup onto Smurf, though. That'll shut down the Viper utility for the rest of this one here, at least for round 11. As TLP continue to try and hunt here, at least for Zombie. He's forced himself up through ropes. Able to get too much done here now, though, so get alarm botted, but Aqua really not being too attentive to this overall. Cloudburst now going down over here, but no one actually home here. So Zombie still has to try and get something done. He'll be forced back towards mid to try and help his friends out and get control of tower. Sacred's going to back up and play the staircase now as well. He's trying to be the first point of contact for the Astra player sitting down lower. Sacred, he'll lose his head. That'll be the telltale sign that B is more than likely the place for play now, as Nancy still locked in the back. Hasn't been found just yet, and the updraft won't be able to find him either. Cloudburst out now, and oh, the Knives not able to get it done. It's actually Powa to strike first. They still need to get this spike down, but they've gotten control. The spike will actually end up being dropped right at hell here, and this is going to present an opportunity here to Kawaretta. They'll use the ult on Sacred as well, just for good measure.
Sacred going to be brought back in. That, again, pushes the numbers into the favor of Kawaretta. Power with a close-up position, though, a chance to immediately put that advantage back in the favor of TLP, and that's exactly what will be done here. A hop out on a Power leads to a quick trade, but Tillo, also still with deep sight control, makes the difference up pretty much immediately. Aqua's the only one left. He's challenged the op and gotten out from it as a result of that, but still needs to find the Astra as well. Knows she's behind the pillar, but doesn't know exactly where. Tillo only having... Oh, no! It was set up for a win! Tillo only had a Sheriff as well. It was going to be a thrifty round, and it is a thrifty round now because of a last-minute mistake made. They're not checking the plant box. He's going to seal the deal and allow for TLP to take another round, and it looks like we're going to go into a timeout also. The folks on Kawaretta, as it might be needed here heading into that final round.
So unfortunate. Gets it down to the 1 versus 1, and Tillo, not having the greatest weapon in the world, chooses to sit on the spike like a mother hen instead of playing anywhere else, and that's the last spot that Aqua's going to check. So yeah, the timeout coming now for Kawaretta. They want to try and talk this out. This is actually going to be their last round here on the defensive side. So this is more going to be pointed towards the offense and what they want to do once they get towards that side in general. I mean, Yoshi has had such a good game thus far. The biggest issue right now for them is that Mar is simply nowhere to be found.
Yeah, Mar, unfortunately, not making the contribution they thought would be coming into this matchup, which is unfortunate considering Mar had done well on the previous maps. And that's probably a large part of the reason why they felt okay to put him on this secondary duelist role, was considering his performance from there. But it seems like it was definitely one he either wasn't comfortable with going into this matchup or potentially was not ready for, as we have not seen the difference ring true in only a 2-9 scoreline compared to what we were seeing on the other side there. Zombie still holding on to his own regard, obviously not topping out the score chart. The same could be said for Sacred, but still making the contribution that is necessary of the team's duelists. We're not able to see that as much at the moment from Mar, leaving them just a little bit short of what they need to close out these rounds.
Oh no, Mar! He's going to have the largest impact at the very last moment. He'll take out the op player. Big change up here, but Powa will do at least get the refrag. Immediately swings that into the neural theft, and that's going to give up a lot of what Kawaretta's overall defensive strategy is right now. Lots of people lean towards B, but so much KJ utility down on the A side, as well as some stars in tow as well. So it doesn't look like a safe space for TLB to exactly operate. Still have mid to go with, as well as Powa's been able to master control of ropes here. It has to possibly deal with the flank coming through. We can see Aqua working this space currently, but he's going to look back. Oh no, Powa actually in between weapons, and that's going to be a trade coming through. Chansey able to shut down Smurf on the entry for tower as well, but not before Tillo actually takes down Yoshi. Chansey going to continue to try and power through, though. Goes immediately through the snake bite and gets such a huge frag. Now down to the defender KJ here, and it's going to be so very straightforward. Aqua able to rush him down, and I thought the same as you. I thought that was such a freebie on ropes, but it wasn't, John. It wasn't in the slightest. Luckily enough, though, Aqua's there, and he's on the case. He'll get the round win as Kawaretta shore things up to a 5-7 deficit.
Yeah, thankfully that's secured to be a 2 versus 1 inside of that rope play, because thought for sure, like you were saying, that Chansey had that player dead to rights. Not so much the case, though. Now we do see the members of Kawaretta bouncing back at the very late, but a much more respectable scoreline ultimately. They're able to make this 5-7 at halftime, pulling it into their favor. It's a lot more palatable of a game overall as they jump onto the attacking side. For sure, we're starting to see another run, just like we had back on Icebox, but it's not meant to be this time. TLP unable to gain that ultimate control over the scoreline here. He's now going to have to fight for a little bit more on the outset of the second half for their defense to try and close things down. Let's see if they can get the job done. We've got a slow lurk from Caloretta. They'll put themselves in control of B, but also some presence towards A. So this is not 100% certain on where they're going to head towards just as of yet, as they got those two players holding out at A connector.
Stars down currently on A with a tripwire as well here. Just trying to hold things up. Honestly, I think when it comes to this right now, this is where we're going to see the biggest difference in agent lineup. Viper being so strong, especially when it comes to the defensive end of this map. Viper's Pit going to wrench into a lot of plans, as well as the rest of the utility across the board, really, especially the angle he's trying to get. But it's going to be Caloretta hitting things up on the A side. They'll take down Power early here and start to get utility down. The swarm's out towards the screens as Aqua will be cutting off this angle for the time being. That's going to guarantee a plant here for Chansey, as the rest of the squad currently working on the top side of Tower. There's going to be some nice shots coming through from both ends, but Caloretta will end up on the top of the heap, as Mar still maintaining having control here. Remainder, though, TLP will be forced down into screens. It's going to be heal up here from Redo, but won't be able to get much health onto Tillo in the first place. And you can see the entirety of Caloretta has actually gotten to this zone in general.
One enemy remaining.
Can't play out anything different here as the spike is in towards this window. So they're going to have to try and go for the push. It's all up to Redo with that frenzy. It's not too hot at range. Down to very low HP now, and more than likely the demise of this round. Caloretta already getting things done, and as you said, the timer really coming into that one as well. Fairly straightforward for them, as they'll have things almost tied up.
So 6-7 becomes our scoreline, and the attackers very quickly get their feet in control of this half. Sacred contributing very much to that, as does the rest of the team. A little bit dicey at the end with that heaven control. Definitely being a little bit too much for the 1-2 to nowhere near enough time for Redo to get himself on the defuse there. So runs out of time ultimately, as he's unable to force out the fight from either one of those two remaining players due to not being able to get within close proximity to the spike. 6-7. Caloretta closing the gap here now and looking to take that early control for themselves. The tie should be, for the most part, guaranteed here. Although, taking a look at things, we have some close-up potential fights if they're going to be going for A control. So there's like Redo, as well as the ones over on A ramp, could still be causing problems for the eventual push if the stars align for TLP. But that's a big if right now. And as you can see, Caloretta are really inching forward. Time to check everything, but still not going to matter when you've got yourself that shorty played out at that range. Redo sneaks for one, but it is going to be immediately exchanged by Chansey, putting us into a 4v4.
Well, if you're Redo, you can't be too mad about that, because you more than likely knew the results when you sat there in the first place. And trading yourself out for a $150 gun isn't the worst thing in the world. Make things a little bit easier for his team going forward, as they'll try to deal more damage to the Caloretta offense. Dump down into pipes in the Classic doesn't get too much done. Sacred to take a couple of bullets, but it's only about half of his HP. This A site looking so easy right now for them, as it's only Power remaining on site in general. Aqua starting to power back here. Won't be able to land the initial shots, but cleans it up at the end of the day. It's all up to Papa Smurf to try and bring this back. Now, he has gotten a gun upgrade here and 2 soft bodies on Caloretta's end, so this is doable. It just depends on how this starts off.
Out with a swing here, but not expecting the repush to come back in from up on top of the rafters into heaven as well. It'll ultimately lead to his death, and now for Caloretta, like we said, to tie things up. There's the confirmed tie at 7-7. This is going to happen at a bit of an awkward economical point in the round, though, because we're going to have the bonus coming through now for Caloretta, where they'll be out advantage versus what should be a full buy back out. TLP this upcoming round as well. So TLP has got a very good chance themselves, and there you go. You can see the buy in front of them. Members of Caloretta know that this is going to be a challenge for their lead, so those that did have to rebuy are going to do so pretty much fully. Although despite that, you can see Sacred and Mar, you know, those big upgrades for them. It's not going to completely buy them out. They'll still be okay for the next round as well. So actually really good economical management here from the Caloretta side to make sure things don't go crazy.
Yeah, Yoshi actually sitting on a Classic right now, at least what he had in his hand. I don't know if he has a primary, but we'll have to see. Instead, ended up going for the Sheriff here. Doesn't take any damage inside of that engagement, but does get the tailwind out of the Jet. Tillo with a big pickup here onto Sacred as well. So this round already starting off strong for the TLP defense. Another big pickup here, but actually goes the other way instead. Redo had the angle, but Mar simply just takes him out inside of ropes. Smurf will be able to get one of his own as well. Mar going to continue to try and get something here on ramp, but he stuck around too long, and Tillo now ready for his positioning. He'll take him down and force Calretta back towards B, but so many bodies right now for TOP. They'll be able to hold a lot of control on both of these sites, and they've actually already started rotating their own Astra, as they're aware that B is more than likely going to be the area in which Calretta wants to try and go for.
With those 2 players left, though, it's going to be hard to isolate out each and every single one of them. TLP is guessing, but the good news is with a 2v4 advantage, they don't have to guess too much. They just split 2-2, as they pretty much have done for themselves here. In the Astra at a midpoint.
One enemy remaining.
Those players on site are going to be ready for the fight. It'll be a fairly quick shutdown. Although Yoshi taking out 2 of the defenders here on the site, including the Astra, who was meant to rotate in. Not really any time for Yoshi to make this play. However, he's going to try to hop onto the site and immediately plant. But as you can see, Papa Smurf ready for the challenge. Actually, man, if Yoshi had given himself a bit more time, he could have actually made a plant here, but not going to happen, unfortunately. Doesn't have enough time to get on the site and actually retrieve it, so the round will still go over to TLP.
Yeah, super unfortunate, but luckily enough for Yoshi, he's able to get a gun upgrade here, and that's going to be a big difference maker for him, as Yoshi has been absolutely lights out thus far here on the split. 21-10 currently, and playing Sage as well. It's not like you exactly have utility to work with to make your fragging potential higher. It's just more or less utility to slow things up or deny some LOS or deny a path or things like that, and he's just constantly been able to assist his team in that regard. And luckily enough for them, because if not, Mar still not having the greatest game, currently 8-12, but they've kept it close, and that's what matters. Issue is now, though, is that TOP has bounced back, but the bonus round over. They're able to full buy back in on this one, but they need to fully take it as well if they want to try and guarantee their future.
Calretta gonna leap into the site. Sacred messing up his jumps on the way in. Sends him sky high instead of sky forward. And Powa is going to be able to shut him down the second he tries to move past that cave into the site here. Powa and Redo, along with Zombie, all trying to put a stop to this, but Aqua able to at least exchange some of that. The problem was he'll be detached from the actual play. He's going to go into A once again, relatively blind. You can see that as he crosses the threshold over towards the ramp, without noticing the Powa is there, giving him his 3rd kill and the shutdown in the favor of TLP, as they're just a couple rounds away, 4 in fact, from closing down the series.
And this is as solid as their defense has looked throughout the entirety of this half thus far. You know, for Calretta, these offenses just really aren't coming together on the entries, and that time around thwarted simply by a gravity well. As soon as he tries to go for those packs and try and propel himself forward, the gravity well grabs him at the feet and ends up putting his momentum backwards, which launches him sky high, just like you said, instead of forward. So unfortunate for them, but now TLP with quite the stack of cash going into these next rounds, and Calretta's going to be worse for wear. Down to the Sheriff by yet again here, but Aqua's gotten fairly deep, and Smurf might be running into some problems. It'll start early. Aqua not missing shots. He won't go for the gun upgrade and instead goes even deeper here into CT. He'll get marked off. It's 3 health remaining now, as no other shots can be landed by the offender. Chancey with so many opportunities there, but Aqua falls instead. Redo with 2 big frags, looking for his 3rd chance. He knows where he is, but he has low HP. It's a quad for Redo, but he's not going to have enough bullets to take down Sacred. Sacred now goes big with 2, but he's going to have to go even farther. There's still 2 people that remain as well. He needs spike control, and he's going to be able to get it. Has the showstopper, but Zombie's already made the move towards B main, and what a move it was. Able to sneak in behind, get the frag, and that's going to be the 10th round for TLP.
Just a tad too slow there, unfortunately, for that last player. Alive over on the attack, trying to get them so close to a clutch, but just does not pan out that time around there. TLP take a 10th, only 3 rounds away now from ending the matchup entirely, and for the most part, they have to thank Redo for that one, as he has the massive Herculean, you could say, play from the corner of hell to get the quad kill and shut down the entire execute from Calretta, leaving only 1 player left alive trying to scrape for a plant, but ultimately to be found out by Zombie as he completes his lurk around into the garage here. Redo looking to try and get aggressive as well, but has to back out, unfortunately, is going to have that Nano Swarm holding things off instead, as that was thrown off against him. Ready to move in, though. We've already seen this move made before back on a set. It's going to work just as well here, as both Redo and Powa able to work themselves together to get that opening kill against Aqua.
Once again, Calretta back foot. They got guns this time around, but obviously the Seekers will tell the tale of where they are, and it's mid. Chansey, though, with a beautiful shot onto Zombie, and he'll be making up for that previous round. Able to equalize now, but TLP basically boxed them out of A. It's going to force them into B, whether they like it or not, unless they can possibly get control of Heaven on the A end, but obviously B looking a lot more tasteful right now overall. Looks as though they want to start going for this. They're worried about somebody being in the corner here, so they'll apply a star and just see if somebody is working this space. They also want to get their ults off just to make sure that they can have their full five going forward. Isn't going to cause an adjustment just yet from them, but as the lockdown comes out from the offense, so will the wall go down for the defense. They're going to break things here at B main. The camera will be watching this, as Powell was going to take a swing, but he had to win that. At least get something for it, and he'll get nothing for the defenders. They have to go into full retake mode now after the lockdown goes through. Tillo will be worried about Heaven control here. In tow is the Viper. We'll see if Smurf can make something happen here. Hopefully something magical, as we've been expecting from him this entire game. But looks as of right now that Calretta have a solid lock on this overall.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a bad read on the scenario from TLP more than anything. Specifically, Pal is pushed out from the site corner to try and stop the play from happening. Runs himself into a massive stack of members from Calretta and removed the only true resistance to the site take that was there because of the Cosmic Divide blocking things off for the Heaven players, as we just saw there with Tullo and his teammate. So going down, no real hopeful defense to be put up, and that's going to be Calretta maintaining not only the plant, but getting some very powerful post-plant positions as well because of the time remaining on that Cosmic Divide. By the time it eventually faded away there, those Heaven players couldn't really do much, as the mechanical site was very well secured which had the round on lock. So 8 to 10, not going to be done with this game just as of yet here. TLP's got a bit more work to do before they can feel free to quest onwards up to 13 rounds. And it's going to come at a hefty cost too. Losing that previous round, we can see, has put them all down onto an immediate eco, where they are going to have to wait things out until the next one.
Now this is looking like Ascent here right now, but more or less Calretta doing what TOP did with their comeback. TOP going to get aggressive inside of mid. Had the backup from the sky, but not able to get too much done there. It's going to be a guiding light out, but still playing things out quite patiently. All except for Raze now to start to work forward. Sacred goes for a blast pack play, but Tillo's ready for it. Able to guide things through on that slide, the inevitable moonwalk, but still not able to get it done. Finally, Tillo will go down as tries to get back into Heaven on the A site. They'll lose out to Reina, that's actually been able to push herself up and into that position, and will continue to hold down in the lower half of ramps. Nothing else really happening here, all except for Calretta pushing themselves up towards Mail. But TLP still questioning whether they're actually going to try and push through for the A site or B. They've actually committed to a wrap here inside of mid as well.
Ready with this forward position here. We'll try to get into the way of the defense will play, but look at this from Papa Smurf, sneaking right up on a chance. He takes his gun away too. Rita will fail in the meanwhile, trying to stop the play out towards Heaven. Zombie also tries to go back out over from screens. He will falter, and that leaves only Papa Smurf in the fight after all the chaos fades away. What had been going on here a few moments prior. Papa Smurf still going to make a play for this, though, because he got the gun that we were talking about before. Sneaking up on that player, back out in mid. Mar swing against him, so will Yoshi. Yoshi actually taking a lot of damage from that. Unsure if the heal's available. Looks like it was, though. Is already seeing that health tick back up to a pretty healthy degree. Papa Smurf tries to jump out, but it's just when Mar was making their push as well. So Mar gets the quad on the round, and Calretta get themselves a 9th. They are booming back into this. This one is going to be very close all the way to the end, it looks like.
It was so scary to start off, but yeah, able to get it back. Calretta off the back of Mars' efforts, especially with the quad there, just blowing the A site wide open. I think it's so very easy for them going forward. Calretta now, though, with an opportunity to shut everything down here. TLP need to get back on the board. They're so low economic-wise right now. I'll be buying in, but obviously it's not going to be with those full shields like they would really want. We'll be able to get the op and be able to play some longer angles and punish Caloretta for an extended push here, but it's actually Aqua, of all people, to get things done initially. The KJ with the opening blood, that's not something you're going to see every day, and they're fully taking over tower. B going to be the place, and Powa taking damage through the box. He finally swings onto Sacred, but not before Yoshi's able to get the refrag. He'll switch out guns and be able to stay alive here as Caloretta have taken over the B side and started plant.
Yoshi just barely sneaking out of there too. As Papa Smurf and Zombie both already here to start the retake. Another player working their way in from defender spawn as well. This will be close quarters for Caloretta all the way to the bitter end. Zombie gonna walk right up, tries to right click, but it's a complete whiff. Aqua and Mar clean it up instead, and the attackers, Caloretta, tie the game up now at 10-all as they continue to brute force their way onto the sites here and steal them away from TLP.
Oh no, this is looking so poor going forward, John. Not only do we have a Sheriff buy on this round for defense, but I mean, these ults just simply not working out in their favor either. I mean, look at these right now. Aqua as well as Chansey, both with heavily influential ults. Powa only with his neural theft, and no one else really close at the end of the day. They need some possible ult points here. If Papa Smurf can possibly pop off Vertillo, they can have a big game changer here, but this is going to make it so difficult for them working forward. Papa Smurf will be locking things up here at the bottom of the plant, and the Buck will win out the initial shots here. These snake bites doing just enough damage to guarantee this Buck damage. Let's see if he'll be able to get done with more. He'll at least pop another shell on Aqua, but it's not enough damage. The firefight going back and forth, and finally Caloretta forced to use yet another ultimate here. So TLP getting even more done on this pistol.
At the very minimum, getting up in the face of these players has guaranteed even numbers as they get into the execute, but the problem is Sacred even taking one of these weapons now to try and use it. Oh no, and we can see here Powa getting himself caught. That's despite Zombie picking up a kill as well. Hopefully Powa is going to remain safe because of his close proximity to Zombie. There we go. Makes it out of the lockdown without too much of an issue there. Look at this, though, for Sacred. He's so close to the action. He's got the gun for it as well. Pretty much finishes off Zombie. You can take a look. He's only got 6 HP to play this out with. No spike plant, or rather, yeah, spike is planted, but that is not, not going to matter here as Chansey ends things a bit quicker, taking down Zombie and securing the round for Caloretta as they take things into their favor yet again. Now they have the lead. Be closer to 13 rounds.
So, a difficult round here. Either way you slice it for these teams, John. The early aggression, especially with the Bucky play from Papa Smurf, I think that's the thing that needs highlighted the most. The way he plays around his utility and guarantees that he can at least take down a singular member of Caloretta. That's really what ended up, throwing the round up into the air overall and really giving TLP a chance. Although, not able to win it, but still meaning quite a bit because now Papa Smurf gets to do this. He's got the Viper's Pit. Can he win it out initially? No! Nope. Aqua shuts him down, and this could be the biggest issue! Redo as well! Aqua, though, he simply just tries to walk onto site. I don't exactly know what he was going for there, but Tillo able to get the refrag. Caloretta will lose one member, but not before all of the painful things have still happened to them, and they're going to continue on this pain express as they'll lose yet another member. And Caloretta have actually reconciled with this. They've regathered themselves and went back towards B. TLP have already lost this site as well, and it looks like they have some very solid areas to play around. Easily done here for Mar. He'll make it all down to the lone member of Powa, and he's going to need a lot of that to win this out. Chansey playing close. He's got his blade out, but obviously that's not a gun, and he's going to lose it out up against Powa, who will at least be able to bide for a kill here, and it looks like it's going to be a save besides that.
Yeah, not really. I'm not even gonna say not really. There is nothing that Powa can do here, unfortunately. So yeah, he will definitely be going for a save. Just uses the remaining plant time to seem to try and talk things out because clearly it's falling to pieces here for TLP. There's no short circuiting this type of talk here. TLP has lost the plot over these last 4 rounds. And Caloretta is quite literally walking onto site in quite a few of these rounds, including the one that just finished here now, as we've seen here. The spam went into the box, it takes him as well. I think I saw the little thing pop up from his head, but not enough to kill him. So he still survives. He still takes the gun into the next round, and they're going to need it too.
This is just something that just should have never happened here. You know, for Smurf getting so aggressive on that angle, it almost seemed like he wasn't prepared for anybody to be there. And Aqua just catches him off guard and ends up winning the gunfight instead. So, you know, very well done from Aqua to blow B wide open. You don't exactly expect somebody on Killjoy to be the, you know, entry onto his site, but still, you know, two very influential frags that ended up winning them the round off of that. Sacred's gonna fly immediately into the back of sight, but he's not able to land his shots. Powell will take him down early, and then Neural Theft will be used. So they're going to give one up to the Valorant gods and be forced off of the A site.
Alright, finally seeing things go a little bit south at the beginning. Could be a bad omen for them. Could just be a bit of a bump in the road. We'll find out over the next couple moments here, as they are going to start to group up in different parts of the map here, although not fully decided on where that's going to go. Obviously, the spike in mid leads us to believe that there's a shift towards B, but I think that specifically being in middle, the option is being kept open for either site right now here, as the members of Calaretta might find the easier path through into vents as well, as they'll certainly try to put pressure onto Heaven and Mail. That's oftentimes not the easiest path forward, so that's probably going to end up being what Calaretta goes for. And see them again still considering both options here. And Papa Smurf, yes, we'll get one, but thankfully due to the healthy separation between these two players, Yoshi's able to quickly trade that out. Mar with another pickup here as well, though, takes down Tilo, and now the fighting truly begins. Now the decision is going to be made for Calaretta, and certainly confirmed here with Mar getting his second against Redo. They're in the site. They've got full Heaven control. The rotate, the only remaining rotate from the B site, is going to be so far away. They have another player here to deal with. He's actually going to be able to translate 1-for-1, but as we see there, Yoshi getting the res off in the process will immediately bring the player back into the fold from Calaretta. They're not taking any chances here, as they can end this here and now, and they certainly want to do so in the 3v1 versus Zombie.
What an insane set of moves there from Yoshi. The res right into the frag inside of L, and Zombie, the lone member, to try and win this out for TLP. Now he's been caught off guard. Yoshi with 3 on the round, and Calaretta with a victory here as well. Very well done from them. They're shut down on Icebox, but they bring it back on Split in convincing fashion to take away the map from TLP and the victory.
And coming back only in the final couple of rounds here, too. This is looking very much like a game that TLP had control over. They were well on their way, heading up to 13 rounds as they hit the 10th or 11th for themselves, but ultimately a sudden switch comes in there. We see Aqua and the rest of the members of Calaretta activate, suddenly start picking up these rounds back to back to back. And like I said, a lot of it going down to Aqua getting that great entry capability on B, but not the only one. Plenty of other players contributing to make sure that things could happen, specifically over there towards A on the final round as well.
Yeah, and you know, the biggest player inside of this one for me has got to be Yoshi, John. I don't know if you saw it, but 5 first bloods and 3 plants as Sage with 28 kills. He was the best player in the lobby by far, all done on the fragging Sage. Incredible stuff from him, and excited to see what he can do going forward inside of this tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an updated bracket for you here in the playoffs. We're going to go ahead and show that, see where the rest of our teams are, as we've had quite a few updates. The entire first round of matches is now complete, with Third Impact still having that 2-0 victory versus Spectrum Swing. Calaretta now claiming their victory 2-1 over TLP. Zero Marksman Black going up 2-0 over N4D. And finally, Godset taking down Serenity Black 2-1, setting up our group of semifinal games. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading down to the lower bracket now. As you can see here, our second match of the day will be between N4D, or NAD, and Serenity Black.
I'm excited about this as well. You and I got to cast Serenity Black last weekend, and it was surely a lot of fun, John. So excited to see what they can do up against N4D.
All right, well, let's not waste any more time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into a quick break so we can get the teams in the lobby and prepared to play. And when we come back, we will have that second match of the day for you here at the MSI Valorant Invitational. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. One series down, 2 to go here at day number 1 of the playoffs for the MSI Valorant Invitational. Plenty more matches than that have already been played for those of you who are keeping up with the bracket, which we've shown a couple of times. But we're going to be moving on into our first lower bracket match. We'll even show that bracket to you folks at home one final time here, just in case, as it has been about 10 or 15 minutes since we've shown it. Like we said, we're putting our focus now on the lower bracket here, as we'll be covering N4D or NAD versus Serenity Black. Those other 3 games, which are currently pending between Spectrum, Swing, and TLP, Zero Marksman Black and Godset, and Third Impact and Caloretta are all going to be played off stream, and we'll feed those results to you as we get them.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting, especially for our Serenity Black versus N4D game. You and I actually ended up casting Serenity Black the last weekend, so I'm excited to see these guys yet again.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters here. We already have seen the rosters maintain their same state from last weekend. No changes compared to then, so everything is going to be the exact same as it was. This is going to be our first time catching N4D on the stream, though, so we'll be the first and the two of us will be checking them out. But for Serenity Black, looking quite dominant inside of the matchup we did see from them. Despite that, however, dropped their opening match here in the tournament today, so looking a little bit weaker. And that leaves us a question of whether they're going to be up for the challenge versus N4D or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing for Serenity Black is really, can they maintain their maps here? Obviously, N4D will be doing some serious research on Serenity Black because they do have quite a few, little details and tidbits on VLR. As for N4D, not so much. They'll be able to hide some stuff here, which really could impact what we see.
Serenity Black, though, is going to have the additional benefit of having that experience from the other tournaments they have played in under a more organized setting, so that will also play into their favor. We can go ahead and check out those maps, see where exactly these teams decided to go. Just a quick reiteration, if you watched last weekend, we do have bans in play now. We can see that Bind and Split were both banned away, and it's looking like the choices as we see them coming in now are going to be Ascent, Haven, and Icebox. Just trying to see who picked who here. It's looking like our first map on Ascent was a choice coming in from Serenity Black. The second map is going to be N4D's choice, and the third map as well will once again be Serenity Black. Sorry for the cutoff there. Just had to read something real quick. But yeah, those are going to be where the picks belong to, so just in case anyone at home is trying to track who exactly to expect. But here we go, folks, into the first map on Ascent between these two teams. Serenity Black is going to be starting out on the attack. N4D will be on the defense. Let's see if we get ourselves another mirror matchup, or if these teams have a different flair to bring to the table. Already something different there, as we're going to see Noodle bring in a Reyna to pick, where that is not going to be brought into the fold for Serenity Black. They are confident to sticking with their Jet, and 4D wants 2 duelists, however.
Now, if... Wait, did you say 4 duelists, my friend? Is that what you just said?
I meant to say 2.
Okay.
So
I
apologize.
was looking over some stats real quick, so I was making sure I heard things right.
Yeah,
so
I might have just misspoke there.
Either way, so 2 duelists coming in, but what I wanted to say is that this is actually looking pretty interesting for Serenity Black's map pool, mostly because Ascent as well as Haven are both some of their stronger maps. Bind and Haven are actually their strongest maps, but Ascent, they have a 57% win rate, and they have 28 plays on it, and Haven, they have 34 plays, 71% win rate. So, I mean, if somebody's going to go for the 2-0 here inside of these first 2 maps, you'd have to say it's Serenity Black, but again, we don't know too much about N4D besides what they did last week in our tournament. So we'll have to see what they can do up against Serenity Black here, but as of right now, we'll just give the advantage slightly to them. They will be starting things out on the offensive side here, but doesn't look like they want to be committed to too much inside of the pistol. Just mostly trying to play things through mid with these players stacked towards tiles.
Yeah, Serenity Black was actually one of my personal favorites to win the tournament looking at their plays from last weekend, so I was actually a bit surprised to see them dropping their first match to Godset. But either way, though, it's the hand that they have been dealt, so we'll see. They're going to be up for the challenge of it, having to fight their way all the way through the lower bracket now to try and make it to the grand finals. As the rounds start, though, it's going to be very slow boiling for them. They've got a 2-player stack leaning over towards the A site, and more players inching their way into cat here. We can see for Nick, he'll get that first kill, but there's going to be an immediate repeak from Kukli to trade that back out, though. Never gets back into a 4 versus 4 adder, sneaking back up, getting the dig off against one player. The quick flash, but it won't matter. Kukli, despite the blindness, is going to be able to take down Adder as well before finally falling to Neon on the actual site push.
One enemy
but
remaining.
now Serenity Black stuck here, but Dubbin with 2 huge kills, and Aiko comes in from Catwalk. We'll take down Vast Barrel inside a tree, and Serenity Black getting away with the round, which at first looked quite risky with some of the plays that they were going for, but they get it done. This tree position especially, Kukli playing it so very well, but Adder has to double down. This shot here from Kukli as well, so very well done, but not able to get it done off the back of that inside of the pistol, and they'll be stuck inside of this second round here with Serenity Black obviously getting to buy in up and onto these Spectres here on that second round.
So let's see now what Serenity Black's going to be able to carry this forward into. A very strong first-round stance being put up by them. For the folks on N4D, and the meanwhile falling pretty quickly, but they're going to try to make up for this with aggression at the outset of the next round. The issue, though, is they're ultimately just playing ring around the rosy with their opponents at the moment. Serenity Black takes the A site, N4D takes mid control, and N4D continues to go the wrong direction, it seems, as they split one or two of their players off past the panels there to try to work their way around for the spawn, ultimately for naught, as Adder is going to be able to just clean up shop. He does lose Aiko and now himself in the process of this. That's actually 2 guns going into the hands of N4D members if they want to try and still vie for this retake. Dubbin, though, another surprise waiting here. He tries to carry that spray all the way out into the open, but again, only able to go 1 for 1. Continuing to be held back by players like Nick, but honestly, you might not want to challenge these angles at this point. This is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. The good news, though, is we are reaching the end of the spike timer, and it seems once more that Serenity Black has control over the situation. Nick just needs to get this final kill, and it's locked down, although it's certainly a bit messy for Serenity Black. This does have a bit of a double-edged sword result for them, as they're going to be able to skip the bonus round now, but they also will not have that extra bonus round.
And so, play, as you said, I mean, they'll be able to get a lot of things out of Adder especially, but the problem is like you said, they're only going to have 1 surviving member, so the economy is not going to be too solid. They'll be able to skip the bonus round, but
they're actually not, though. They're kind of light buying here just to keep in line with it because one player's still alive.
Yeah, you can tell that especially out of that light shield coming in here. Just want to try and keep the economy alive for everybody else as well. And honestly, I think it's the proper call going into this. That full buy here, N4D, no matter what you really do, is more than likely going to outclass you in some way. And well, the damage already started to come through from the play that Serenity Black initially wanted to go for anyways. So more than likely the proper call. Though Neon will still have the Phantom, has access to the site now as well. And we'll get rid of the KJ turret. They're looking for the spike plant pretty early here. They need to get Dubbin in. He'll start setting things up. Don't have to worry too much about trees. N4D doesn't simply want to fight back. They're waiting for this retake. The door will start coming down, but they'll break that immediately as they set things up to try and combat this offense.
Good start on the retake for N4D as AK-47 finds the opening pick against Neon. That was an off-site presence, however, so really, truly at the start of this one. But with Serenity Black also having another player heavily lit, the defenses aren't going to look that great as the retake begins. Adder can only go 1 for 1, and that's the only player that's found anything so far, so this is going to get collapsed upon so quickly. Such a quick play from N4D. They pretty much already have it. It's going to fall to the Killjoy. The only thing that's working against them now is they don't know just how low the Killjoy is, but that won't matter. They'll brute force it right into her face anyway. Aiko goes down, and AK-47 will get plenty of excess time remaining to finally put our defenders on the board here at 1-2. N4D finally with a round to bring home.
It's been a while since I've seen an IWNL tag, but it stands true inside of this round for Noodle. Because, I mean, what a play from him, to be honest with you. Really, really big things happening here inside of 3, especially that he's able to get away with, especially that frag coming through. That was a necessity to get onto Adder, and then that beautiful shot underneath rafters as well. I mean, either way you slice it, Noodle able to finally be the one to pull N4D across the line and get their very first round. And since we had that very awkward round from Serenity Black earlier, they're going to be able to buy yet again here, but it won't be a full buy across the table. To be down on a Spectre, I believe the Sky.
Noodle and one of the players from N4D trying to make a run out through B main, but quickly going to be set running the other direction. Hunter's Fury out very early for Dubbin on Serenity Black. He's going to be able to connect some damage onto at least 1, if not 2 members of the N4D roster as well, but no kill to be found on a second connecting shot. AK-47 forced back out of heaven once again. We'll just play for the retake. It worked perfectly fine for them on the last round. No reason to force the issue again here. The only problem, though, is that the gun odds are going to be a little bit reversed here. Serenity Black will be in a better position this time. Vasperol trying to catch the player out on cap, but it's going to be Kukli who does it instead. That's a gun upgrade for Vasperol, though. But Neon also with a much more aggressive footing this time. We'll go 1 for 1 up on top. keeps things in the control of N4D as they're still going to stay a player ahead with their most recent find here. And once again, Serenity Black's post plant on the A site going to be tested. Good flash, but an even better retake from Vasperos. He goes in 1-1 again. Dubbin trying to make up the real difference here as AK-47 brings things down to a 1v1 with his elimination of Adder. Dubbin's still on the site though, and they know it. They know he's causing problems, but Dubbin is going to completely outwit AK-47 as he loses the plot entirely. And the attacking Sova comes out on top to reclaim the lead and the advantage now at 3-1.
And poor AK caught like a statue there at the very end. Here's the replays from that round, folks. It was pretty high impact when it came to the retake there. So aggressive, but yeah, AK ends up getting caught flat-footed. Just did not have the read on where Dubbin was. They lost him after he gets that big 2K. Able to just play around Gen for the rest of that round. So very well done there from Serenity Black. And as we expected, they're going to get a good start to this map right now. Knocking N4D down a peg, and they'll be able to get Noodle as well as he's going to go hunting inside of Long, but off the back of a guiding light, very easily handled. End up going for some kills here as Neon, but AK finally able to get some things to land, but Nick also getting to plant down. This isn't going to be hurting the defense as well, but not like it would really matter. There's only one person to hear it. Vespero's also dead, and Adder killed him, so Serenity Black with 4 rounds.
Ultimate not really going to make much of a make or break change to that round at the end of the day. Serenity Black kind of just running over the eco from N4D and using one of their ultimates in the process. Now we're going to see big investments start to come out for the defenders, however, including an operator they got to keep on right before we switched away. But fairly straightforward affair there on that 5th round for our attackers to continue to maintain the control they've already gotten previously. Yeah, Donkey bringing the operator into the fold for N4D this time. It's going to put some real stopping power in the way of our attackers, but this could go the opposite direction, mind you, as you'll note Serenity Black does not have one currently. If N4D aren't careful here, they could just be handing that over in the long run for our attackers, but Serenity Black have had a hard time claiming these rounds in such clean fashion with the large majority of their player count still alive. So that'll be the first obstacle, and it's a good start for Neon. Let's make it 2. He almost sneaks under the door going into the site also, but it's going to be stopped just momentarily, of course, by that. Now Cloud bursts the back of the boathouse here, looking to push Kukli out of position. The two of them should be able to do it, but no! Both players are going to miss their shot. Thankfully, Nick will make things up fairly quickly here and keep Serenity Black on good footing. They're going to take that control, put it into a 4v2, and not leave much of a retake here for Noodle, or the last remaining player on N4D, who unfortunately is the one with the operator, so it's going to be tough to make anything work with that at such a claustrophobic position.
Yeah, Donkey more than likely not going to be able to achieve too much. And also Noodle constantly getting tagged up through Hut currently as well. Serenity Black looking so very well rehearsed right now, John. These takes have been so very clean. And really, N4D at a loss for words right now. They're just simply going to play for exits, but that's also going to get shut down. Noodle will be able to at least get one. They're going to have to come out of the site eventually. They'll tag Sean. That's going to allow Donkey to get a kill, but it'll just all be down to Neon. Donkey will be able to clean that up, but he's trying to run away as well as it's kind of going back the other way. If he gets too aggressive here, he'll end up losing his operator, so he has to run and hide behind the planter inside of Garden. That's going to be N4D going down yet another round here. Serenity Black up by 4.
Donkey knew exactly what was going on there when he started getting chased out, so not going to take a chance on exactly what I said at the beginning of the round. They down him at some point and steal the operator away. That's what they ultimately won in the long run, and realistically, Serenity Black could afford one right now. They have plenty of excess money. They're going to choose not to bring it to the table, though it doesn't serve their purposes on the attack. They're much more direct plays, and more importantly, they're very mobile plays coming out from Serenity Black, so here on the attack, that operator not going to be as much of an advantage as you might immediately think it would be. As they work their way out, though, Noodle's going to be in the way of things again towards Heaven. That intel not going to be given to the attackers just as of yet, however, because the Trailblazer doesn't go that far back into the site. Nick, in the meanwhile, still watching for potential flanks from Cat and the Arches at mid, as he keeps control of the situation for the rest of his team, still building up their confidence to push in from main.
Get some info off that peek from Tiles here. Constantly using those jiggles and that quick movement with the knife in hand to make sure that they can get that insight and get away before an impacting shot lands like this one from Donkey onto Dubbin. Good change up. Now this execute goes down on A, but Adder still has info and a kill as well onto AK. He's guiding lights to try and propel himself forward here inside of mid as he makes a play towards Pizza. Has one in towards this market. Can he land the shots? Kukli, no, he can't, but Adder can. And he's got one more, possibly two, and Noodle will go down. Everyone trying to swing Adder right now, but he's just too strong. They can't take him out. All they want is a gun upgrade, but none of these Sheriff shots can land.
30 seconds left.
Neon hasn't even felt the need to plant just as of yet here. He's going to hand that duty off to Nick instead, as they want to try and hunt Doggy down. They know that this operator is lurking somewhere around here. Unfortunately for Neon, a bit too close for comfort. He's going to fall to it.
Oh.
Either way, they know the position of Donkey. Donkey knows he's out for the count on this round. He's not going to take the bait on firing that shot off. The turret's actually going to see him somehow.
Oh, no. No,
That's a bit unfortunate, actually, as Adder will complete the ace in the long run. That's the real big news there. Massive round from Adder. A little unfortunate with what happened there for Donkey, though. I'm not too sure how the turret saw him. So,
yeah, sometimes with those turrets, I think it like past a certain point in the animation, and it actually can see you. It just won't shoot, and then it'll
imagining that
like the first burst.
Yeah, I'm imagining like the hitbox that gives vision is like probably just barely peeking through the window itself to a point where it somehow like got a picture to it, and that kind of would be my only guess as to how that happened. But
yeah, super unfortunate either way you slice it. But still, Serenity Black. I mean, they've looked incredible so far on this offensive side. 4D and especially Donkey get read out here. He's not able to get the Cloudburst onto the recon bolt fast enough, and now. Yet again, Serenity Black in the power position. They've taken down two, and they know where a couple more are. They don't have the angles anymore as Adder will push them forward into tree. Not a single soul lies in the A area, all except for the Reyna currently in garden, but Noodle's dead as well. It's all down to the lone Sova, currently in defender spawn. AK holding the angle here in Neon. Well, he's got somebody in tow, and they are looking for blood. And in fact, it's not only one, John, it's a multiple. It's a whole hunting party right now trying to find AK, as they're not allowing a single person to live. They don't want any of this money to reside on this defensive side.
Right, so we knew this was going to be coming eventually,
so
but
clean.
Man, a clean one there.
Oh man, that was clean as a whistle, dude. That was like an Old Spice commercial.
We knew that this was going to be coming eventually here, but for the members of N4D, they very much need to do this. They're going to call for their timeouts. They'll have the next 40 seconds to discuss things about how they want to proceed from this point forward. But where do you go when everything is going wrong? That's the real question that I would like to ask N4D at this point. Obviously, they're playing, so I can't really ask them that. But yeah, it's going to be a tough time out here, man, because there's not even a lot to grasp at for the leadership on this team right now.
No, you know, what it really seems like is we can kind of go back to what I was talking about earlier. It's just that Serenity Black seems so very well rehearsed right now. And the problem with that is that N4D doesn't have really any plays in their book that seem anything outside of a default without just setting somebody in mid and setting somebody over here. They're not really making anything happen on the map and forcing Serenity Black to respect them in that way. And this is a kind of game that you get, John, when that happens. You know, they're constantly able to just berate them in different ways. And I mean, just look at the economy right now for Serenity Black. This is exactly where you want a game when you're in the lead.
Well, we've got Adder just absolutely scrimming his way through the action here at 14 and 5. Next highest teammate is Neon and Dubbin, both at 8 and 7 kills respectively, each with just as respectable of a death count to their top teammate. This is going to be a big all-in here as N4D try to 5-stack the A site. I only just now noticed this. And ultimately, Serenity Black is going to use a whole heck of a lot of utility for no reason. Obviously, they would have had no way to expect this site would be completely empty, but they're going to move in here and just be like, oh, okay, I guess this is ours. And in a second or two, yep, there comes the spike plant. And now we're waiting for the retake to come back in, which it's going to come in. They still have all 5 players. That's the one thing that this play does guarantee. But man, Adder flashing his way to victory there. 2 quick pickups for him. Kukli moving out, finding one, but Adder about to get his second ace potentially. Already 3 kills in his favor. 2 are left. Double with a quick cutoff against one of these members as well. Didn't even realize it until just now as Donkey sneaks the kill off onto Aiko. So that's going to be the ace denied at a minimum. But Kukli now alone. They already know that Kukli's somewhere out here towards the spawn. There's no element of surprise for Kukli to throw out here, and ultimately that spike's going to be blowing up in a second. Anyway, so the round will very much go over towards Serenity Black. Yet again.
He really just wants to sneak in here and die. That's the
well, he wants a gun, I think, more than anything. But
yeah,
now he's got to get out with it.
He'll be able to get out, yeah. So, got to get that death bonus eventually and get some money back on the table. So, N4D will at least be able to get that. The problem is now is that singular round on your defensive side on the sets. That's not looking too hot. And you know, the biggest thing is that it's not like they didn't bring the agent to achieve, you know, success on the defensive side. They've got Astra, they've got Killjoy, so many options here. But the team just hasn't been able to fight in the same way that Serenity Black has been able to fight. And I mean, really, it's honestly been Adder just free-balling this currently. He's looked so dominant so far on this offensive side, able to capitalize off these guiding lights time and time again. You know, really, what do you do when somebody just seems unstoppable in the moment? His shots just constantly landing, and no one on N4D able to do much about it. He's got so much left in this kit inside of this round as well. Still has his Seekers as well to influence anything going forward. So we'll be getting things started here towards the tree side. N4D, and this is what we've been talking about, John, they just really don't try and play up against Serenity Black. They've given up mid here freely so they can get things held inside of tree, but in comes the lockdown. I don't know how this goes.
Noodle with a good dodge, at least, of the op shot that comes out there. Trailblazer's going to reveal that they do have a good stack. Neon, I think that shot nearly connecting onto Noodle there. The wall potentially saving the day, but the Nebula is going to save the fight from happening here. Serenity Black going to move right through tree, out onto the site. He's going to get caught here by the Killjoy as well, though I don't think it's going to be anything actionable. Instantly here as that plant goes down onto the ground. Vasperal retakes tree control at a minimum. Adder now trying to dodge the Hunter's Fury. And if you're going to get anyone, AK-47 picked a great target to take down, and by far the dominance has been coming from that Sky. Let's see, though, if we're going to have one come from the other end of this. Neon already striking in his own. Noodle brute forcing through, though, despite the fact that we have that Hunter's Fury blocking off the way. Going to go for health control and gets it as he takes down Neon. Noodle with just a few more kills to pick up and only 2 more players left. Vasperal trying to wait this one out on the inside of the Nebula. Already defused going down. Dubbin stops the first one as Noodle trades it right back out. But now Aiko's got a chance to be the hero here, and he'll succeed in it. Finds the first planter. Needs to go for more than that. Knows we're not there yet, but he gets the lineup he needs to shut it all down. It's a big clutch from Aiko, and still domination from Serenity Black.
What do you do when things seem impossible? What change-up do you make? Noodle having... What more do you want from him? He retakes this fight. He gets so many kills on the entry here, and still, the post-plant setup just too strong for Serenity Black. The strategy just ahead of the game of N4D. They even know where Aiko is. They know what his play is going to be. And they still can't win a round. They can't buy a round right now if they tried to, John. And it's getting constantly doubled down upon Adder with yet another frag here. And Neon, this is the second time. He's just wind sailing currently inside of mid. He's already gotten a frag, dealt so much damage now to the Astra of the defense as well. And this is just, what does N4D have to accomplish now? There's nothing they can really do. They're low on money, they're low on weaponry, and they're constantly losing bodies.
Everything and ultimately nothing is what they have to accomplish here is
one enemy remaining.
Start themselves off too well just as of yet, but they still need everything in this game to go their way to somehow turn it back on its heels. Neon just smurfing his way through it here as he bursts his way to the top of spawn, taking out everybody on N4D with another flawless round going the way of Serenity Black. We are 10-1 at the final round of the opening half.
Well, you know, this might be a world record ascent speedrun in a way. This has been pretty incredible so far. I mean, these are such fast-moving rounds. Serenity Black is just making these happen in such a decisive manner right now. And really, you couldn't ask anything more of anybody on the offense. I mean, they're supporting each other in such a way as giving Adder and Neon so much space to do what they've been doing thus far. Here we go yet again. Adder, he's not able to land the initial shots, but he keeps it inside the pocket. He'll take down Donkey, who slides right back into the headshot. The Seeker's out now, and yeah, Vash will be able to get rid of those, but can you handle Adder? Not exactly. The doors will now close as they'll be able to get down the Cosmic Divide. Adder slips in behind now, and with all this space to work, should be able to get up rafters and run amok. Oh, yes, indeed. He's playing this out so well right now as well. Just constantly just sneaking in behind him, waiting to see if anybody else can possibly move up and he can get some ears on, but doesn't even need that. But things are going to get a little bit closer now as Noodle actually be able to adjust. Goes back out towards mid as this is looking like a 1 and 11, and this is what we're talking about with these guiding lights. Just look at Adder and the way that he works these angles, guys. This is it. This is what you want out of your Skye. That constant backup of guiding lights. He's constantly using those off of cooldown, and it just looks amazing.
Here's a highlight reel of specifically Adder throughout the game. Not the best one to start off with, but ever since that first round, things have gone so well for Adder. The amount of times this man has self-flashed himself into a double, if not triple kill, is far too many to count. We're going to count him anyway here, as this is going to be the second one right here. And I think there was at least 2 more besides this one that we saw before the end of the half as well. Adder is absolutely unstoppable right now inside of this match.
And again, like what we've been asking, you know, it's impossible to try and do something up against this currently because they're trying to just simply manage utility around his agent, but then you also have to deal with his mechanical skill in and of itself.
Look, he's already fragging again.
Oh my God, this is an active round. I thought we were still in replays.
No,
oh my
get
God,
back. This is we literally went from a highlight reel to a live highlight reel.
Dude, this is looking like an episode. This is looking like something straight out of GoldenEye right now. He's just like running in with a silenced pistol and just taking out everyone. Neon gets one as well. The entire team's in on it. The Jinx is up. N4D, you're simply outclassed. We don't know what else to tell you. Kukli, you're done, son. You'll never play again in this town. Serenity Black have simply taken it to him on Ascent.
Match point.
Yeah, I mean, 12-1, that pretty much speaks for itself, with Adder at 24-6 as well. Even his teammates, right? I don't think there's a single negative person on the defensive side right now. There's a couple players that are maybe even, but that's about it, as everybody has brought a massive performance to the table here for Serenity Black. And unfortunately, N4D just cannot compare. They're obviously going to force buy into this round because they purely just don't have a choice. So you're going to see a couple Stingers and Sheriffs, but it's not looking good, to say the least here. And Adder, of course, is not going to take any chances on this. Well, he'll take a couple chances, but he doesn't seem to care, is what I'm trying to say here. Him and Nick just push their way out into A main, take direct challenges against these guns. Adder is completely unsafe about this, too. He has no business doing this freely, but he does it anyway. And Neon, after Adder finally falls for a 7th time, will trade things out to make it a very, very quick map number 1 of this series. 13-1. In the favor of Serenity Black.
You know, our producer said we had to show the scoreboard, guys. I said it was a little bit too vicious, but we have to do it. So, Adder, look, I just want you guys to look at that econ rating. Did you see that? 121 on the econ rating alone for Adder. That is just, you know what, John? I'm gonna have to ask you.
500 combat scores.
I'm gonna have to ask you, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you. I need you to put on your coach hat right now. What is the mental reset for N4D?
I mean, really just call that one as like, guys, just forget that one. Let's just everybody go take like 5-10 minutes, get a drink or whatever, and we'll just try that again. Because what are you going to learn from that, right? Like, what are you going to take from that and learn? Like the first couple rounds, the first 5-6 rounds where they were putting up a fight, maybe. But after that point, I mean, it was just shutdowns round after round. Again, there's nothing to take from that, in my opinion. There's nothing really to learn from that. Just reset, forget it happened, focus up for the next map. I think that's the best thing that these players can do now if they're on N4D.
I mean, just such a hard task presented to N4D now. I mean, only a singular round secured on Ascent, but that'll do it for Ascent, folks. We got the second map right around the corner, and we'll be back after this break.
Stokes and Blue bringing it back to you guys once again as we get ready to head into our second map between N4D and Serenity Black. Things going very much in the favor of Serenity Black during our first map on Ascent. Leaves the question of what the heck can N4D even do here going into the second map? We won't really get our answer until we head into it here. We're going to have to hope, in my case, pray that N4D is going to be more prepared for the second map in this lineup, because they certainly were not on Ascent. They're only picking up a single round versus Serenity Black. We're ready for every single eventuality. We're going to bring the maps up on screen one more time. Haven will be the battleground for our second map, and then if we see a rebound from N4D, we'll be going to Icebox.
Yeah, Ascent, a pretty quick occasion. Our producer said it was 23 minutes and 26 seconds or something like that, which is just ungodly fast when it comes to completing a map of Valorant. Yeah. So Haven now presented to N4D, and we'll be honest with you folks, it's looking pretty bleak. Mostly because this is Serenity Black's best map and their most rehearsed map as well. They have 34 plays on it, 71% win rate, whereas Ascent, there's got a 57% win rate with 28 plays. So this might even be more brutal in a way, even though they got one round. I don't know how you make it more brutal than that, but maybe, I guess.
I'll sprinkle in some hope sprinkles here and see if we can maybe help out the odds for N4D in saying that maybe because this is a much more well-rehearsed map for Serenity Black, and more importantly, there's much more public tape available on how they play it, there's a possibility that if N4D worked hard to anti-strat, they would be able to figure out what exactly they're going to bring to the table. But considering that the bracket was fairly recently formed, I highly doubt that is the case. So we'll have to wait and see when we get into the map itself if they're going to be able to bring that prowess to the table versus Serenity Black. Unfortunately, so looking at it as a 13-1, there's not really a whole lot of hope that we can throw over to the way of their opponents here, because Serenity Black controlled nearly every single aspect of the game, and more importantly, Adder controlled nearly every single aspect of the game. If anything is going to start for the folks on N4D, and it's to start with the stopping of Adder and his just absolutely wild play, self-flashing himself in there on the sky of all operators as well into multiple double, if not triple kills. This man was on fire, and he needs to be stopped before anything else can be done if you're N4D right now.
Yeah, he looked absolutely insane. And we're going to get back into it now, folks, as Serenity Black and N4D will be locking in their agents. We already have 3 locked in for Serenity Black here, so get a good read on this. And it's looking very similar to what we were presented on Ascent. As for N4D, not going to be a big change up here, all except for Noodle will be getting off of the Jet play. Actually on over to the Sky instead, or actually the Reyna play, rather. Yeah. Donkey was the Jet the last time around, and he'll be sticking to his guns. So it should be interesting to see if N4D can possibly muster something here, because you and I both have our hopes up. I feel like Jim Carrey right now. So you're saying there's a chance.
I don't want to see like an outright shutdown, you know? You want to put some hope in there for the fans at home that are rooting for N4D, but realistically on paper, I won't lie, it's looking pretty bad for them right now.
Just don't look at the paper then.
It's looking very bleak, so we'll see what they can do. But here we go, folks, into Haven for potentially the last map of this series. If Serenity Black is going to be able to dominate in anything close to the fashion that they gave us on Ascent. As Stokes said, this is, on paper, again, an even better map for Serenity Black than it was on the previous one. So let's see how N4D is going to prepare for the challenge. And well, being AFK at the start of the round is probably not too good of a start for Serenity Black, so we'll have to hope that Dovin comes back in the next 25 seconds. I'll assume that is going to be the case, though.
Dovin's so confident he ran to the fridge real quick.
Okay, he's back. He's back.
All right, guys, I'm going to go get a water real quick. You boys just hold it down for the first round, okay?
Go get an energy drink real quick.
Exactly, man, you know.
Don't know why Adder has that
honestly,
deep of a voice.
I was going to say, Adder basically already has wings, so he doesn't really need an energy drink or anything like that. This guy has been insane, and I think he's going to go off here inside of Garage yet again. A quick peek here, met with Swarm Grenade. Back him off, but obviously not being too forceful with it. And as you said, being smart around that angle, making sure to maintain his utility as well, because he knows that this is most likely going to be. And he'll be correct. Donkey will get lit up from Neon. He'll confirm it as well. Be able to fake it here and try and get these players to move forward. You can see N4D not committing to the idea just yet. They've been fully backed off here. And oh my God, Serenity Black, they're simply walking over the top of these corpses. N4D, I'm sorry, but guys, you got to do something. One of these guys has to fall. But no, Serenity Black, it's zeros in the death column.
Serenity let them have it as well. Serenity pretty much played it super passively on this fight. We can see that here. They're only just now pinching in after the planting family and know they can get an advantage versus Donkey by outnumbering him and having his back. turn. And then once they have that inside control, you know, secured for themselves, it's not too much of a problem, as we see there. Specifically, once again, the man of the hour, Adder, sneaking his way out through the nebula into one of the safe cubbies, sees that there's no immediate pressure against the push for his teammates, so he calls for it. Guys, just come on out. There's no one here. They're all around the corner. And they slowly, systematically take down the remaining members of N4D one by one. Very well done there by Serenity Black, as we've already been seeing. And a well-fought lead here to put them ahead. Neon gets a slight angle, as you can see here, against N4D's Sky, and is actually going to be able to connect the shot. It's not for an outright kill. There we go, though. It's going to be AK-47 that goes down. He's going to get aim punch, trying to get the second one, which is why he misses the follow-up shot onto the Sky, and ultimately now goes down to Donkey, leaving us in a 4v4.
Well, luckily enough, he will at least land some shot, and it's going to be onto the character that can't heal herself. She's able to heal her teammates, but not herself, so Sky will be stuck on that for the remainder of this one. Donkey will be shifting things back towards mid, as his team really wants to look towards Garage right now. We'll be given this space to work with. If they're going towards C, obviously they run into the KJ here, as well as some utility. As well as the alarm bot, they'll be able to clean up all of that. The guiding lights now out to assist. And what can Aiko achieve here? Well, it doesn't take rocket science to know that he really doesn't need to get too much done as long as Adder's there. And Adder, he buys ahead, John. Instead, he buys a rifle on the previous round with a light armor and is able to take down 3 members of Serenity Black. That means on their rifle round, Adder also gets a rifle.
Can you imagine telling Adder no, though? Like, it's like, are you going to be the person that tells the guy with 121 econ rating not to buy? Like,
it's, you know what? You have a very valid point.
Yeah, I mean, this guy can do whatever the heck he wants, as far as I'm concerned, because it's working.
Who are you? I'm the owner of this house. Like, that's basically what it is at this point.
I'm the benefactor of all these one rounds. That's who I am. Anyway, things will start well for Serenity as Neon finds a first pick, but it's Donkey to trade it out. +1 as well, finding Adder as well as Dubbin to give N4D an edge here at the beginning. One of the most important rounds, at least at the start of this matchup here. Not something that we say all too often, obviously. N4D falling away in a very big way, but finally getting some footing to work themselves back into this round, and it's continuing to find itself in more secure of a position. Coakley shutting down 2 more in the back of the site. N4D going to get onto the board here more than likely, unless Neon gives us a show.
Well, wouldn't take it away from him if he did. Does have the Blade Storm, but highly doubt we see that invested. Might just go for the save here as well, as this is a pretty heavy investment inside of his kit overall right now. That op obviously being very expensive, and it does look like they do want to go for the save here. So N4D with their second round, and yes, I am not saying this incorrectly, of the series so far here. They'll get it here on Haven. Just be able to save the op for Serenity Black, but N4D, you got to be happy with this one, as, well, Donkey gets so much done early there, especially with taking down Sky. We know how effective Adder's been throughout all of this, as we have not been able to sing his praises high enough, but silent on that round finally here. Neon not wanting to go for much, so we'll be able to save that and actually buy into this next round. And I don't know, John, this could catch N4D off guard. It just depends on how they think Serenity's managing this economy.
Yeah, it really depends on how close of an eye they were keeping on the economy, because if they realize that Phantom buy happened in the second round, they're probably going to realize that this is a potential outcome of the last round there, that Neon's just going to buy right up into an even stronger gun after they finally lose a round. But we'll see, though. N4D having a rough time of keeping track of really anything inside of this matchup. That is, of course, until that previous round. Things looking a lot brighter as they're able to get the entry there. But you'll also note Serenity Black very quickly cooling things off after they lose that round. Not over-aggressing this time, not getting right in the faces of N4D to try to challenge them. They're going to be a little bit trickier, and it's actually not going to work. A missed shot from Neon there in a big way leaves Donkey with an opening kill here in the favor of N4D yet again.
Well, if there was a time to see some jet action from N4D, it would be now. I know this sounds so crazy talking about this inside of round 4, but it's so very true. We just need N4D to continue to strive forward inside of these rounds, especially when they have these advantages, because they've been so very few and far between for them thus far. Ico trying to get a good read on long, and he gets a solid one. He'll get tagged up, though. It's not going to be too much. A good recon guard to back this up. But no, the Jet's actually going to mess up the updraft. And now Ico, he's got some influence, and Adder, he'll find some space. And this is starting to look very heavily in the favor of N4D after AK-47 will pick up Adder. Also get the heal off here for the N4D members. Kukli continue to add to the star onslaught, but oh my god. Serenity Black so strong in their position, and Dubbin, he simply has the better gun to bang the box. He'll take down Kukli with the high impact rounds, and that's going to be an easy diffuser for him. Decided to go and try and look for a different gun, but I mean, you got the Odin. You might as well save that, especially for that kit overall. Any intel at all that comes through that kit, he'll basically have an influence over. And look at the early engagements, especially from Donkey here. Thought they initially had it, but not able to capitalize on that cloudburst on top of the box. That's really what gave it up. Not able to influence the back end side of the C site.
You said it pretty well there. Kukli making a valiant attempt to clutch out the 2v1 and does everything correct in that situation except for having the correct gun needed to beat Dubin in a wallbang battle there. So the Odin will very clearly win that fight, just barely though, against Kukli, and that will be another round going into the hands of Serenity Black. But they're getting a lot closer here. N4D certainly earning more respect in these past couple rounds out of Serenity Black. However, I say that Black tries to get aggressive, and Adder's going to pay the price for it. He goes down first here as N4D starts things off well yet again. Their third round in a row now where they've gotten the initial entry. Flashes out onto the site. Neon sneaks past them and gets the second before being traded. Ico still in this fight in the back corner. They never even saw him, so he gets two before finally being traded, leaving only Kukli alive. Again, he's got the 1v2 to fight for. They actually have Chinese puts his forward. They're going to realize it now, though. Once again, it's Dubbin to shut it down. Literally the same chain of events as the previous round.
I mean, Neon looked like Kyrie Irving right there. He just put both of those guys on life support ankle-wise. I mean, just look at that. He gets the right-click on the first one, then dashes past him for the reset and right-clicks the other guy as well. Incredible play there from Neon. And at a time where Adder wasn't exactly there to assist either, as well as you got to give it up to Ico. Constantly shutting down these plays on C. It's just looking so good right now for Serenity Black yet again. N4D forced into a terrible spot round-wise here for round 6. This is looking like Serenity Black is going to get away with another one, although Neon is not going to get away with that shot. He's going to miss again, actually, here, but at least he hasn't taken any damage.
Relax, Neon. Patience. That Astra wasn't even looking at you there when you first peeked him. Could have had a free pick. But thankfully, he's going to be able to make up for it on the follow-up. Here we go. Now Neon's hitting his shots, and it's a distraction as well for Adder to hop into the fight at connector. He gets the double. It's only going to be one left. It's Vasparov trying to sneak up through mid. Dubbin catches that one for the third round in a row, gets the final kill. It's a flawless yet again here for Serenity Black as they lead 5-1 over their opponents now.
Well, Serenity Black, once again, shut down N4D. Although I will say N4D fighting back a lot harder on this map as opposed to what we saw on Ascent. Ascent, it was so unbelievably lopsided. Serenity Black, it just basically bowled over them for the entirety of the map. Here, at least they're able to get some frags on the board and make Serenity Black sweat. That's what's important. But the biggest issue right now is that N4D is not able to muster any rounds on their offensive side of Haven. And that's a huge problem because this map is difficult to defend. Obviously, with the 3 sites, it's pretty difficult when you're shot calling as to know when to swing people back and forth in between these areas, because if you commit, then you're going to start running into problems. But now Adder, tasted his own medicine, guiding light out. He's losing this to Noodle to get an early frag here, but more people to play this A space, as well as N4D not exactly committing to the idea just yet.
N4D realizes with that extra aggression coming back out, there's going to be a heavy amount of defense put onto the site, so they'll take a second to reformulate themselves before committing. That doesn't mean they're moving away from this entirely. It just means they're considering other options here before they commit themselves to the site, which could still have the large majority of the defenders waiting at the other end of it. Just as Neon was about to rotate away, he hears sound cues to make him pull back. Dubbin's going to be able to catch the first player, moving out from long as well. We'll also see an Astra Star implode, giving the smoke cover that's necessary. Neon gets distracted, but still lines up the shot quickly against AK-47, but Kukli making up the difference again with those 2 critical entries as he gets onto the site, leaving only Ico in the 1v2 here. Ico's going to work his way in. Has to take down the doppelganger first. They can't get the job done. Vasparov closes it down this time instead of being the last death and puts a second round on the board for N4D.
Big pickup here. And Adder being in this position. exactly know what he was looking for either. Getting things off, but they didn't have anybody inside of sewer to really add on to that. So unfortunate for him. And just some big kills coming through on long here for A. Able to overwhelm, especially for Kukli, as he just swung straight through. He's able to trade out his teammate as well as add on to it with the player in hell. Now N4D are back on the board in a time where it was desperately needed. Serenity Black, though, are going to continue to be able to buy in and going to do it yet again here. Heiko setting things up around the A site, just trying to have some preventative maintenance currently. N4D not exactly powering themselves forward. They've been able to clear out A long. They know that there's no longer the seeker-wielding Sky sitting around this space. Noodle and the rest of the squad, though, not exactly committed to this one either. They're still sitting very close to lobby currently as they're kicking things out towards the left-hand side here. Astral moving up towards garage, but more or less looking towards mid. It's going to be guarded by Dubbin right now, and they really haven't used any utility in this space either. We could see a recon come out and really start to tell the tale of where this is going to go, but Astral is just simply going to hold this cut. See if we can get some rotations when they look towards A.
Serenity Black certainly favoring the retake over all else at this point. They know C doesn't have pressure on it, so that leaves only the two options over towards B, eventually the A site. They seem to have figured out Vasperel as well. He's going to take some heat, trying to fall back deeper into middle, where he will be relatively safer now to maintain that position. That also reveals where the game is going to fold itself out at. It'll be on the A site, and Serenity Black, for the most part, are going to let it happen. They seem to be of the belief that things were happening mainly on B, so they tried to keep their players floating towards that. At the same time, we could still see a very easy retake come from these players as Dubbin tries to outwit AK-47 in a laser battle, but is not going to come out on top of that one. He takes him down. AK-47 will be able to back out of his killjoy at the same time as well. Neon trying to sneak into it. Wants to check heaven first, though, before that timer expires. It'll be okay to do so. Everyone avoiding the lockdown here. The members of Serenity Black have to work their way back in with no heaven vision either here, but the defenders have a tool of their own. They bring in a killjoy, which is going to force pretty much everybody from N4D out of the site.
Also, the Astra Stars going down all the way in long. That's going to hold everyone here. Present an opportunity for the defenders to flood site. The lockdown now off, and they'll be able to try and hold the gates. The Cloudburst down as well, but Neon has to achieve so much here. Nick's gonna stick it, and Bros don't fake. They'll get it done as the defenders win it out. And oh my God, Aiko! He still gets AK as well. He won't be able to get the op, but still, the round goes the way of the defense as they'll steal that one the way off the back of the ult.
Aiko just tapping away so casually at the end of the round there as well to finish off AK-47. Some great stuff from Serenity Black, although a little bit too close for comfort. We talked earlier on in that round about how there hadn't been a lot of utility use, and that all came to bear in the final seconds of the round. The attackers throwing everything out, and it nearly makes our defenders who can't even get back into the site with especially things like the Cosmic Divide going down. But Serenity Black, considering the results from the last map, simply have no fear and challenge every single piece of that utility that's thrown out from N4D. Really allowing them to take back the control towards A main and win out the round. Adder with a great start here to the 9th round as well. He'll drop Vasperel. That's going to be the spike going down, at least initially. Donkey will pick up an exchange, but it itself will be exchanged by Nick over at the edge of long. Spike has been retrieved in the meanwhile here. But what is left now, as they're down to only 3 players standing? However, so is the defense after that most recent pick from Kukli.
With that pick from Kukli, this might be them throwing this back towards window, but they'll run into the KJ there as well. They're actually getting sandwiched currently. They really need to get some of these frags on the board. They'll eventually be able to get back into lobby, and they actually have quite a bit of HP, but oh no, Aiko missing some very crucial shots, and they're chasing them down now. All 3 currently in window, and Aiko can't do a single damn thing about it. He'll get overwhelmed. And now mid control going towards the offense. They're getting flanked currently, but Neon, you gotta land those shots, my friend. All of the Bladestorm blades going wide, and now it's down to the lone member of Serenity Black and the likes of Nick. But he's got an Odin. He's got a chance. Recon out here. Gonna be able to find him. Really sitting at the gates of CT. Worried about both sides of the box. He'll get the initial flick, and oh my, so close. AK will finally get it done, but oh my goodness, Nick. Keeps it close. 6-3 now as the offense will get a yet another round, but Serenity Black, I mean, they are making them grind these out.
Yeah, way too close for comfort ultimately, especially with the Odin play at the end of the round nearly going the way of Nick as he tries to spray it. And the fact that we even get this far into the play only happens with the members of Serenity Black kind of whiffing, unfortunately, in their attempts to get aggressive to make up the difference there. So Serenity Black still probably not too fearful about their position on the inside of this game, especially when you consider they're on the defensive side of this map now as well, still leading at 6-3. Not much for these folks to worry about, as every factor that we usually talk about still plays into their court at the end of this. M4D, though, still looking to make up the difference and try to reverse their own fortune to push towards a 6-6 scoreline at halftime. We'll start it with another slow play, a slow build-up. They'll lurk their way over towards the A connector, it looks like eventually, but still keeping Donkey in mid as well. Also be the first eco we've seen from Serenity Black, I want to say the entire series.
Indeed, yes. Adder immediately bought the second round, and we haven't seen a round where he didn't have a gun in his hand. So, Serenity Black, 9 rounds of or 8 rather, rounds of guns overall. Pretty incredible when you really think about it. Dubbin's going to go for a swing inside a sewer, but we see how that one breaks down. It's backed up by the Owl Drone and way too many bodies for him to try and fight at that poor little classic, even though the right click can be pretty crazy at times. N4D will take over the A side. They're just simply waiting on the payload to get here. Fastball's got that, and he'll plant the spike immediately. They've already gotten control and have the angles to be able to box out Serenity Black, and they got a good start as well. Adder takes a wide swing inside of Tower, and he'll be taken down. Try and see if they can get some extra guns here, or possibly a Sheriff to switch on to play some of these longer angles, as there's only 3 remaining members of Serenity Black. A little bit of damage going onto the KJ inside of Heaven, as AK will be spamming through that with the Odin, but no one really here anymore. Them playing, or they are trying to simply play down towards CT now. See if they can possibly get any exits. Looking to see if somebody will push towards mid right now, but no flanks coming in for the offense. Instead, they're going to try and head this off at the pass. We'll be able to get 1 Nick with 2 big shots here. Won't be able to land the third. That'll be a second for Noodle, and a round for the offense yet again.
So N4D finding their footing. We need to see if it will continue, however, as obviously Serenity Black lose that round on an eco of their own, and they're coming back into this one. 5 Phantoms armed and ready to go against this Execute once again, so expecting a much closer result this time. Overall, though, consistent hold coming in from N4D. Seem to be getting a good lock on the how Serenity Black tries to play, specifically the early and mid rounds, and allow for that to lead into generally good control. The problem is, for the most part, that really only extends to the A site. We haven't seen success in B or C just as of yet. So if Serenity Black figures things out, or has figured things out here, they're going to be on a quick path to trying to set up an 8-4 scoreline if N4D doesn't have their own solution or a better way to push in one of the other 2 sites. Right now, the solution for Serenity Black is to just get aggressive yet again, and Neon actually is going to get a little bit lucky there. Donkey pushes out a second or 2 too soon and ends up self-blinding himself there with the flash that was thrown out, the guiding light that was thrown out there. That's the only reason the defending Jet is able to get away in this specific instance, why Neon is still alive.
Yeah, Neon and Donkey practically making the exact same decisions overall inside of that. Both opting to down the cloudburst and re-engage later on instead. And Donkey with a good read on this as well. Knows he's more than likely in this area, and he'll lose his head for it as well. Lands a couple of shots on Donkey, but will be able to maintain his life here. Seekers out to see where the remainder of Serenity Black are, and now Donkey looking for more. Chooses to back off though, as the spike is headed towards C, but they're running right into Adder. The issue is now, though, is that Adder is the lone soul here on C. Not able to win out the first aim duel either, as Kukli, well more prepared than he was, able to take him down, and that'll be the spike confirmed here.
Finished.
Asperal cutting off some of the rotates as well. Ico goes down, and that pretty much seals the deal in the round for the most part at a 5v2 here, leaving only those 2 alive and constantly getting a drip feed of intel in the favor of the attackers as well. There's just not really anything that Serenity Black can do to even get themselves close to this site. So looking like Nick and Dubbin more than likely going to fall back and call for a save here, as they just do not have a way to start this retake, let alone win it in the 2v5. So N4D really taking control here at the later quarter of this matchup. It's looking like they could very well make a gauntlet run up to a 6-6 scoreline, as Serenity Black has fallen down entirely here, now losing a huge string of rounds for the first time in the series.
Well, it's like what we were talking about. Haven, when you get a team to make an early commitment to a site, it's so very easy to try and get these plants down. Be able to get some frags here that'll deal some damage to the economy, but just look at this here, especially from Donkey and Neon. They make the exact same play here. Both throwing down that cloudburst, don't want the angle, but after this pick right here, you can see the spike is down inside of lobby, or rather right outside of an extra window. And since they have that, they know that the defense is going to rotate towards A, because they've been pretty committed inside of their pick and delivery system. They get that pick and immediately go to the side that it's attached to, but this time around they don't do that. Instead, they immediately shift things over towards C, and they get a free site because of it. It's only Adder, and not only that, but it's Adder that doesn't really know if that's the site choice or not, and he gets caught off guard.
The timing and the reads more than anything coming out from N4D right now is much better than we saw on Ascent. They get a great grasp of what Serenity Black wants to do in the opening couple seconds of the round. For the most part, here in the later quarter of the matchup that we've watched, they've been doing a great job of countering it out. Nice shock dart comes in though from Dubbin, takes out Noodle before he can find good contribution to this retake here. Speaking of, a retake is continuing to go off here. Aiko getting the most recent find, but he will be exchanged by Donkey, still a +1 in the favor of Serenity Black. That can be changing over the next few moments here. A lot of utility working its way, including Seekers into the site here. Donkey, though, with a nice angle sitting out the other side of this Cosmic Divide, can reignite himself forward once he gets a scan. That is to say, though, no, he's actually going to get nebulaed out. He can't see anything anymore. He's got to fall back here. They're going to scan him, and they're going to see it, too, so he goes down. The utility work is just better from Serenity Black. They're able to win the round out as a result of it, with Neon getting the last kill. 7-5 will be our halftime score.
Nick set down that Nebula so incredibly fast. I don't think either of us were prepared for that to be smoked off already when he exited the Cosmic Divide. Either way, that's the big play here. I mean, this immediate star down and Nebula out blocks off Donkey. He can't have any influence over these players now. Can't try and assist his Sova. And also Recon at the very last moment. Done with a beautiful play there. And overall, an amazing retake from Serenity Black. And they'll maintain their lead. The tie won't happen as they shift to offense. 7-5.
So, Serenity Black still in control, but not nearly to the extent that we saw in our previous map. They're going to have to work a little bit harder this time for that second map victory, and ultimately the 2-0. They'd still like to claim it, but now N4D going to be challenged to a much greater extent, too. They have to spread out more. They have to play the harder side of this map, which truly tests the defending prowess. So we'll see if they are up to the challenge as the pistol round gets started, and immediately we're going to see Noodle go out towards A main here. Not going to be met with much, as we can see Serenity Black are focusing their efforts on getting a quick B plant.
Leon, I'm getting caught off guard from the gravity well here. And Shock Dart's in to try and assist as well as a Trailblazer. Perhaps that was some cheeky movement as he slides himself in to B. Don't exactly know what the exit plan is, though. The protocol are they exactly going to go with? Now the lineup here, does Bathworld still know that he's stuck on the box? No, a perfect guiding light for his face here, and Neon will finally get caught off guard. He'll break bread. Ends up losing back and forth. This is 4 right now, and Aiko still with plenty of utility to try and hold this down. Noodle, he needs to come up big. He'll get away with one, and he get the second. No, he can't. More guiding lights to add on, and Adder and Dubbin finally getting some things done here inside of mid. It'll be a couple kills for everyone around the side of Serenity Black, as they'll clean up N4D inside of the B site.
It wasn't really an exit plan they needed. It was a moving forward plan they ended up using at the end of the day here. Neon continuing to take more and more control, even after the plant goes down, once more assisted by that great guiding light from Adder, who fallen off personally a little bit on the inside of this matchup, but still has a lot to build up for, especially in the second half for the rest of their team here. So once again, a good start for Serenity Black. That's their second pistol inside of this map, so they will claim both. I believe pretty much all of them ended up going their way inside of this series. So full dominance in that aspect of the game. Just a couple more rounds away from claiming the overall series now as well. N4D will ultimately, of course, try to get into the way of this, but they'll be on the back foot, at least at the start of this series. And Serenity Black on the second round going to waste absolutely no time, throwing that spike right down on the B site within 15 seconds of the round start.
Indeed, it's going to be the exact same play, and it's yielding the same results as Nick with a triple kill. Oh, God, Donkey. I feel so bad. Oh, man, that round went by so quick. And, you know, I'm not going to take this Adder slander, because look at this scoreboard right now. How are you going to be mad at any of these guys currently?
I don't know.
I mean, dominating. Just absolutely dominating. I will say, I will admit. I was just messing with you. And secondly, you know, the Adder's kind of on the back burner in a sense here, because look at the assists that he's coming through with. 5 assists on top of those 11 kills, and a lot of these have been kills that his teammates have been able to procure through his guiding lights. So it's been just incredible what they've been able to do so far here on Haven. And oh my God,
I haven't seen this in a while.
This is truly amazing. Serenity Black, they're using everything in their power. They're even using the turret gods here to defeat N4D.
They're spreading it out. Hold on, wait, they're testing their coordination now. They're making the circle figure. All for the turret. All for the turret. The turret for all. I don't know what I'm saying here, but we are paused in case anyone hasn't caught that yet. Yeah. So that explains why this is. Oh man. Oh, that was a smooth call. You see that? Like coordination on the changing of the. Oh man, look, they did it again, man. Look,
it's a hive mind. It's actually one man playing all positions.
It's one guy.
John.
It's one guy just multi-boxing. That's what Serenity Black actually is. I don't really know how you can like, run 5 people at the same time in a multi-box in Valorant, but somehow he or she is making it work.
They've achieved it because this team is in perfect sync.
And it's making for, once again, a fairly one-sided affair here inside of the series overall. Obviously, credit to N4D. They've come back to a massive degree to what they were contributing towards on the previous map for Ascent, but still, things are looking a little bit rough just going off the first 2 rounds of play we've had here in the second half. We talked about how that was going to be an issue as well, was once these players got themselves onto the defensive side, what exactly they were going to be able to work towards, because that was where we were expecting our attackers to take over, and so far they have done that. Without a gun round to call back to, though, it's a little bit hard to predict how the rest of these rounds are going to go.
Yeah, they're really going to need some rifles to try and commit to a lot of these gunfights that they're looking to shut down early. And that's a big thing here for Haven. You really have to be on top of your economy because of the way that a lot of these spaces play out. I mean, look at A, look at C, look at B. I mean, you can look at any of the opening moments inside of these rounds on Haven. Even inside of your own games, you can see how this is going to play out. You have to have those rifles to try and commit to those longer angles. And when you're stuck on even like a Sheriff, that Sheriff doesn't even actually headshot people and kill them in one shot at that range. So what are you exactly going to do? You know what I mean? You have to try and find a way to work your way around, you know, these angles now, and you can't try and take any of the fights to stop the offense from getting in early. You have to try and back off and play retake or work some other angles to try and catch them off guard, but Serenity Black have simply not missed when it's come to a lot of these offensive plays so far, and it's starting to look a lot more like a previous map. I will say this for N4D so far. I mean, I'm happy that they've gotten the rounds that they have, because otherwise this half would have looked so very easy for Serenity Black to close out.
Neon inching his way forward, checking both of the links here to see if there's going to be any immediate presence from N4D, and we'll find nothing, which is going to surprise Serenity Black, I think, a little bit here, having another open B-site opportunity. They're actually going to sit here and, I think, wait for a potential swing or intel check to come in. They have the Owl drone checking out the actual back site for the 2, which is now going to be shot out as they catch the A-Link players. The Minto will go over onto Dubbin as he's going to get hit by the recon from the defending Owl drone, but ultimately, this just serves the purposes of Serenity Black. Neon creeps in with Adder supporting, gets that pick he's been looking for. Adder fends off a ceiling player as well. Now is going to overwhelm Noodle, the doppelganger from the other team here. Adder can now actually completely flank out one of the 2 remaining players as well. He's going to be well on his way to doing so. Figure out where exactly the position of Kukli's going to be, but it's irrelevant now, that flank that I was talking about before, because Neon just takes Kukli out directly and leaves only one left standing here. It is going to be the Jet Donkey, who actually rotated back to A after working towards a flank, but all for naught again. Adder shuts it down with his 3rd kill on the round, and Serenity Black get up to double digits.
Indomitable so far inside of this game. They've only given up 6 rounds across 2 maps, and that is going to be their 10. 23 rounds to 6, John. That is incredible what they've been able to do thus far. And you know, especially inside of this map, it has been a team effort. Serenity Black is simply firing on all cylinders, and N4D can't do a damn thing about it. And yet again, we're in this situation where they're low on money, and here comes the problem, folks. You have to try and combat them in a way. Neon, there's no way that he hit that. Poor Donkey, he gets clotheslined by an op shot where Neon couldn't even freaking see, and he's able to get yet another one as well. I mean, Vaspero will be able to work into the back of sight, but it doesn't mean much. Dubbin will shut him down, and they also know Kukli's on the other end of this nebula. He's simply trying to run away. Neon bouncing up and down, but Dubbin will be able to get in and work for the kill. That's going to be the op going back into their hands, and Serenity Black with yet another round.
Neon just throwing himself at his opponents at the end of the round there, because ultimately it doesn't matter. They're in such a
He's blind.
Here.
He's
that was
blind.
Such a good pick. He's blind. He makes an intuition flick off of the dash that he got a split-second peek of before that guiding light exploded in his face. Absolutely phenomenal stuff there. coming out from the attacking Jet. Neon taken over from Adder, and what we saw from him in the last game between him and Dubbin. They are all shutting this down right now. 2 more rounds is all that stands between Serenity Black and their next matchup here in the lower bracket.
I mean, that's some of the crazy stuff we've been seeing on the master stage coming through. Incredible stuff coming out of these players right now. I mean, Serenity Black, keep it going. Nick will actually heed those words. He's just calling. He'll take down Kukli. And Adder, he'll continue to add on. He knows where the other one's coming from as well. Noodle gone to the wayside. Donkey finally able to shut him down. And Adder, I mean, just put him in the box already. Neon, he'll shut up AK. He'll actually slide over and Donkey. Oh no! Insult to injury. He updrafts over the top of him and just right clicks him straight into the pit. 20-10 right now for him on his KD. And I mean, I'm happy we get to see this shot again, but I hope we get to see some of the others. I mean, my God, Neon. What a game this guy is having.
Absolutely crazy stuff coming out from Neon right now. Even taking his opponent's operator after that last round here. Once again, just absolutely Adder too, just waltzing right in. Love how he takes control here for himself and has no problem negotiating the rest of these. We can see Neon, the cleanup. Oh no, we missed it there in the final second. We got action to go back to in the game itself, unfortunately, even though it'd be nice to see that again. 1-to-1 exchange between those two players at the beginning leaves us in a 4v4. One of the members of N4D heavily lit up and looks like able to retrieve some of the HP. Better footing. Adder continue to push forward, but AK-47 also fending off some of that pressure coming in from main. Vasperal does the same. Nick will trade out one more, making it somewhat winnable here for Serenity Black, but at a 2v3, a bit of a rougher point than we've seen them in before. However, Nick evens it out here. No longer is Donkey going to have that full confidence to swing forward. He doesn't have the team support he needs to clean things up if it goes well for him anymore. He's got to wait for Kukli, and Kukli's a long rotate away, only just now arriving. We're sure. I'm not sure if that was supposed to go off as well from Donkey there, because that just gives away that he's up here in heaven. Called it out now. Kind of had an obvious intuition from the get-go, but we're also going to see one of the orbs go down, traps these two players on the inside, makes it a lot easier for Donkey. He needs to hit his shots for that, though, and he will. Succeeds in closing out one with the right click, the Bucky for the second, as N4D stay alive and get their 6th round.
Well, luckily for Donkey, he's got that Bucky to secure that. And they'll hold Serenity Black off of match point, taking the series here, but they'll have to continue to be perfect. He's round in a row right now. Donkey just barely missing that second right click as well. Well, I wouldn't lie, it would have been a lot cooler if you hit it, but I mean, it still got the shots, and that's what matters. Able to shut down Serenity Black there. But now, the issue is, Serenity Black has so much money going into these rounds further that they're going to continue to get opportunities, a solid crack at a couple of these sites, and they're going someplace that they haven't went before. Although N4D, they look prepared for it. Donkey will avoid the guiding light, but he can't land his shot. That would have been the opener that they were looking for, but now they've been sealed off by the Cosmic Divide, and they've set this up perfectly. They'll be able to walk in and get this spike plant, and no one will be aware of the situation until that moment right there, right when it slams the ground, and it'll go off for everyone around. A siren's call to start us off here on Charlie. The defender KJ ult will come out. The lockdown, try and keep some of these players back, but Adder's going to commit to it. He'll commit his life. Can he get two? No, Neon! Oh my, a huge shot heard around the map. He'll take out a multitude of agents, all with a singular bullet, but now they don't have any vision on the actual site. Neon continuing the cloud burst. He'll work his way through. Won't be able to land his shots, but he's got the shorty to try and get more done here. And now the knife out. He'll try and go for a stab onto AK, but it's Aiko instead. He knew the round was over. He wanted to get it done in style, but Serenity Black, either way, will take the dub.
Well, at least the knife didn't go through. That's the good news for N4D at the end of the day there. But unfortunately, the bad news is an outright loss in this series, and once again, near dominance from Serenity Black. 4 of their players topping out the scoreboard before we even see a single member from N4D. Serenity Black very much earning their survival coming out of this matchup and knocking N4D out of the tournament, pushing them further into the next matchup here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you know, I've got to agree with your earlier words, Sean. These guys are looking to be the favorites right now in the tournament. They look incredible right now. Even with N4D having a lot of opportunities there, Serenity Black constantly fighting back and just keeping them out of the running time and time again. N4D just not really able to get things on the board in a way that really gave them a fighting chance. Yeah, able to finally string some rounds together, but it really didn't mean much at the end of the day.
So that is going to be a very quick victory for Serenity Black. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see where things are sitting, as we had a couple other matchups being played as well. Zero Marksman Black and Godset are in the heat of their battle at 1-1. Third Impact is up 1-0 over Caloretta, and as well, we've seen Serenity Black take the 2-0 victory over N4D. TLP, in the meanwhile, is up 1-0 versus Spectrum Swing. We are still waiting on results from, as you can see, all three of the other matchups that we ended up picking the quickest one out of the four we have to play here of the four that are available. So what that does mean is we're going to head on to a break. And this one will probably be a little bit longer than the last one, folks, because we have to wait for results from those other three games. But once we have it, we are going to be seeing the upper bracket finals get played out here and see which of our two teams will be moving forward into the grand finals tomorrow. Stick with us, folks, and when we come back, we'll have that final match of the day. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSI Valorant Invitational. We're getting ready to head into our final matchup of day number 1 of our playoffs here. Let's get the bracket up on screen and see what that matchup is going to be, as it'll be quite a treat. We've got the number 1 and number 2 seeds for this tournament getting ready to duke it out, as we'll have Third Impact going up against Zero Marksman Black here in the upper bracket grand finals. Meanwhile, down in the lower bracket off stream, we're going to have Godset take on TLP, and Caloretta will face off against Serenity Black to make it to the lower bracket semis.
Yeah, and Third Impact making a heck of a run here. And also just to let you guys know, ZMB is going to be Zero Marksman Black, just to abbreviate it, just to make it a little bit easier on us. So either way, though, Third Impact have had a heck of a run so far throughout this winner's bracket. They haven't dropped a single map just yet coming into the Zero Marksman Black game, whereas ZMB dropped a map to Godset, but obviously since they are in the winner's finals, didn't end up dropping the series.
Godset, of course, being quite the opponents, and not too surprising, ended up seeing at least one map go their way from that series, and hopefully we'll be able to see them again later on in the tournament. In the meanwhile, though, we can go ahead and take a quick look at the rosters for these two lineups here and see who exactly is going to be stepping up to the plate today. This will be our first time. Actually, no, we have seen both of these teams play in the previous qualifiers, so it is going to be somewhat familiar here, as we've got Enteka, Stare, Adrenaline, Rooney, and Get Greedy 92 up on the plate for ZMB today. And for Third Impact, I believe this will be the same roster from last weekend: Stee, Evil, Zerg, Frizzy, and Vanish.
Yeah, you know, Third Impact is definitely a little bit more memorable, as you and I did have a hand in that one. Evil especially, ready to see what they can bring to the table up against Zero Marksman Black. But here is our map pool, folks, and the bans that were taken off the board here.
In just a second, I believe we're going to be starting with our very first map. Haven is going to be up on the docket first. This is going to be a map choice coming in from ZMB. Our second map will be the pick from Third Impact, and our third map on Ascent will once again be a choice from ZMB. We already actually missed the Asian select, unfortunately, folks, so we're going to head in game here. We'll talk about the compositions once we are in the game. For some of you, that might be even better news, is, hey, no delay, no diddling around for a minute while we
hit the S key, casters. Just start the game.
We're getting right into it, Stokes, today. No messing around with picking. We're getting right into the action. So nothing too surprising off of what I catch here real quickly. The main difference just being in controllers more than anything here. Stee going to be bringing a Killjoy to the table. There's something a little bit different over here for the attackers.
Yes, indeed. And eye full of these compositions. Obviously, the biggest thing standing out right now is Frizzy on Third Impact. We haven't seen a Viper all day on Haven. This will be the first one. And that's actually going to be partnered with another smoker as well, in the likes of Evil on the Astra. Overall, we like what Third Impact are bringing to the table, especially for a defensive side here on Haven to start off. They're going to have a lot of options in slowing up ZMB, and already the utility starting strong for Frizzy, as he'll actually take out the initial kill here for the entirety of the map with a snake bite.
They're going to work his way forward here behind a Cloudburst. Cloudburst actually pulls a little bit late, so he's going to take a little bit of extra damage as a result of that. Able to make up for it a tad, though, as he picks up another kill and really falls. We see Zerg and Vanish pick up these quick frags here, leaving ZMB with only one still standing. Rooney is going to be the only one left alive here. He'll swing towards the inside, and actually does get the kill versus Vanish. Okay, a second one going out against Zerg as well. He's got a real shot at this now, even with a low amount of HP, but Evil finally catches him out from heaven, shuts him down, and prevents the clutch from coming in for ZMB, as Third Impact ultimately control the pistol for themselves.
And they have to be happy with this, to get away with a round this early on Haven, especially on the defensive side. Just definitely can tell you what the future possibly hold, rather, for this defensive squad. I mean, as of right now, they'll at least be able to get a couple more rounds on the board before they truly have to deal with the rest of the gang here. But as of right now, Zero Marksman Black, you can tell why they have been such a problem just from Rooney's attempted clutch there. What we could possibly see for the rest of this game once we start getting these gun rounds on deck. But as of right now, ZMB obviously going to be stuck to the pistols. So they're looking for B. It's quite wide open currently. Alarm bot down. That's going to trigger the star here. Defensive Astra. Third Impact able to trade one out here and actually trade into their own favor. Sierra will get one, but now Greedy will fall. Same as Rooney here. As Third Impact take control.
Third Impact negotiating back that control, but losing here in the initial take for themselves, but it's all by design. Since you can swing in and very quickly retake control of the site. Unfortunately for the players over on ZMB, the other issue presented to them is they didn't plant the spike within vision to the front door, meaning they had to lurk around to get in position to stop it, and as you guys just saw, that doesn't end up happening. Third Impact walk right up and defuse that thing, giving them the second round.
Really not too much they can possibly do from the positioning that they gave themselves, so honestly I think that's some proper critique, I could say. You know, spike going down here, really want that to be adjusted somewhere else just for the vision, but either way, Third Impact are going to get away with yet another one here, but this is going to be a bonus round for them. Steve, he's going to buy in, but obviously not too large here. Actually, going to end up going even smaller here. He can't really decide what he wants to go with. Stinger, Frenzy, Spectre, he's going to end up with Frenzy. He's feeling that one just a little bit more, and you have to respect what ZMB can possibly do with this position. They've got one locked down currently inside of Garage, but Frizzy's actually made some space. Get out here instead. Given an opportunity here to possibly get some frags, but they happen on the other side of the map instead. It'll start inside of Sewer. They tag up KJ with the Owl drone, and of course Steve back. He'll start to swing out towards Long here, but now Stare with the situation could possibly end up pushing through, but no, doesn't go aggressive. Instead, staying back. CMB not exactly wanting this A take here. Starting to choose to back off instead, and this is presented Third Impact with a very awkward spatial control. Instead, they start to swing things over towards the A site, but now as they're starting to understand more of what's going on, you can see the Viper starting to back off instead. But this could all be a fake at the end of the day, and yes, ZMB just being very patient, seeing if they can get Third Impact to wonder as to what's going to go on. They'll lose track of one. Steve will be able to get the kill, but this is presented an open A site for the entirety of the offense. It's now up to Third Impact and their lone two members to get something done.
Just a small gesture at the end of the day there as ZMB moves in and trades things out relatively quickly against that one on-site player. Frizzy going to be the only one left close to the site here. You could see the Jet already in prime position back over towards attacker spawn, looking to play for exits more than anything at this point, and Frizzy will be pretty much doing the same thing, trying to survive and deny anyone from ZMB that's roaming around the map right now, looking to take these players down. A nice slow play from ZMB. Gonna get them on the board in the right way here inside of their first gun round. But that is coming in obviously on the bonus from Third Impact, so no solid advantage will be built up just as of yet. We'll have at least one more rebuy coming out from Third Impact in the following round before they will eventually be broken themselves, and ZMB will start having some real control that we could talk about at that point. Looking like both these players make it out of the round alive as well. Neither one successfully taking a fight, but also neither one dropping their guns either.
Every time I see that skin, I just want to buy it. They have to stop showing me this thing, I'm telling you. But, I mean, great round here from ZMB. The patience on these people, incredible. Third Impact end up getting caught off guard, just not really knowing where the spike's going to head, and immediately send it through A. Not really too many people attentive to the situation until too late. Now ZMB will be up on guns, but so will Third Impact walking into this round. A good read on to C, but oh no, Stare with a hell of a shot off rip. We'll have some semblance of control here. Move a couple into the back end, but they've been read out as well. And Stare, well, that's pretty simplicative, isn't it? It's going to be a triple kill for him. He'll take out the entirety of the C site. And now Third Impact, well, honestly, I respect the play. They're just going to sit inside of Heaven on A because, I mean, John, at this position, what exactly do you do?
Yeah, nothing, unfortunately. The problem is that Jet just walks right up and takes full control of the site. Yeah, as Third Impact's two remaining players, Frizzy as well as the Sova, they're going to be left pretty much out in, way out in the open here by the time their site is fully taken away from them. So no hope at all of them being able to recompense and go back onto the site for a retake, let alone get the intel necessary to pull that retake off. Just way too solid of an execute there from ZMB's Jet to get themselves onto the site with no problem whatsoever. So definitely agree with the save call here. Nothing the Third Impact can realistically do. So those two agents, excuse me, going to be able to sit up here inside of Heaven and more than likely make it into the next round without too much of an issue.
Oh no!
Oh no! No, it's an ace from Stare as well in the final seconds of the round.
Well,
that was a weird post play, obviously. But.
Well, this is going to be a game. This is definitely going to be interesting. I mean, they are not pulling any punches right now, are they? Stare has looked incredible so far, currently 9-2. I mean, Third Impact has definitely had some pretty great rounds, but, I mean, after Stare came into guns, he's just been a problem, to say the least. We'll see if that continues to be a thing here or the offense or Third Impact have something to say about this. Not happened in this round though. Are onto the pistol. Good read here. Stair knows he's coming as well. He'll tag him up in the wall and finish it at Stair's got time and he's got bullets.
This man is full speed getting
both go down. And I mean, hey, Frizzy, what are you looking at, man? You're looking the wrong way. Vanish will go down inside of window as well, and I don't exactly know what to say. Stair is just
nine. That's 9 kills in 2 rounds for Stair, for the record.
He's just operating on a different plane right now.
Obviously an anti-ego in that last round, but still.
People
Stair
just don't know where he is. He's just.
No, like, look at him, walks right in, no vision on that kill there, gets this plant off, gets 2 more kills as well. He just loops right in, 2 quick headshots. Doesn't even matter that those 2 players are lit up. He's shutting it down. His opponent here, Frizzy, still thinks he's on the back line, wrapping around the other direction. He's completely outwitting the members of Third Impact right now. I'm curious to see if this is going to continue, or if finally, in a few rounds here, Third Impact's going to try to get a handle on this. Obviously, Big Gun's coming into the fold now after the full save of the previous round, so already going to be looking better in this round just because of that factor alone. However, initial pressure is very strong towards C-Long, but tapers off for ZMB. They tail away from this entirely after a couple seconds moving themselves up and are now just set up in mid as well as A connector here. Zerg's going to try to take a shot from A short, but will miss it and fall back.
0 marks from Black so far has been well in control these last 3 rounds. Nothing getting too close here. Jefferson Stair has taken control, and boy has he. Continuing to try and do so. He'll work the backside of B, and this should be yet another free plan for them. Also have some odds and ends being worked on other areas. Greedy will go down to Zerg. Pick one up. Also defender KJ. Able to muster an ult here as well. This lockdown could present quite a few issues to the offense, but they'll be able to work this out. Not have to worry about these the mid area. Frizzy with 1, but it'll be traded here from Rooney. Adrenaline with yet another as well. Now Zerg with a solid angle. The Astra needs to win this fight, but no, Eagle can't get it. And now Zerg missing shots as well. But oh my god, he's able to clean it up. Steve with 1 immediately gets onto the defuse as well, and they'll be able to get it done. The classic with the shots, whereas the op couldn't simply land.
They're probably going to get called the last second that player's low, so we're able to quickly switch over, get the headshot off on the pistol, make sure that a very, very close round barely ends up going the way of Third Impact here. They take it. Zerg, as you can see, they're dominating in the final couple of seconds, getting that nice headshot off to make sure that his only other teammate, the diffuser in that situation, would go down and more than likely leave Zerg without any time to do so had he failed to pick up those kills there. So a good makeup now puts Third Impact back on the right footing here to tie things up at 3-3. Not going to break the bank for our attackers just yet, though. They're coming back into it with a full arsenal once again and looking to take that lead right back under their wing.
Well, Frizzy will push out and A long here. Spike will be played back towards spawn. No real decision being made from the ZMB just yet. The Owl drone will be out to clear things out in garage, but not before Zerg will take down Adrenaline, so a great start for the defense now. Doesn't mean that ZMB hasn't made progress of their own. Rod's still well within their control. They'll be throwing things towards C long now, but same with Third Impact. They've realized what exactly is going on in this area. Doesn't mean that it can be stopped as Greedy gets a kill. Third though, he's going to try and go Super Saiyan. Blade Storm out, but he can't get it done. And ZMB, so powerful in the moment. And Tekka, oh my, doubles down. And it's an entire team effort across the board as they'll continue to win gunfights. They're not scared to try and trade down bodies. It's a 1 versus 2 for Frizzy.
And is certainly making a good effort here to try to make the numbers a lot more palatable with his double kill, but it's all not going to matter. Rooney shuts it down instantly when Frizzy tries to lurk into the site. That's ZMB taking back their control at 4-3 here now. Resetting Third Impact in the process. They're right back down on a struggle buy, as we can see here. One of them, Steve, carries enough cash forward to be able to go for a Guardian, but that's going to be at Sheriffs for the rest of the team. No shields behind any of those purchases either.
I mean, for ZMB, you know, these few members that don't have very few kills, and Tekka, Adrenaline, Greedy, they're coming up in these rounds right now when they're needed. These impact frags are happening from them, and that's really what matters most, especially with Stair and Rooney getting so much achieved thus far in these 7 rounds. So Steve, oh my, Stair and Tekka, they overcommit, and they'll feel the wrath of the Guardian. The Owl drone not able to suss it out quickly enough, and now ZMB have to fire back, but they do so in convincing fashion. They find 2 of their own across the board. One with a shock dart as well. Very well done from the Sova. Still have the spike moving into Alpha right now. Only have a Jet to worry about currently. Zerg's playing underneath hell, and they found a good read as well. The constant marking, Zerg can't get away, and Greedy will be able to confirm, just like we were talking about, those big impact frags coming through on these supporting cast members, and they'll be able to find Frizzy as he just sends it straight out of heaven. It's all up to Evil in a 1 versus 3.
Evil with no easy way to get back out either. 2 stars are available, but he's going to want to save those for the next round coming up after this as he looks for a way to lurk himself in, hoping for a mistake from ZMB here that he can leverage into a quick headshot, but ZMB playing this smart, not overexposing themselves. So for Zero Marksman, Black looking good to shut this one down and reaffirm the lead now at 5-3. Evil sneaks in 1. The Doppelganger Astra from the other side of the coin is going to immediately trade that back out and secure that 5th round.
I mean, so far, such a convincing map from this offense as the conversion rate just gets higher and higher. And the ults continue to stack as well here. So much influence can be had, especially from Rooney and Greedy going forward. But never count Stare out. As he is the top frag right now. Having that Blade Storm in the back pocket could be a big thing to have with these coming rounds here. 3rd impact, though. Well aware of what's going on. They're going to stack so much utility towards this C site. Stars down, but Owl drone out to try and get a good read on this. He'll use the guiding light, but Evil will avoid that and also catch Stare as the Cloudburst isn't high enough to actually block his entire model. Evil will be able to pick him off, and unfortunate enough for ZMB, they're shut out of C. They'll have to go somewhere else.
Well, continuing to wait in micromanage situation with the stars that are still available. You'll see him throw out his last Nebula there into the open in order to try and fend off ZMB once again. But if ZMB are patient, might be very well rewarded. Once this Nebula goes away, there's none remaining. Well, the defenders do have access to a Viper in this scenario as well. The lines nor the orb is not out at this point, so it's going to take a second for them to be able to potentially work towards that. And even better, Frizzy doesn't even have them available in this situation, so you don't have to worry about anything if you're ZMB at this point, except for your disadvantaged player count. Now, due to your losses, you've stayed closer to Garage. Evil and Rooney will trade blows. This is not what ZMB needed to work their way in, but Rooney going to try to make up the difference. However, again, shut down by Frizzy in the corner. Brings it all onto Enteka. Not an impossible clutch, though, especially with these Seekers giving out some great intel. Enteka's going to know that it's one long, or potentially either direction of Garage or Defender spawn. So Enteka will even get proactive on this. Try to get aggressive and push into it. Obviously, going to wait out the recon dart, and his opponent is waiting for him. Vanished with the read, is smarter in this scenario and secures a 4th for 3rd impact instead.
Oh, the mental chess that is being played right now between these players is just incredible. Vanish sitting right outside a window waiting for him to make that rotation. He knew that after the season, he's more than likely going to try and confirm somebody. He has to try and win one of these 1 versus 1s, but not able to find either one of them. Shut down at the end of the day, and another round going the way of ZMB. 3rd impact now. Gonna end up losing this lead. Been able to muster so far. After that tying round from ZMB, able to create some distance yet again here. And Enteka and Adrenaline not able to get in on this exactly like Stare and Rooney have, but still able to assist them in quite a few different ways. 3rd impact, more of the same. We're stacking things up here towards the A site. No one on B, just a simple turret here to read into this if ZMB do want to go for it initially, but as of right now, not exactly the play. They'll look out towards A, but as that Viper pit goes down, don't actually want to play through that. Instead, they'll kick it back out towards mid and start looking to see if B could be a better option.
B looks like it will be relatively open for the taking, but quick rotates are available for the defenders here. And turret is going to be the siren call. That, of course, with all this utility, could be an A-lane player getting in the way of it, and Stare will have a little bit of, apparently a very lengthy delay of getting the spike down, and now he's going to get pulled as well. Pre-fire goes into ceiling to make sure that no one's going to come in from that direction. That's not the direction they have to worry about here. So much utility coming down on top of our plant, but the job is eventually done by Stare. And even better, he makes it out of the sight here, but at the same time, everyone from 3rd impact is immediately gear themselves to get into the way of this. Hunter's Fury going to work its way out. Immediately, we're starting to see 3rd impact find frags. Also, Enteka will be the first going to jump on, but Stare catches that, takes down C and prevents it. Zerg now going to make an effort for this one, and so far it seems to be managed pretty well. They finally find Stare in the depths of the site. No one interrupting this one, and there you go. The defuse goes off with Evil picking up one of the last kills. Rooney will stay alive, but unfortunately won't be able to do anything else as a team ace comes out for third impact.
I don't exactly know how they got the team ace when they didn't kill the last guy, but I guess
I don't know either. But
I guess since he defused, maybe. I guess that's, it counts in a certain way? Question mark. Hey, it does count. Our producer tells us. So interesting. I didn't know that either. That's all right. Well, hey, look at you, Frizzy. You did something for the team. Congratulations. And they're going to tie things up, though. That's the most important thing. I think Third Impact played that post plant extremely well, especially using that Cosmic Divide. But now they're going to have to do it yet again here as things are happening very quickly on C. And it's another Cosmic Divide, not one of their own design, though. Evil stuck in the back corner, and Stare knows that he wants to try and work this flat area. The Blade Storm, the right click, and the miss for Stare, and Tekka will get one. And this is starting to go wrong. Frizzy, he'll be able to refrag. Vanish with one of his own from that Hunter's Fury as Zerg will tag on as well. Some more damage done to these long players here as Stare takes a shot. It's all down to him as well as his Astra to try and get something inside of C. He'll be able to get it done in the back of the site. 2 big kills. Greedy will get yet another, but now it's down to Vanish. With Greedy on such low HP, he's actually going to actually end up rotating instead. Thought we were going to have a recommit here for just a split second, but no. He immediately grabs the knife and hightails it all the way to A.
So a quick rotate over from Green, and it's not going to be noticed or not going to be trying to rotate it into at this point by the remaining Third Impact player. Vanish is going to stick around and see, hoping for a reignition, either in through Garage or out from long again, but it's unfortunately not going to get it. Now Vanish has a very lengthy run. Never once considered, apparently, that it could have been going towards A, or at least didn't want to take a position to get prepared for that. So he's got to run all the way over, meaning that there's like a 20 seconds or so that Greedy will have to set up positioning before he even gets to the site. This is everything that Greedy could have asked for. Still has to deal with the health disadvantage into it, though. That's an extra shot or two. That Vanish is going to be able to potentially take inside of this duel, but it won't matter when Vanish simply has just lost the plot entirely, and Greedy just pops out from short and shuts it down. 6-5 is going to be the scoreline as we head into the final round of the half.
Found his moment.
Player standing. One enemy
that
remaining.
Recon dart, and there's that replay once again, guys. Greedy just vacating the area. Wants nothing to do with what's going on C, and you can see why. Able to create so much space between himself and the C site before the rotation, and find him back on the way in, and Greedy making a beautiful play there. 7-7 right now, but as we've been talking about for quite a bit of this half, finding so much impact in other ways, and ways that end up getting rounds for this offense that maybe couldn't have been done before. Either way, though, he's starting things out here towards the garage side. Stare with a good read, but not able to connect any of those bullets into window. Pretty stack here on C as well, as the Seekers will go out. They'll more than likely find all three, unless the KJ can do something about it. The General will be able to find C, as he's in the most forward position. He'll commit his neural theft as well, so we'll see both of those other targets in the back of sight. Know that someone's going to do that smoke as well, but they won't read into it early. Vanish will get traded out, but Intek will also trade out Frizzy. Evil continues to tag on as well. The 2 versus 2 in between the two. Evil, very solid position in the back end, but oh no, as Zerg loses that fight, it's almost inevitable that he'll more than likely get swung twice, and it's going to be yet another round going the way of ZMB.
Switching sides.
So ZMB control the lead at halftime here, although by a slim margin of 7-5. Third Impact does have a very easy path back into this matchup. 2 rounds needed, and that can very easily be achieved with Pistol going their way. We've got a match, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time to see where it will go as we enter the second and final half of this map. See who can eventually take it. As DMB continue to look strong now on the defending side here, having to rotate in a whole lot more and read into their opponents, or Third Impact put their right foot forward now with the attack and with that singular focus. They only need to lean in towards the site. Let's find out here as they're going to start pretty directly going out into mid and A for the most part, but we'll see where the actual site push is going to lead into. Could be a B play here, the way that we've been seeing these teams play as well.
As you'd expect in Haven, try and continue to throw that spike around to these different sites. See what's ever open and force a commitment out of these defenders. But obviously, it'll be a little bit different now as Embiid on the defense. Also takes some heat earlier. Rooney will trade it out, though, for Evil, and that's going to put the spike down. But Killjoy there and attentive to the situation. Make sure to guarantee that spike plant. Now Zerg with some adjustments. Oh, Rooney, what a shot on the move as well. Takes down Zerg and Stare. How? He simply spawned inside of Defender spawn. I mean, he'll be able to take down one. Can he get Stee? Yes, he can, but they have lineups as well. You can see all the way in the back end. Frizzy will continue to launch these. See if it'll be able to hold up enough time. Stare, well aware that he's back here, but Frizzy will win out the initial gunfight. Adrenaline now, though. Try and challenge forward. He'll win out the initial one, but it's the spike in the proper placement. It is. He has to win out the fight against Rooney, but Rooney with a triple kill in the round, and the defenders get away with it. That was so very scary there for a split second. Is simply you just see Viper all the way in the back of Spawn. Frizzy just really threw me through a loop right there, man. I just saw him staring them split up, and I was like, wait, why? Oh, no, he's got lineups all the way in the back. Just not able to work out for him, though, at the end of the day.
Yeah, couldn't run the timer down to its no pointer, unfortunately, so he's going to have to eventually take the fight at the end of the day. And to Frizzy's credit, nearly gets the job done, despite it being a 1 versus 4. A couple of those members there, such as Stare, kind of haphazardly throwing themselves at Frizzy, thinking he wouldn't be able to contribute at that point of the round, but clearly it's not the case. He's even leveraged one more to himself before eventually going down there in the final couple of seconds. I'm to spike behind, so he has to run back and grab that real quick, but other than that, this is okay. Well,
that's awkward.
Third Impact wanted to quickly swing out A-Long, but Adrenaline also wanted a triple kill. Adrenaline got what he wanted in this situation here. Could very well be an ace, too, if these 2 remaining members of Third Impact want to try and challenge up. Oh, never mind. Rooney's going to take both of those. Get a nice double for himself there. Be a full house of kills between the 2 players that do try them in this one. CMB will continue to hold the lead now at 9-6.
Yeah, super straightforward for them, and I mean...
5, sorry.
That other thing I wanted to say about the whole Frizzy situation that last time. I completely thought he was AFK for a split second, because
I did too, actually. Like, when we looked at it, I was like, wait, this guy been in spawn the whole time?
He was just straight stone-faced inside of spawn. It was like he's just standing here, stares all the way in spawn. Like, is he gonna do anything about it? He played for utility instead. He just simply didn't move at all. I was like, okay, I guess his internet went out or something. But no, still here. Although inside of these last 2 rounds, it's been hard to find him and the rest of his team, as ZMB have looked impossible to try and get around right now. For an Impact, going to have an opportunity coming into this round now, though. Not really pointed in any one direction just yet. It's leaned towards C, but not trying to commit towards long right now either. And this has given ZMB quite a bit of room as well. You can see they've positioned your jet very far forward inside the cubby. C's going to try and go in for 1. They'll find 2, though, as Zerg will get 1 of his own. And this could be a pretty awkward situation for Stare here. Let's see how he gets out of it.
They're going to continue to hold in the corner. They actually assume that he's going to be back here. Nicely done. They're going to put the vulnerable onto him, and Zerg makes a quick push to take care of him. Stare dealt with very easily. Great read on the situation for Third Impact. A massive improvement on teams we've seen before, where Impact has kind of lost control of situations like this due to a player being that far inserted into the play. Normally sneaks up and is able to find massive impact against the Third Impact attack, or of course defense in the previous half. This time, it's caught, so I was actually going to make it
last player standing.
But it seems they're slowly improving in that aspect. That has been tripping them up quite a bit prior to this.
Yeah, Stare's been able to get away with quite a bit throughout the entirety of this game so far. And, you know, we see him go for it yet again inside of that last round, and that's probably why they're being more attentive to it overall. Because, I mean, even inside the round prior to that one, he was still performing very similar acts. I believe that last one came from him pushing all the way up C-Long in the first place. So, either way, though, on to the next one. Recon dart out early. Stables here to get a good read onto 2 of these members. And now we'll try to back it up. And Stare with an opportunity, but he'll miss this time around. Doesn't happen very often, though. Tries to go yet again here through the door, but can't find too much. Able to get some solid damage off onto one of the Third Impact members, though. It's going to be the KJ taking some heat. We'll be managing the spike for the rest of this, as they're looking more towards A this time around.
You can see Steve continuing to creep up for an opportunity to head up against Adrenaline. He sees the cyber cage going down, so hoping for a bait out on that one. In the meanwhile, Zerg and apparently Vanish as well, gonna get blinded out by Anteka. He successfully makes the play out from long, takes them both down. Third Impact will be a shell of their former selves. In fact, they're gonna give up on the A play entirely. Tried to see Evil dive in on Garage, but he too was countered out by Stare. The other 2 are coming out the big doors. Actually, Stare misreads the play very poorly. Allows for Stee to take him down outright instead. Now Garage controls all the attackers. The good news is, Get Greedy is here, ready for the challenge to come from that direction. Of course, Frizzy to head back up into the C link. They will also be caught by Anteka, but Anteka not ready for the challenge, so they'll fall. It's Adrenaline that finally shuts things down for ZMB and puts them up into double-digit territory.
4 rounds ahead, and they have just made so many solid plays throughout most of these rounds. It just made it so hard for anyone to get anything done on the offense right now. I mean, Third Impact are constantly caught trying to catch back up in this kill count, as ZMB is just constantly setting them back. And yeah, perfect time for this timeout. I really respect this from Third Impact. There was a time, and it happened to be right now, because otherwise they're more than likely not going to get too much farther. I mean, the economy is shot currently. This is going to be the last time that they're really able to full buy, and if they do lose this round, Haven's over.
Yeah, the good news is once again, this is a fairly close series, so it's not going to be the end of the day like we saw in our last one here. Third Impact still has the opportunity to get themselves onto good footing as we go deeper and deeper into this map, will potentially rebound as well. But talking specifically about this map, once again, still finding themselves occasionally getting outwitted by these more aggressive members. Who's going to be able to push up into their face and take them out, and more importantly, cause a massive rift in the overall execute potential for them, as we saw in that last round going on to A, where the play specifically just from Anteka completely killed their A hit and trying to haphazardly shift things over into a mid or ultimately C hit, which also didn't pan out as well because it was far too obvious right into by ZMB, and eventually countered out despite the losses they took on the way there, specifically for Stair. As we get back into the round, though, let's see now what Third Impact is going to bring to the table. It needs to be something fresh to get done on the round, as you said. ZMB takes this one, the map is virtually over.
Third Impact don't seem too unprepared. If I'm being honest, it really does seem like they're more prepared than they have been. This is a very forward offense currently, getting very aggressive out of stables right now. So Zerg has gone hunting here with the Owl drone. Somebody will get tagged up, but that doesn't mean Zerg can essentially do anything about it. Could possibly still have a window player there, and he doesn't want to commit to that. Be an early pick for ZMB, and they're not into giving those out, looking for more of an advantage their way than anything. Looks like the A site is prime for the taking, and oh yes, they're most definitely going to hear this. This should be the rotate coming through for ZMB here. They'll hear that audio inside of Sewer, but always could be the bait as well. You can see them simply chomping at the bit right now, right inside of Link. Which direction do we possibly try and commit to? KJ ult down, and not going to end up getting all, except actually it will get one player, but it's more or less going to be a bait. They try to get something done here, but the initial entry will get fragged out. Frizzy will get the plant down, but you can already see ZMB are well prepared for this.
We're going to see the Viper's pick get brought out here. This is an emergency situation. ZMB are working their way back in far too quickly, so they need to bring it back out. Frizzy won't even hide on the inside of it here as well. He'll let the timer tick down a little bit to preserve it for as long as possible. I'll enable him to get a kill. Now we got Evo coming in on the flank. They didn't expect this one. Adrenaline's going to try to save the day, though, as he's up to his 3rd kill on the round. Vanish is all that is left after the dust settles here. Trying to close out the 1v2, but it can't be done. Instead, Adrenaline will get a quad on the outside of this situation and put this team up to 11-6 over Third Impact.
Well, this is definitely going to be a problem for the offense, to say the least. The biggest issue now is the money. They really aren't going to have any money to try and invest in these next couple of rounds. And with that being said, ZMB have stacked it so unbelievably high. Even if they do end up getting one of these rounds, they'll be able to reinvest going into the next and still have an opportunity to continue the onslaught of Third Impact. So for TI, I mean, it starts right now. They honestly need a very solid pistol here, because otherwise ZMB are more than likely walking away with it.
Let's see here now, as we've got quick action from Third Impact. They are going to be lightly bought, trying to swarm the C site here, and Tekka not going to be ready for it, although we are still going to see Seekers hit Zerg, and that stops him from going forward anymore. Get Greedy gets a 1-for-1 on site. Now it falls to Adrenaline again as he leverages the double. Frizzy and Steve both going down. A couple players still make it past the Veil, and one of them is going to be Evil, who finally takes down Adrenaline here, keeps us in a 2v2, pushes it even further as now Stair comes out with his Blade Storm and is shut down by Evil. Rooney with some intel coming out from the scans there is going to try to connect a shot on the operator, but can't make it happen. And out close danger here is going to be Evil, finishing it off with a quad kill on the Sheriff as Third Impact steal a 7th away from ZMB at the end of this half. I'm counting the rounds wrong.
Almost at the end of the game, my friend. Almost
yeah.
But I mean, after this double from Adrenaline, I believe everyone thought that was going in a defensive favor. I mean, what a way to shut it down early. But then Evil, he's just not missing shots. His number was called up, and he was not trying to let that go any other way except positively. So Evil with a really big influence inside of that one, and hopefully they're able to get some more done here. ZMB obviously will be able to buy in yet again here as we're quickly jumping into this next one. I'm not trying to hold things up. As you can see, third impact moving very aggressively into B. They want to try and get this plant down. Adrenaline's caught one off guard, and he's got the shot as well onto Zerg. Stare, he needs to make good on this rotation though, as he's looking for more. But Adrenaline and Greedy, oh my, they've done so much inside of this round. It's a triple with the Sheriffs. It doesn't matter if they have rifles. It's up to Evil, and he can't get it done either. Some of his own medicine trying to clutch things up. But oh my, ZMB, they just simply dominate TI.
ZMB gives, as you were saying, third impact, a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. Apparently, the pistols are just better, guys. You don't even need to buy guns the way these last 2 rounds have gone. The Sheriff has won it both times in a row here now. So a bit of a weird turn of events, but we'll see here how exactly the members of ZMB are going to look to shut this one down. As once more, Stare, I believe. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I had the Blade Storm ready, but we can see that indeed he's 5 points off from that. So does finally buy into an operator. As for third impact, though, it's Struggle City on the buy here. We can see that for 3 of them, yes, they get Vandals. One of those Vandals will be a glass cannon. And for 2 of their other players, they're working with a Spectre and a Guardian. So far from an optimal lineup.
Yeah, they're getting at that point where you kind of have to like cash your paycheck to really get anything on the board, get food on the table or something, man. It's a struggle bus out here to get something. But Spike's currently going to be down right outside of A lobby. Not trying to get too forward with anything just yet. I really want to start the process up yet either. Still looking for something on either end, but it's going to be the defense to deliver first and Vanish. He's also going to fall to this Hunter's Fury. He'll have the entire book tossed at him practically as all of this utility comes out. ZMB, they're looking unstoppable right now inside of this round as they'll take down 3. Third impact, they're going to get stunned out here. The guy will come out. The dash will as well from Zerg, but it'll be right into his opponent's weapons. And it's going to be almost a flawless round so far here for the GMB. I will hold my breath just to be kind as, hey, Steel will be able to get one, but not before Rooney delivers a punch. And it's going to be 13-7 in favor of ZMB.
So ZMB takes control of the first map of this series. Certainly had to work for it, however, and we'll see the scores justify that in just a second here once we get them up in front of us. There we go, and you can see that now. Stare, Rooney, as well as Adrenaline, especially towards the tail end of this matchup, really giving us a show and giving us those individual performances that were needed to bring ZMB out of some of the darker situations inside of these rounds without those crazy individual plays, specifically from Adrenaline there in the final couple rounds where this man's able to leverage himself multiple 3Ks and 4Ks. Very possibly could have seen this matchup go the other way, but thanks to the heroics of those players inside of the mid-round, it stays safely under ZMB's control, and they now take the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and you know, you can't sing the praises high enough. I mean, even the lowest player on the scoreboard in the likes of Inteka, I mean, he still had 3 first bloods and 5 plants. I mean, doing the most for his squad right now. I mean, they simply seem unstoppable in a certain sense, but I mean, third impact could have something to say about this inside of the second game. Let's not count them out of this just yet. There's a lot of positive things for them inside of that Haven matchup, but simply could not get things done on their offense.
So we're going to give the folks over on third impact a moment to compose themselves and get ready for that second map. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll have the second and potentially final map of the day between these 2 teams. And we're back again, ladies and gentlemen, ready to deep dive into our second map of the series here. We are live with the MSI Valorant Invitational in the upper bracket finals here, moving swiftly along through our double elimination bracket, although we have 3 more matches still that we're going to be saving for tomorrow to play those out as well. That's going to be the lower bracket semi, as well as the lower bracket final and the grand finals itself, but we'll talk more about that later once this match has concluded. Let's go ahead and get the maps up on the screen, see where we are going to be headed for our second and potentially third map if we need to play it out. As ZMB controls the situation right now for the win on our first map of Haven. Now we get ready to jump into Bind next. A bit of a different take here as we go back to the normal formula of the 2 site setup.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see a big change up here inside of the agent select as well. We were calling into question the Viper on that last map as well, as Frizzy just simply didn't get very much done with it. You know, just didn't see anything come out of it really at any moment in time. You know, really lacking inside of the screens as well as just the smoke usage overall. Obviously, we got the Viper's pit out, but could possibly see that get dropped here. There is still some solid lineups on Bind if they do want to go for it, but we'll have to see. As for the side of ZMB, I mean, Stare looked incredible that last game. But you could say that about Adrenaline as well as Rooney, as all in the same breath.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting started here in just a second. Let's go ahead and get an agent select. We'll actually show it this time and see where exactly these team lineups are going to look like. That's our bad. We got a little bit too much into the pregame discussion last time, so we ended up skipping it accidentally. But we've got it for you this time, folks. Let's see what the lock-ins are going to look like. These teams are doing so quite quickly. Bit of a change up in the controller department for our friends over on ZMB, as they're going to be actually bringing both to the table this time around. Omen as well as Viper still on Adrenaline. I think we only had the Viper for third impact, but I didn't see the full thing before it all got locked in. So we'll take a better look at it once we get in game in a second, as we'll be heading to Bind for our second map.
Well, indeed, and I think you're right about that as well. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it was only up there for a couple seconds. They were pretty quick to pick there, so
yeah, immediately locking in. They knew exactly what they wanted. No dilly-dallying at all. They want to jump in here and see who can possibly get this last map. This could be the last map of the day, folks. As well, ZMB are up by 1 right now after taking Haven, 13-7. Now they're going to be starting things off on the defensive end. We are going to have some pretty interesting agents come out here. One that we don't get to see too often, KO. They'll be starting things off with a knife toss.
See how the lineup works for him, as we still got a couple seconds until these teams are let out of the gates. Interesting change-ups to the roles more than anything. And it's going to be our first KO appearance, I believe, of at least this playoffs here today that we're catching on stream. I don't know if we had any KOs in last weekend's tournament either.
I think we did. I think we had 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Like, maybe 1 in one of our earlier matches. About it. So good to see him continuing to breach in every once in a while here. Adrenaline's going to start us off well, though, for the defense on ZMB, as they'll get that first pick, the first blood of the game here. That's not going to stop third impact. The rest of them move in through a main regardless. They're going to try and take that site control for themselves. The rest of our defenders work for a very, very quick flank against this push that will ultimately be caught, as you guys can see there, by Frizzy. So a little bit less confidence coming out here now for the other members of the team. They're trying to lock Frizzy down, and they'll succeed in doing that without losing anybody in the process. Some damage going on to their Viper as well as their others, and this will actually force a rotate out for third impact because they've so the hesitance on planting is somewhat of a good thing for third impact, because it allows them to reposition. However, Evil is going to quickly tap away before he can escape the regroup with his teammates. So now Zerg going to try to hold off in the post plant. It's working. Oh, a beautiful little flick there to finish off Manteca. Bringing it all down to just one player standing, though. It is going to be Zerg to try and clutch it, but he can't get the job done. Get Greedy gets the better of him. There'll be plenty of time for the defusal, and ZMB will take the pistol.
ZMB get it done yet again. It's the early read for them is to come through and collapse onto the Viper of third impact. And third impact, losing members early on that could have had some serious influence here. 2 Adrenaline, a huge triple from him that has heavy influence going into this hold up on the B site. Anybody else is alive here for the offense, they more than likely take the round, but Adrenaline just dealing way too much damage early on and making it almost impossible. But now, into the second round here, ZMB already up by 1. They'll be buying in, obviously. Having some Spectres, also a Ghost here for Rooney we'll be using. Got the shields on deck as well, so should be pretty straightforward. They're still going to wait and see what third impact exactly want to do with this. We've been seeing quite a few people get away with pistol rounds so far today, whether it be forced or unforced, or a couple of upgrades in the likes of Sheriff. See what the Bahama get done here. It's a one-way smoke or adrenaline, and it's going to yield very similar results to last round. He won't get the triple, though, as in fact, Third Impact will actually fire back, and they'll get 2 of their own.
Plant will go down onto the ground. Their Third Impact holding their own, but ZMB quickly closing the gap and taking back that control for themselves. Already taking out Zerg. One of the 2 remaining attackers now heavily lit, and unfortunately, it's going to be the only one left alive now. Steve trying to go all the way around the bases here, back over onto the site to try and deny the defuse, but there is someone already watching out. This won't matter, of course, because Steve will still get the kill, but since we are so early in the plant, it's going to be no problem at all. Have someone will jump on the defuse. Now make sure that ZMB still come out on top of this one. Winning with 2 players alive is still going to cost them in terms of the bonus round here. That means they're going to be having fairly weak guns, but still in control of this full line, and that's what I think the players care more about.
Yeah, more than likely. And I mean, they have more than likely built up so much capital on adrenaline that they're not too worried about it going forward. And yeah, he's got quite a bit more money than the rest of them, one could say. But Rooney, you could say the same about him, but I don't believe he's bought in the same way that we've seen the rest of these CNB members buy. Either way, they're going to have quite a bit of money going forward after this round. This will be the bonus, and they're saving in full. Some Sheriffs and a couple of odds and ends here with an SMG, and also a Shorty, I believe, coming in there for 1 player. So Third Impact most definitely having the opportunity here to try and take this round, although it's not starting off too hot for them. And Tekka going to deal some serious damage to Stee outside along.
Leave time still for Third Impact to make their play, but they're taking a very, very slow approach into it. We did see a few shots from them inside of the last map. Here we go, though. Zerg going to bring out the ultimate, allow for him to move forward with the rest of his teammates. So far, that's panned out perfectly as we can see them leaping onto the site. The silence going out throughout this entire time and just making it so ZMB can do nothing inside of that site. Third Impact, beautiful execute here. Probably not even going to get challenged, if I'm being real with you. ZMB just do not have a way back into that site. More than likely going to see these 2 remaining agents save out to try and keep what they have going for the next one. If we're still seeing pistols, though, be their only weaponry, they might try to go for just exits and at least get into a fight so that they still get the death bonus. They didn't realize the economy was that far gone for ZMB, but still, the round itself pretty much ended already, as Third Impact should have no problem closing this out.
I think it's more or less that they went for the heavy swing into the economy's favor rather than a full commit on this round, because they do have good money right now. As you can see, Rooney's got $4,500, but definitely put want to buy in. Gonna try and go for the defuse here, and he'll at least be able to get half. And is somebody gonna walk in? No, didn't even have enough time. They'll run away, and he actually almost baits some Third Impact members back into getting taken out for that round, but they'll get away anyways. Obviously, they'll be happy with that, as they didn't lose a single member inside of this round, keeping everybody alive, keeping those rifles up, and stacking even more cash all in the process. ZMB will have rifles for this one, which means that automatically things are going to be more interesting.
So off of that one, expect more contribution to come in from the ZMB side of things, excuse me. But at the same time, that was kind of the expected result of that round. Keep in mind, obviously, as Stokes was mentioning, was a bit of a bonus there for the members of ZMB, so we're expecting to close that one out. Saving their ults for it as well. Adrenaline now going to be able to bring out the Viper's Pit. Dodges the Trailblazer for the most part, although I think they did see a glimpse of him. Not that it's really going to matter with the Viper's Pit out, but like that is going to immediately send the execute heading the other direction. Although the members of Third Impact still certainly wanting to see if they can make this happen, and not a bad start to it as they line up a lot of damage against Get Greedy here on the wallbang.
Well, Greedy, as you said, lots of heat coming in on him. Poor guy sitting here at the top of box, but besides that, ZMB have done a very good job of keeping Third Impact away from this A site. Viper's Pit especially working well inside of short currently. They're done bouncing things off of the box as well, so Greedy more than likely in a safe position currently. Some smoke starting to go down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're looking to try and get the rest of the Viper's Pit. Guiding light out, but Adrenaline will be able to get one instead. It'll go down onto Zerg. Steel will be able to get Greedy here as they've taken control of part of the A site. Actually take down yet another one, and Tekka and Adrenaline actually starting to tag on, and they're starting to box this out. They've been pushed towards the actual front area instead. Haven't been able to try and find some space for this spike just yet either, as they've allowed so much time for ZMB to be able to get reinforcements. Now leaning over towards U-Haul. Rizzy Unable to find any more frags.
10 seconds left.
They need to be able to get on to site now. The timer's so very low. They have to commit to this. He has to stick. They're going to immediately come out, and that's the round right there. Third impact. They simply wait too long, and now Vanish will get one more, but Rooney, he'll be able to capitalize on that. The Vanish will go down inside a U-Haul. It's unfortunate for third impact right now. ZMB able to waste out so much time.
Not the best control over the clock, unfortunately, for third impact. And ZMB realizing that abuses the heck out of it. Wastes so much by just sitting back. And while, yes, third impact have that 2v2 building up for so long, third impact, kind of, you know, not to get too mean here, but like third impact seemingly forget that they're on the attack. They need to be the ones to take the right step forward, take the aggressive step forward, regardless of a health disadvantage they might be dealing with there. They needed to take the control away and make the play. And unfortunately, they just make it far too late there. ZMB has to shut down a single planter. They've won the round just on the virtue of the timer. Things are going to look a little bit better for third impact, though, at the beginning of this round. Immediately finding Adrenaline this time instead of allowing him to play around with the Viper's Pit. We saw him in the last one. Get Greedy steps up for one trade, but it's behind another pickup from third impact. Ski taking down Rooney in the process. This team pretty much having full control over the site now in this 4v3.
Well, like the most control they've had for some time here. Third impact. Solid position overall. As well. Evil still holding things up on the back end of short, so that'll give them some space to play with and try and guarantee that this fight can't be diffused. Steel add to that as the Molly comes in. Frizzy will be able to get one. Making things even more difficult for these defenders now as they're simply looking for an evacuation route. Stare will be able to find one, and then Tekka will follow through as well. They'll keep a hold of the guns here, so give the round up to TI.
So once again, third impact keeping good control for themselves. ZMB once more as well, no problems at all going right into a save when the round sort of forces it out of them. Valorant obviously not too kind to save, just the way the economy works, but in a lot of these situations, ZMB are being boxed out of the site before the round even really gets started, and that's not leaving a retakeable situation alive in quite a few of these. Third impact, it's either hit them all or hit none of them, it seems, is when they work their way in, and the execute is successful enough to get them a plan. It usually secures the round with it, just because of how quickly it happens. But when the struggle occurs, as we saw 2 rounds back, only the entire timer gets wasted out as they try to take control.
Thank you.
Well, ZMB will be able to muster some guns here, obviously, since they saved 2 of them fire. But Stare also making a huge investment here. And an op on deck, and he's going swinging with it immediately. Won't be able to hit the shot. Have to reset after that as well. So the tailwind down, but still looking for these angles, trying to keep them out of hookah as of right now. A true commitment here on offensive third impact. They've worked their way up towards the garden, but that'll be read out from Tekka and his Trailblazer. He smoked that out immediately as Zerg will be able to get one. Greedy trying to go for an aggressive play towards short, but he's caught off guard from a resurgence of third impact members as they'll flood onto the A site. ZMB actually fully going for a B rotation. They've been caught fully off guard, and now they have to go for the retake in through heaven.
Evil just waiting this one out now. Third impact being patient with their positioning. Like I said before, they don't need to overplay this now that they have site control. Steve is going to be the first to go down, though, as ZMB catches one of them. And Tekka now with 2 as he finds Frizzy. Also Evil with the flick onto Rooney, though, shutting it all out. But Tekka making up the difference yet again. Has to do everything this time around, though, as Zerg, as well as the Sky, still in play. And unfortunately, Tekka quickly running out of time to make this happen. So once more, will make the economical choice. Picks up the operator, runs with his tail tucked between his legs. As third impact are going to take a third round and tie this game up.
Well, ZMB allowed it to go through, and I mean, you can't exactly blame them. As long as you're able to keep that op alive, you can just keep rolling it over. You don't have to make another investment.
One enemy remaining.
That is always going to present an opportunity for him to blow the round wide open, even if you are on a round like this. Everybody will be on to Sheriff. Stare will be able to get a heavy shield for himself to try and help with that op in these peaks, but with this time around, able to land this shot. So very close to last time, but just simply could not get it to hit. I'll get rid of that heavy shield and go back towards a light here. He's going to be stacking in towards Shower, so could have an aggressive peek here towards Frizzy. It's going to be an early snake bite to try and walk him off.
Frizzy continuing to wait, see if ZMB is going to test their readiness to initiate out, specifically through Showers, as Stare maintains that position right at the edge of it.
Enemy kill.
swing in towards it. He'll find Frizzy. Doesn't realize the second player's there, though, and nearly loses his life on the hop over, but somehow makes it. We'll go back to site without allowing Third Impact to trade him or another member, giving ZMB that early advantage. Here's the problem, though. ZMB oftentimes having to stack the site heavily to make those types of plays happen. You can see only one on the beam site, and now been called out as Anteka starts to pinch here, catching Stee in the middle of the market. The rest of Third Impact, though, quickly flooding out onto the B site, but again, it's another Thrifty going the way of ZMB from the looks of it. Zerg, the only one left standing for Third Impact. Third Impact is thinking they have the map fully under their control, but certainly a wrong call at the end of the day, if that is the assumption they are taking. Hold on now.
Oh, no.
Zerg bringing this back. Only one that could seemingly fight against pistols at the outset of this round here, as everybody else falls
30
to them.
seconds left.
Being able to trade in a whole lot of damage. The flash goes out. He's going to use it to hop across and hightail it over towards the A site. With 20 seconds left, he's going to have time to make it here. I believe he will, with actually quite a bit in excess. So a good call from Zerg makes it over here. If he wants to, he's got null command to use inside of this clutch once the spike goes down. So lots of opportunities going to be presented to him. A flash will go into his face. I don't know if it actually ends up impacting on him, but there we go. There's the null command. No longer can they ult out against him. The knife goes out as well, but Anteka engages on said knife and shuts down the ace and the 1v5, allowing for ZMB still to control this very tense situation and the lead in the map along with it.
Well, I highly doubt anyone thought round 7 was going to go that way, but it breaks down in such explosive fashion. The pistols come to life for ZMB as they have quite a few members deep inside of enemy territory, able to get guns back into their favor, but not before Zerg just has such an incredible round. Can't back it up, though. Sadly enough. Now for the offense, we'll call a timeout here and see exactly what they can get done. I mean, great clutch attempt here from Zerg, but at the end of the day, it's all for naught after Anteka is able to land this shot. And, I mean, going forward now, the economy, not the best for either side. I mean, really, this is going to get extremely close. I mean, you can see Evil as well as Frizzy for TI right now. They won't be able to try and invest. And as for the other side, I mean, ZMB's got the money to back this up going forward. I think that this is the time where they're going to try and make that lead.
Yeah, ZMB with the potential to once again take control over the matchup, and they've been kind of sitting at the threshold to do so for the last 5 or 6 rounds. The problem is the trades that have been constantly coming out here. See a nice replay on the opening of the previous round there as Stare gets himself that nice hop up and nearly loses his life due to not accounting for a second player being there, but thankfully some quick thinking and the quick jump up and dash over to the other side allows him to preserve his own life inside of that scenario. 4-3 lead, as we were just talking about, for ZMB, and a very delicate economy for both teams here. Whoever wins this round potentially will have an advantage to build off of for the next couple. Very important for ZMB to make sure this goes their way if they're wanting to maintain things on this defensive path. Third Impact, though, going to try to brute force their way in through a short. They're going for it as well. They're also ready for the challenge with the shorty in hand. He was going to use the knives, but he got blinded or null pointed out there, so was unable to do so. He's got it available for use now. He's also going to try to push forward. He knows he's got some close fights. Let's go with the shorty. He'll take one, and that's going to be a second kill in the round with it as Anteka cleans up the rest of them on the site.
That was an incredible round from Stare right there. His usage of the passive, especially there from Jet, able to float over the spike and hit those shots. I don't think anyone will look at this. Floats over it. Both of the shorty rounds go right into the back of Frizzy. It's just outplaying Third Impact in every facet of the term. Now Third Impact on to the pistols yet again here. It's going to be a full sheriff buy for them as they try and get some economy back into their favor.
Not going to be too kind to them, at least on this 9th round here. Third Impact are working with a struggle buy. Just the sheriffs to play off, although that necessarily could be a good thing considering the results we've had from these teams, and specifically on sheriff buys. Seemingly sometimes better results than when they were fully bought with Phantoms and Vandals, so do not count Third Impact out of this just yet, despite the lackluster economy purchase. It's going to be a slow build-up, too, as they want to try and catch any aggression from ZMB if there is going to be any of it. You can look at Germany map and see, though, that is fairly non-existent across the map. Third Impact will have their way with whichever execute they'd like to go towards. And they're going to, once again, try to brute force things out through a short, working their way forward. And, I don't know if Spanish wanted to do that, but he ended up doing it anyway. So he just kind of run all the way around.
Well, luckily enough, there was no one waiting for him on the other side, so he'll keep his life, and he's already back into the play. So, not too big of a deal, but Adrenaline.
Down
oh my god, what a shot on the Steve. Shut down the planner, but now Frizzy will get the refrag. Frizzy still alive inside of his Viper's Pit as well, so he'll keep it up and he'll also be able to guarantee the plant goes down. ZMB, they've taken some heat. At least their Sova has. The third impact, they felt the pressure. They're down by a man, and now Zeria's kills have to come back another way, but Stare, what a frag. Evil, oh no! He's been taken down as well. Stare with the swing and the op shot as well. Rooney will hand it over to Anteka so they can get the Seekers back on their sky, and the defenders are simply taking control.
Stare really starting to take control himself as well. Great dominance there, as it was looking like Third Impact would be able to maintain the site, especially after this trade happens right here with Frizzy taking down Adrenaline. Very worried for Frizzy's sake, as well as the dissolution of what would have been the Viper's Pit had he gone down there. Frizzy saves himself, however, Stare comes in working with the Sky once again. That's him and Anteka doing the work together towards Lamps to make sure that the defenders cannot, or the attackers in that situation, cannot maintain their position, that they are forced out of a comfortability spot, allowing for Stare to open up that final op shot he needed to get down in through A main as well. Great work once more from ZMB, and a well-deserved lead at 6-3.
Oh, absolutely. This is looking like an entirely different ZMB across the board from what we saw the last time. Anteka has come to light. Adrenaline, he has been on the entirety of the game instead of just turning on the burners in the latter half, and it's showing yet again. Stare, the most impactful player inside of that last one, and he's coming up yet again here. More in the middle of the pack, but finally starting to show face inside of these opening moments as he'll take down a huge member of Third Impact. The smoke's off the board, or at least one of them. Have to get rid of that Trailblazer as it comes into view, and he'll see two before he backs out of Garden.
A risky jump there. It's not too much of an issue. Knife, I think, chucked in. Yep, it is going to end up hitting Stare and a couple of the other members here, so it's going to be the 0 point that works in here. Limits Stare's ability to get out, and he does it again with the shorty right in the face of Vanish before getting traded out. And with that trade, guarantees an even player count here going into the clutch. A 2v2 is what we will have. Third Impact will be at a disadvantage, however, just because we're going to look at their KO being a little bit lower at under 50 HP here. Adrenaline, the spam in nearly gets him through the box as well. Zerg has to be so careful with how he works his footing here. Only just because of the fact that he's trying to keep himself alive, but trying to maintain for as long as possible. Good loop from him. Gets the drop onto Rooney outright as well. Setting it all up to Adrenaline, but Adrenaline, he's been a big player inside of this matchup. Already taking down Frizzy. No! Just needs to find Zerg, and he spams him in through the box, completing the prophecy from 30 seconds before. ZMB win it again and go up to 7.
Almost like it was written in the script, John. Adrenaline ends up taking him down. What a play here from ZMB, as it looks so close earlier, especially with Stare getting the picks here inside of Garden. It went either way. Zerg playing such a strong position here as well. Look at this flash play, able to find the space, but then Adrenaline, he's allowed out of Hookah, and that was the last thing that they should have allowed because he got away with so much right there. And now they're sitting at a 7-3 scoreline.
ZMB in the driver's seat at a minimum here. I'm going to try to push the envelope a little bit further. Get greedy, though. Nicely done. Only doing that just to take out the Boombot in that specific situation there. And Anteka, however, going to get hit with the null command once again, so has to fall, or rather the 0 point, so has to fall back very quickly. Maintain inside positioning instead, but going to be able to push out. Okay, now comes the null command here, as we are going to see that ultimate used by the KO to push them out on the site. And this historically has been fairly successful for Third Impact. The utility from ZMB is a large proponent for how they've been able to hold off these executes, so not having it available suddenly looks bad, but now it's been put down. Greedy, stopping the play from Zerg as he eliminates him, has to catch this flight to his left, but never mind, Vanish takes the direct confrontation and wins it instead. And Tekka still has the elbow though, and Adrenaline has got the backside, meaning that Third Impact have no control, and now no players left either, as Anteka gets a 3rd on the round and an 8th overall.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, ZMB, stand up. These guys look incredible right now. You know, there's nothing more to really say about it. Their team play overall, and the way that they've been able to handle these gunfights time and time again, especially for Anteka and the way that he's been backing himself up with these guiding lights. I mean, it's just so tough for these teams to try and get around them. And I mean, look at the two right now. I mean, and you have to remember, Rooney last game was the 2nd top frag of the entire team. Anteka was just simply there for first bloods and plants. That was it. And now he himself has just bowled over the entirety of Third Impact. Time and time again, they get into these clutch situations, but that's just another round for ZMB. They really don't care what that means they have to try and get it through. Now, coming into this round, ZMB with the opportunity here to split this at 9-3. Obviously, Third Impact want to try and get ahead of that, but how much can they get done with only pistols?
There's going to fall back here after catching a slight peek from the right side of shorts. Knows that there's additional pressure working its way in from showers as well, but that's not going to matter when Adrenaline is, once again, wall banging them from the inside of showers itself. He knows Vanish is somewhere around here, but doesn't have an exact position, so we'll just maintain that control on the inside of showers instead. Evil, in the meanwhile, here, as we do see, once again, that 0 point coming out. Going to hop into the site first off, and Zero going to have a nice opening entry, too, against Anteka. ZMB, an uncommon chain of events here, as they are left without anyone on the site to defend that after picking up just that one kill. At the same time, though, ZMB quickly locking onto this, rotating everybody over, is still going to try and fight for a retake so they can get that 9th round on the board. If not, though, an 8-4 will still be perfectly workable for them if they drop it.
Well, Third Impact is set up and ready to go, but here's the problem. ZMB seemingly knowing the position. It'll be a blind in through guard, and Adrenaline now with a good read onto Frizzy's location, but Frizzy will win out the fight, simply dancing around the bullets of Adrenaline. Not too worried about it any longer, as Evil will take up yet another one, and it's all down to Stare, who looked impressive in the last round. He'll get the first kill, but Zerg not able get it done as Stare. Zerg shuts him down, and Third Impact with a round that they desperately needed. They'll try and slow down this roster of ZMB, but I mean, past that, really, what else can you ask from them? They really need this pistol right now, because ZMB is looking unstoppable when they have these weapons in their hands.
So 8-4, certainly not a dominating scoreline here for ZMB, but also not an easy one for Third Impact to come back from here. Needs to put the right foot forward. 4-round advantage here. Even the pistol won't necessarily guarantee equality of the scoreline anymore. They're going to need to bring a whole lot more work to the table. This is an even more desperate scenario by an additional round count than we had back on Haven. So ZMB, like I said before, very much in the driver's seat due to the prowess we've been seeing from Anteka. Adrenaline, and to some extent, Stare also here, who have been dragging things out on the inside of this matchup. Like for them, we are going to see an eventual windup into the A site here. But obviously, they have to weigh up all of his Viper utility to get there. Actually, Frizzy nearly losing that Viper utility with his own death as he kind of stands in the path of fire. And Tech is going to get the first opening kill. Vanish will trade it back onto Stare as he continues to try and look for a pinch. There's going to get a flashes. Can't line the shots up, though. Took him a moment, but he gets it. However, he too will be exchanged by Anteka, falling back, putting us into a 2v3.
Last player standing.
The issue is now is, well, exactly that. The smoke's being managed by Steve. Greedy, pretty solid location, but the issue is the knife. And Zerg now knowing that he's here. Greedy will be able to use any of the utility now that since he has been silenced, or suppressed rather, but either way, he's also shut down. The defenders will be able to win the round, and Third Impact with a pistol that was desperately needed is trade out better inside of this mid area over the offender. Very well done to them overall. Third Impact with an aggressive showing here, able to shut down this offense early.
We need to watch themselves. The second round could be troublesome if we decide to see the members of ZMB decide to buy into this one even slightly aggressively with Sheriffs. Thankfully, that's all they're going to purchase up to from the looks of things, but we saw on the last map, these ecos are not anything to scoff at, as they've been very close to upsetting, or outright have upsetted members of Third Impact multiple times, and I believe even Third Impact has pulled that off against ZMB once or twice, although we've lost a lot of that on the inside of this map. See the members of ZMB, and as we try to put what little utility they might have had over into Hookah. 0 point comes out, though, and makes sure that that cannot happen. And it's going to be Zerg as well on the KO once again that finds the opening pick, catching Anteka, just getting a little bit too adventurous on the inside of Hookah.
Zerg now with that Ares in hand, will light up Hookah here, but nobody home to receive those bullets. In fact, B&B has shifted gears and they went towards A. Big issue right now is that Stee is in such a strong position. This one-way smoke is such an annoying thing to deal with in the short position. And the problem is that, well, he's got the longest lasting smokes in the game. Every single one of those smokes lasting 20 seconds. So he can continue to add to that and actually uphold this smoke for over 40 seconds of the round if he truthfully wanted to, since he already used another smoke over towards Shower. Either way, though, it's going to be an execute onto the A side that's quickly dealt with from Third Impact right on entry. The spike will be down inside of short. That's going to be another round for Third Impact.
No problems there for Third Impact to control the follow-up after the first round pistol goes their way. This is where those potential problems will start to show up, though, with ZMB having the full arsenal for the first time. Third Impact obviously realizing this is unfortunately not going to be able to do much about it in this scenario with plenty of excess money. Those take the bonus where they have it. If they can secure their 7th on it, that's great. If not, and ZMB end up trading it out for a 9th, that's just the way the game goes. So we'll see if ZMB has the winning strategy that's needed to get them on site and more importantly, close out with a win here. Zerg's just going to chuck out the 0 point once again to try and negate any early utility that might be used to get these attackers access to Hookah. And Frizzy, once again, not going to get very lucky with trying to stand behind his Viper lines there, as he's brought down to 2 HP in the process of trying to play that out.
Yeah, ZMB are no stranger to spamming these angles. Constant damage was coming in onto Third Impact through these smokes, using those suppressors to the fullest. ZMB created a slot here inside of the A site. You can see Zerg still all the way over on B as well. So an outmanned position right now for Third Impact, but doesn't mean that they're outgunned. It depends on how this pops off initially. Adrenaline will get read out from the Seeker, but not the Guiding Light. He's given up some space in here, and oh no, what goes on in U-Haul? Adrenaline, he'll be able to win out the first one, but now Vanish has to hop 2 as well. They're trying to figure out exactly where these members are, but the Trailblazers, they'll get some info onto Vanish. He's been taken out finally, but Inteka will tag 2, and it's going to be some big frags inside of U-Haul. That's actually where all of the action breaks down, and ZMB, specifically Inteka, get away from it scot-free. It's going to take a little bit of damage. I won't lie to you, but still, it's all down to Zerg inside of a 1 versus 4. He'll get, oh no! They all walk straight into a line. The damage now being dealt to Inteka as well. He was on such low HP inside of U-Haul. That's what I was not going to lie to you about, as he takes yet another chunk from the nade. And Zerg, not like this, Inteka. He's read like a book, and ZMB will lose a round they should have never had a chance in losing.
I mean, Zerg, let's be real, Zerg had no way back onto that site. There was no real reason to challenge him other than speeding up the end of the round right there. This was the fight that very well could have won the members of ZMB the round here. And Tekka doing great work to control the U-Haul is also the only one, ironically enough, to avoid this chain of events. 3 out of 4 of the remaining players line right up and allow Zerg to get that triple. Huge mistake for ZMB, and it's potentially going to cost them the lead now.
Yeah, it could be fatal. Could be the round that we look back on and say, why are we at this third map? I don't exactly know. Oh yeah, it's because Zerg killed 3 people in 1 spray. That's what happened. But we'll have to see if that is the case. Obviously for ZMB, this is going to be unfortunate for them. They're going to be forced onto not the greatest buy in the world, but after a series of unfortunate events, what more can you really ask for? They'll at least be able to bide for some Spectres, that we can see Stare wielding that out here towards Garden. Getting hunted down right now by the Trailblazer, but also be a paint shell that basically heat sinks its way into Long, dealing some serious damage. But speaking of serious damage, Vanish no longer has a head at the hands of Inteka, but Zerg, he does it yet again! Oh no, it all goes down inside of Sands! He'll be able to take 3 bodies, and he hasn't even fallen just yet. That's also spike control in the hands of the defense, as Stare is a lone member out on the B site.
Well, credit to ZMB, because they haven't been necessarily dealing with this up until this point, but this is going to get to a very ridiculous degree very quickly if Zerg is allowed to continue to make these plays. They're actually, more than anything, just kind of wasting time at this point. Once more, this is a good opportunity for ZMB to actually get a little bit of a tactical timeout, even though it's not actually a timeout, but not really anything going on in the round that Stare needs to focus on. So plenty of time for the leadership to just speak about stuff, and more importantly, can run over, get himself, I believe that's a gun upgrade for himself. He's going to be able to pick that up and run back out. Eventually finds Zerg in the middle here, ready to take the flight. So the communication, whatever needed, that is now done. They're good to move on to the next round. Is this one going to be stolen once again by Third Impact, and more notably by Zerg, making that hop 2 play out from the portal and shutting down the Execute for a 2nd round in a row.
I mean, after what he did in that last round, I think that's the last thing that any of us would expect. It was him to just swing right out of Hookah and kill 3 people here. I mean,
Spike down,
that's just absurd. That's way too much to ask from a single person. And yet, back-to-back rounds, he's able to get the same thing done. Third Impact will call a timeout now, as they'll tie things up here for ZMB. So this will give ZMB even more time to be able to talk. And Third Impact, I mean, they're looking incredible right now. Everyone's working as a well-oiled machine, just as it should be.
This is coming to, at least in part, off of mistakes that we're seeing from the ZMB side of things, though, so this needs to be watched for third impact here. If ZMB starts putting the right foot forward and watches their back more often here, is trying to catch players like we are seeing there from the KO jumping out and making those types of plays, then this is going to be a very different situation. We can see the replays of how Zerg made this happen once again. I mean, like, you know, stuff like that, for instance, is easy to avoid. Guys, just don't give this dude a 3-player lineup, right? You know, stuff like that, very easily fixable. But the hop-in through portal that happens on the round afterwards, that's not so easy to negate. That takes a lot more intuition and a much greater read into the situation from ZMB. So that's going to be the main thing for them, is watching out for stuff like that. We've actually run into the negative on the timeout counter there, so we're just waiting for it to get started. But
don't ask questions. Timeout will eventually go away here in just a split second, guys. There we go. You know, got a little bit of extra out of that, and honestly, they deserve it. They deserve the extra rest. Maybe somebody needed an extended bathroom break or something. Either way, we've gotten third impact back in here. We're ready to play, folks, for this next round, and ready to see what ZMB can possibly do now that third impact has come online.
It apparently was a tech pause for the record, so it's looking like that was not actually for tactical reasons, but I think that both teams should be pretty close to good. That's why we're still paused now, in fact, is because we are still on that technical break. So stick with us here for a second, folks. Got a bit confused with the timeout being used, thinking that it was going to be a tactical. That is not the case. Just ends up being a technical here for one of the players, as they had a mic issue or something like that. It's fixed now, though. We're heading back into it. Let's see what ZMB has to offer us once again for this attack. And if third impact, more than anything, is going to try to get even more aggressive here, give ZMB less and less options to play with. So far, yep, they're certainly going to do that. Frizzy making the aggressive moves out to find Rooney. Get Greedy tries to correct it, but no. Steve will also be able to take him down. It's only until Stair gets in the fight that we start to see things get reversed a little bit, as Evil pushes just a little bit too far out from Showers.
Yeah, third impact making some serious plays with the teleporter here. Such a solid read on the Shower players and able to take down both of them. They also go for a play with Evil, but that one doesn't exactly work out. Work their way onto A now, and they've been able to get themselves deep here, but Stair will be shut down immediately. Steel will take him out. Goes and tries to take control of U-Haul, but Tech is there as well. Zerg, we saw earlier, be so intuitive. Not so much this time around. He'll be taken out as well as Vanish will be able to stabilize the core here for KO. So he's back up, and they will play out the remainder of this one. ZMB are going to throw things towards B through the teleporter, so it'll be a reset here for third impact. That's actually going to be added on to with Viper's Pick.
Viper's Pick going in, and then Adrenaline wants to get aggressive behind it too. He needs to be careful. This spray is potentially going to cause him a lot of issues. He walks right into it. Not only that, of course, but he'll get himself suppressed out as well. That'll be fading away. This one. Members of third impact waiting more than anything for their player to get over on elbow, and Tekka continues to hold the line, but Zerg reversing that fate once again as he continues to single-handedly push third impact further and further, and now into the lead at 9-8 over ZMB.
And just to remind you guys, I mean, he did end up popping his ult here as well, so Zerg effectively killed inside of the round, resurrected, and won it for them. So perfect use of that as well. They'll get the lead here for the very first time, and I mean, they're looking great. Really going forward here from this point, I mean, you just got to get these back-to-back rounds. It's all about the economy game up against ZMB. The playmaking so far from third impact has been just a sight to see, especially inside of the last round, how they dealt with ZMB's initial aggression. It was with some of their own. They're going for another aggressive one here. Evil will peek out, not be able to get too much done here. Won't even leg stare. So he's floating through the air. That shot's going to go wide, but got the Blade Storm out as they're continuing to try and work long with this Owl Drone.
ZMB need to be careful here. They need to put more respect on the utility that's coming out for third impact, specifically the KO. The silences are causing way too many problems now for ZMB, and it's painfully obvious. We can see here those hair working his way in, not able to work things out here. Thankfully, his teammates can, as we see Adrenaline, along with one of their members, cleaning up shop here on the inside of the site. Stee, as well as the Viper for third impact, is all that remains now. And scratch that, just going to be the Viper, played once again by Frizzy. In a 1v5, and Frizzy realizes there's not really much that he can do here. So sits it back, plays to the headshot angle, wait to see if anybody goes hunting him, but the round itself is over. This is going to be a tying round once again. It's time for ZMB.
ZMB, it felt like they gave just enough respect to Third Impact inside of that round. I mean, just enough. It was on a knife's edge whether to, whether that pick goes the way of ZMB or Third Impact, because it was looking a little aggressive early on inside of long. And, if those shots actually land from Third Impact, that entire round could have been a heck of a lot different. But unfortunately for them, it's not the case. ZMB able to get away with a flawless one here, and might end up losing Frizzy in the process as well. As you said previously, no one hunting him, but you smell blood in the water now. Frizzy, he going to be able to get away with this? I think he will. No one's going to check this spot, so able to get away with this Phantom and assist the rest of his team on this next round. And lucky for them, Zerg's got so much money in the bank. He'll be able to assist at least one of these players with another buy. And this is really where it all went wrong, especially if Evil's able to hit those early shots onto Stair and get back to center. Unfortunately, just not the case.
So 9-9, ZMB ties it up once again. Seemingly have learned their lesson, or just a momentary lapse from Third Impact. That's not the question we'll look to answer on the outset of this round here. It's going to be aggression coming in a big way from Third Impact. This is how they've leveraged control before. This is how they're going to look to do it again. Vanish with so many kills going his way, and Tekka, the only one that turns that back around. But at what cost? We're down to a 2 versus 3 after Get Greedy gets himself a kill, able to insert himself down through A main and get some ramps control as well. Members of ZMB going to be a little bit cautious about their current positions here. So much chaos has transpired, and good reason too. And Tekka eventually will get caught back over towards the market. Get Greedy still maintains the position on the A site here, but it's not going to matter for much if he can't get back to retrieve. The Spike needs to take down Evil for that, and he'll fail. Evil, just a sliver of HP remaining, clutches out the round there and puts a 10th on the board, and of course reaffirms the lead now for Third Impact.
Third Impact, start leaning in their favor with the early play. So much damage inside of this one. Able to finally muster that double-digit round here. Making it 10-9 currently, but obviously with ZMB also having some successful rounds in the past, they'll have some insurance here and be able to buy inside of this one. Although it's starting to get down to the bottom of the barrel. Stair does still have 2,000, but everyone else basically down to the bottom of those wallets. And now Third Impact, they know that nothing's currently happening inside of sand. It's all going towards
I've got your train.
Stair can't land his shot. Zerg will take him down, but not before Adrenaline gets one of his own. And Tekka's popped open the B site as well as, well, the only 2 remaining Third Impact members only exist on the A side of the map.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be Frizzy along with, once more, the Brim staying alive here and trying to take what they have. More than likely into the next round at this point. Don't think we're going to see a Vi for the clutch, although with that kill might be looking a little bit different here. A good pick against Get Greedy. It certainly reignites their potential. Allows them to take back control, specifically towards Elbow here. They're trying to use utility to force them away, though, and discourage them. But regardless, here comes Steve and the others. Bruni going to be able to take care of Steve. Frizzy, this is the mistake they made before. You do not want to challenge these players in an open gallery. Different player doing the clutch in this time, so not as much of a worry. Adrenaline shuts things down, and ZMB tie us up again at 10-all.
Well, it just seems like we cannot get away from this teeter-totter. ZMB will shore things up once again here off the back of Adrenaline. He was desperately needed in this one, and Tekka landed some very nice shots as well to take out Zerg on site, and that's really the killer right there. Zerg has so much influence throughout this game so far. So now, the offense, or rather the defense, actually going to be the one that's pretty worse for wear going into this next one. Just look at the buy overall, and yeah, not too much like I thought it was going to be. It's going to be all sheriffs, a couple of light shields, actually no shield on someone as well. I believe a heavy coming in for the last member there. So it'll be a difficult round going forward for them.
Let's see, Get Greedy falling back here. They're initially trying to challenge what would have been Third Impact's push, Frizzy's push, more notably from the inside of Showers. Frizzy, though, has other things to worry about. It's going to be the Brimstone instead, maintaining the shower position, and Frizzy holds the back site, which he'll lose control of fairly quickly. Stair wasting no time moving forward and stealing that position away, trying to kill Frizzy, and succeeds in doing so as well. The Brim did make it out of Showers, and is now holding back site also. ZMB gets the opening advantage for themselves. We are going to see Adrenaline actually get traded because of the paint shells blooming a bit too much towards him. So once again, ZMB with a delicate post plan on the A site, and it's going to get even worse here. Advantage with their kill. The Showstopper takes care of Stair, and Stay takes out the last player. I'm actually like getting upset now a little bit. So many of these ecos are coming out successfully. Third Impact once again able to get it done here now. They're going to steal this away from ZMB.
It's an emotional showing here, John. As you said, I mean, it seems like economy really doesn't even matter.
The thing that's making me mad is it's happening so consistently. Right? If it's happening like once or twice, it's whatever. But the fact that we're seeing these Sheriff buys lead to 1 rounds, honestly, in a lot of cases, more often than not, is just such an oddity for me right now.
It's a pretty solid split. Like, if I had to take a guess at the percentage, it's probably like 60-40 right now in favor of the Sheriff, which is incredible to think about. I mean, you're talking about winning up against rifles time and time again.
Like, consistently.
It's just, yeah, it's pretty bonkers. But either way, ZMB, they're going to be on a short bye here now. Have a couple of odds and ends that could possibly assist them in victory, but Third Impact, they're definitely walking into this one with their heads held high. Also with a Viper's Pick used very early here. Putting things down currently inside of Hookah. Frizzy will be able to avoid that recon dart. Also be committed to both of the snake bites early here. So ZMB getting some good utility usage out of that position. And then looking more towards long as their initial peak. But it's actually going to be Steve with the answer. And Vanish with the inevitable swing as well to take down Enteka and ZMB. It looks like they finally lost full.
ZMB going to fall down to 3 players here now. No damage really converted on a Third Impact save for the Sky. And even then, it's going to be relatively minor as Get Greedy and the rest of ZMB look to line up their push out onto B. What they have left here. Rooney going to get flashed. Still pushes forward, though, despite being blinded out. Predictably, that'll lead into a kill for Vanish. Adrenaline trades out 2, though. Vanish and Steve. Both of the garden holes go down. Get Greedy can port right onto the site. Try to make a plant attempt here in a second. He's also going to have to hold positioning. Adrenaline will bring out the Viper's Pit. It's their best chance to steal this round away, especially with the uneven numbers. Pate Shell's going to go in, potentially cause some issues. We also are once again going to have this suppression come out. But look at Get Greedy with the lineup. Only converts for 1, though, as Zerg is on point to trade this back. Adrenaline, now waiting in the back corner of the site, was waiting for someone to overstep, but it's not going to happen just yet. He peeps in for the quick pick against Frizzy, but now he needs to find arguably the best player in the lobby right now, Zerg, who's been doing so well inside of these clutches. Adrenaline out-rotating him right there. Finally, it goes away as the time expires. Adrenaline will let it fade away. He can't find Zerg just yet, but there we go on the pass-by. Adrenaline outwits Zerg. He gets the clutch as well as the 4K on the round, and ZMB tie it up.
A round that was an absolute necessity for ZMB. They lose that in Third Impact. More than likely take bind here, but Adrenaline, he simply will not let it go by the wayside. No matter what Third Impact do, he's always able to do one better, and he does it yet again here in the clutch. I mean, what a shot dropping off of the box top as well. That's just something that you don't expect. Ends up catching Zerg off guard for the clutch there, and these players tied up currently inside of kills for their respective teams. I think we could have a pretty fast-moving one here, but he'll force back. Greeting the rest of the squad, though, for ZMB. Don't want to get too aggressive just yet. A pretty solid read as to what's going on A, and yes, indeed, they're immediately going to start sending it this way. The Seeker's out. Will be able to find both of the players in this space. Stare, speaking of finding things, Evil taken down. This is going to blow A wide open, but not before the rest of Third Impact are able to get here.
Frizzy going to get a snake bite thrown right up on top of him here. That'll force him back, and on top of it, Adrenaline not only forces away what would have been the pinch coming in from Showers, but also picks up another kill as well. It seems ZMB finally taking a cautious approach to these takes. No longer are they haphazardly accepting challenges from Third Impact out in the open, and they should be holding back. They're not losing player counts anymore to lineups. Look a little bit cleaner on this round, but still could go awry as we see them rotate away, and at least one of the members of ZMB is going to be caught in the process here. At the same time, another one left behind, looking to try and catch other players. Still what happened? Frizzy, reading the situation correctly again, gets the better of Get Greedy, punishes him for his greed, setting it up to be a 2v3 now. As these 2 remaining Third Impact players could rotate to make a play here, but I actually think are going to lean into a save.
Oh, hard call, and honestly think it's going to be the one to make here. They'll be able to get that pick, but since they are over on this site, they don't exactly have very many options open. They go for this, and they more than likely aren't going to have anything inside of this next round. So they're going to hold on to the guns here. And Steve, he's definitely going to be presented a couple of kills here. Just depends on what time they get here, honestly. Could possibly not move forward. They could be worried about him holding this angle inside of this area as well. ice. Instead, they're going to hold things on inside of sand instead. So ZMB will be able to get that round onto the board, and it'll be 12-11 in their favor, 1 round away here from being able to take it inside of regulation. But obviously, Third Impact also 1 round away from overtime.
The Third Impact save their cash reserves. They're going to put it all on red on the outset of this round, see if it works out for them. They'll gamble everything on 1 round here. If not, it's going to send Third Impact down to the lower bracket to fight out the rest of this tournament there. ZMB, in the meanwhile, they take this one. They're going onwards into the grand finals, and will be the first team to do so. Third Impact, though, if they can take this gambit works out in their favor. Take us to overtime, potentially decide between a map 3 and the same fate I described with ZMB winning a moment ago. ZMB, though, oh no, this could be so bad here. Zerg, he's got the winning angle, but no, and Tekka's watching it this time. Catches Zerg, another player here in Vanish, but he's also going to fall to Tekka.
Well, ZMB, they've done it. They've gotten the opening. Now the spike going down on B as well. And just look at the sea of red cones currently on the mini-map. They've gotten so much control of this space. Third Impact, they have to try and get it done out of elbow. Steve, forward position right now with Evil. Don't exactly have the firearms to be able to take this, though. They're going to have to try and commit everything to winning this, forcing overtime. Adrenaline, though, he's shutting it down early. They're using everything to keep him locked inside of elbow right now. Stare with some big shots. He's got the second right click as well. And it's a flawless round for a flawless victory from CMB.
Definitely some bumpy bits along the way here as the Equals were getting in their way, and they got a little bit too bold, in my opinion, but they rein it back in towards the end of the map and take control. Ultimately, at 13-11, a very, very close matchup when it goes the way of ZMB, and as a result of that, they're also going to take this series in 2-0 fashion, moving them onward into the grand finals and sending their opponents down into the lower bracket finals.
I mean, what a game between these two. Third Impact, especially that second map, they looked very, very good. But, I mean, you can say the same for a lot of ZMB. They're able to win it, and that's even with Rooney going 4 and 15. He was there in the assists, though. He had 14 of those to his name to assist the squad. But still, I mean, lacking one player that's really going to have an impact over the overall fragging game, and they're still able to do it in 2-0 fashion.
So, once again, big congratulations going out to ZMB. They will move forward in just a moment here. I believe we're going to go ahead and get the bracket up on screen to show where all of our teams sit now and where the tournament is going to lead us into tomorrow. All that to be discussed, of course, over these next few minutes. Just closing out the action for today here now. ZMB coming out on top of Third Impact in 2-0 fashion. Certainly close, though. 2-0 doesn't necessarily tell the full story here. This was very much a teeter-totter, especially inside of our first map. And of course, here in the second map as well. Let's go ahead and get that bracket up on screen and see how the rest of our matches have transpired today. Zero Marksman Black, the team we've been calling ZMB, because I'll be honest with you, their name doesn't fit in our graphics, so that's why we've been calling them that. ZMB makes their way forward here and is going to push onwards to be our first grand finalist. Meanwhile, Third Impact will also be our first lower bracket finalist, potentially facing off against one of the 4 teams you see on the bottom central part of the bracket as well. Godset and TLP still facing off against each other. Same can be said for Caloretta and Serenity Black. The winners of each of those will then play against each other, and the winner of that will go up against Third Impact. All 3 of those matches are going to be shown on stream tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so if you've been following the action today, you do not want to miss it tomorrow. Caloretta versus TLP, of course, started today off. Then we saw N4D versus Serenity Black go the way of Serenity Black quite handily, and finally, in a much closer affair, ZMB took down Third Impact.
Yeah, a pretty fun day, but that doesn't mean we don't have a fun day tomorrow as well. As you said, John, you don't want to miss this action, folks. So here's the time for all of these slots. We still have quite a few TBDs, obviously, as we have to figure out exactly who is going to be filling out these slots for Third Impact as well as ZMB. We need somebody to try and steal the crown away, don't we? So tomorrow has a lot of action set up for it.
Definitely does, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to do it for today. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We will be starting at the same time tomorrow, so make sure to catch us then. And if not, have a good rest of your evening. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at the MSI Valorant Invitational.